have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me.
For folks who don't know, this is Ryan Macklin. He is an engineer turned game designer turned tech writer, and he focuses on empathetic empathetic communication. Also empathic communication. He does some cool things with board games. And he does work at Google. And for those of you who did not see the picture earlier, he is a very giant kitty who is nicknamed the Blessed Orb. So I'm going to let them take it away and do their presentation. And we can have questions afterwards and continue introductions.
So, I mean, we're all here as doc writers, and presumably you want your writing to impact people, right? You want to help someone with a vexing problem, or empower them with key knowledge, or win them over somehow, get them back to what they want to do, and you certainly don't want to make their day worse. And to do that well, you've got to understand people. And this should be easy since we're all people. I mean, and maybe I won't speak for y'all, but like I'm a people. Um, but this isn't. I mean, we already know this isn't. But like, you know, it is one of the big struggles of tech writing. Folks come to your material while they're panicking, while they're wishing they were anywhere else, while they're angry, wanting to turn anything to a fight, and all sorts of other emotions that makes our job not straightforward. So how do we handle writing for people? So as Rose said, I'm Ryan Macklin. I'm a text and UX writer at Google. I'm in the Ann Arbor, Michigan area. I have an aforementioned cat, with the Instagram will be at the end of the slides, I promise. I have many tattoos, and also anxiety, depression, and PTSD. I got a little trifecta there. But that trifecta drove me to take empathetic written communication as a personal career focus. And today, my talk is about distilling a framework I've worked on for years into roughly 25 minutes. So kind of get on with it. My thesis boils down to that empathetic communication means meeting your readers where they are. And they come to your work in all sorts of different emotional states. And there are dozens and dozens of these nuanced states, so I've simplified them down to these 5, what I'm right now calling personas, but I'm actually workshopping a different name right now. It's sort of like what you might see in like a brand new UX study, but it's not about what the users are doing, but what they're experiencing internally. As you can probably see now, I had a lot of fun making them. This is Avery, our anxious armadillo, Blake, our bored bear, Cam, our curious cat, Finley, our frustrated ferret, and Pat, our proud peacock. But it's kind of silly to introduce them because you've actually already met them. You've already written for them. You've already been them. You just maybe haven't thought deeply about them because they're so baked into the experience. So let's really get to know our friends here and see how we can help them out. So we'll start with Avery because I leave them sitting in the waiting room, like they're just going to get more and more anxious. And Avery's already pretty anxious, so which we'll dive into why. But first, what does Avery's mental state mean for us as writers? Well, it's that Avery doesn't feel safe. Someone coming to our work in this sort of distress state is going to be hyper vigilant. They don't feel safe right now. They're reading our instructions or our email or our UI or whatever. And their brain's being chewed on by their anxiety. Their attention is pulled to perceived dangers, which means that they're either not paying full attention to us or they're paying the wrong kind of attention to us, where they'll fixate on something on the screen we don't expect them to. And that gets their anxiety spiraling out. Before I go further into Avery, I really want to call this out and be really firm about this throughout the entire talk and in life in general. There's absolutely nothing wrong with Avery. There's nothing wrong with Avery having anxiety. That emotional space is valid and it comes from somewhere legit. Maybe it comes from our app or service or documentation or something like that. Or maybe it comes from something that has nothing to do with us. But either way, it's legit and there's nothing wrong with Avery. There's nothing wrong with this state. We're not trying to fix a person here. So Avery being everywhere, you know, imagine someone who's on edge because they're expecting an important call, or someone who is going about their day all chill before hearing a sudden car honk close by. I mean, you've probably all been in the situation where suddenly your heart rate is elevated, right? In that situation, you've got a little Avery surfacing. Same as if someone is apprehensive about making an embarrassing or detrimental mistake in our app or service, or like sending a mass email with broken links, or deleting critical data. And I am calling myself out there in both of those cases. And this is something you'll see in all these personas, this concept that it doesn't really make a significant difference whether the emotional state is because of our app or service, or if it's because of something totally unrelated to us. Because they're still users in natural states of mind, and they're still trying to get something out of the material. There's some slight elements to it that are there, but really, I approach this problem from a emotion first, reason second philosophy. So how do we care for our Averys? So one thing, like, definitely make no mistake, what we do as like documentation writers, as you know, as sort of any role like this, is a form of care work. Helping people in distress is a form of care work. And in this case, two of the techniques I keep in mind for Avery are keeping to a sense of tone intentionality and making sure there are clear paths out. And tone intentionality is about watching the language you use to avoid reinforcing emotions that spiral, like anxiety definitely spirals. For instance, I avoid the word hopefully in instruction text. So that I give a sense of maybe this will, maybe this won't. I want to like encourage that in the mind of an Avery. And I make sure that any like uses of caution or warnings are actually worth the elevated heart rate that they could trigger in an Avery. And the other technique involves making sure there's a clear escalation path, a path to some sort of support material, someone to contact, etc. In case the anxiety builds to a point where it feels impossible to process the information, where they can't really process the information by themselves, and they need or feel they need, which is effectively the same thing, that they need to get somebody else involved, or they get information that's framed in a different way that might help them break through sort of the anxiety barrier that's in their head. And I mean, these are just like two techniques. I'm going to share a couple techniques in each of these slides. I'm sure you have plenty of other techniques in mind, and I'm actually trying to catalog a lot of these for a much bigger project. And you can probably maybe guess that Avery could be an entire 25-minute talk alone. Because the effect of anxiety on cognitive processing is not, you know, not a thing like, oh yeah, it happens, and you sort of, you know, move on. Although that is literally what I have to do in this talk to get through it. But yeah, like I said, so I'll stop here, and you'll kind of see as I go through this that the other techniques I mentioned will refer back to Avery, and some of these other techniques can be used in some of our other personas. So. Let's go ahead and move on to Blake then. This is me cosplaying as Blake by being very tired and low. And this is the sort of person that we're going to be engaging in now, which is our board bearer, Blake. And we're going to go on by being a little bit meta first, because there could be some Blakes right now listening to this talk. As I sort of like, you know, overly hinted at just a moment ago, some Blakes are tired either physically or mentally. So they're not an engageable friend of mine. You can kind of cue your, before I've had my coffee drip, right? And some are dealing with depression or dissociation or situational sadness, which are very hard psychological states that are so consuming. And you know, and some may just be disinterested in this topic. I don't know why they're here. Maybe because a coworker or manager told them they should watch this, and you know, but they're not necessarily engaged yet. These are all ways in which a person can, you know, manifest their Blakeness. Now, some of the Blakes out there, they weren't Blakes to start with, but they turned to Blakes because the content isn't what they expected, or the delivery isn't connecting with them. And again, both of those are absolutely legit. And there are plenty of other reasons, but like hopefully this is sort of enough to broaden your sense of empathy when it comes to this sort of disengagement. Because if there's one thing that I sort of like cringe at, it's when people say like boredom just means you're not interesting or you're not creative or whatever. It's like, no, it is a legit state of mind, and it deserves as much empathy as anything else. And just like there could be Blakes, you know, right here in this talk, there are Blakes in your system generating emails, your support articles, your policy documents, etc. And so the way I care for Blakes when I write is I try to show why my material is worth them spending their precious mental energy focusing on and digesting it, which also helps those who come here accidentally from wasting their time and energy on this material because they get to say, oh, this is actually not for me. And two techniques for that are just information highlighting and like bubbling actionable material to the top. And information highlighting is a grab bag of concepts. These are all things that many of us are doing. Having clear and precise titles. I used to hate TLDRs, and I've like learned to embrace them over the last couple of years. You know, strategically folded passages, things like that. Whatever really catches the eye and says, you know, here's why. You know, here's what's going on. Here's the reason to devote attention to this. This one's called the value proposition, and it makes this obvious and relatable. That gives like many a reason to invest mental energy, which maybe means they sit up, or get some coffee, or take a walk, or whatever helps them sort of shake off that bored and tired feeling. And our second Blake-friendly technique is about cutting like sort of unnecessary content and bubbling up what's important to the top. You know, whatever makes up the material put in front of others takes brain energy to process. And if you've ever had a point where you struggle to focus on something, you know, you can just feel that sense of where just like your brain just starts to drip down as you're like going from one paragraph to the next to the next. So cut out what's unnecessary and move what's necessary to the top. To me, there's this classic documentation faux pas of starting with historical information that's maybe interesting, but definitely unnecessary. I've seen this often, and I used to do it when I was a software developer. You know, again, you bubble that actionable material to the top. If you absolutely need to keep that unnecessary material, and I will always love stressing it's unnecessary when talking with engineers and project managers and stuff who are really passionate about the historical material because they're really passionate about the project and want to share things that are passionate to them with users. Move it to the bottom or make it a separate page you link to. Whatever you do, make it so that you reduce the effort that Blake needs to expend to get to the part they need. And I could also go on for a long time about Blake. I have a rant about how screenshots are often a detriment, but Blake needs to zone out now. And again, I need to finish this talk. So now we get to talk with Cam. This is where people's attention comes back because I've just put a kitten on this screen. So Cam's a bit more specific than the two we've seen so far. After talking with Blake, you would think we'd be excited to have some Cam, since being curious is the opposite of checked out. But there are some detrimental sides to curiosity, and that's why there's a Cam in this talk. When we're curious, our minds are primed for questions. When there's a question stuck in our heads, we're hungry for the answers. And it's part of our human nature. Again, I'm making an assumption here about our humanity to look for those answers. And it's human nature to cough in the middle of a presentation. So if you've ever had some random bit of trivia trip you up, like what's the next line of that song, and you couldn't keep from, you know, pulling out your phone to look it up, you were compelled to close the loop in your head, created by that question popping in. It wasn't important to you to know the answer to this, but it was just nagging that nagging you wanted to be rid of. I stumbled upon this concept years ago while reading David Allen's classic productivity book, getting things done. He talks about how the mind can only hold on to like so many unresolved loops before it's essentially at a bandwidth. Questions of the mind operate in that same space. It's part of how clickbait headlines work. They pose a targeted question in your mind to get you to click on the link to close the very loop it created. And that's important because while the reader interest is desirable, unregulated curiosity presents hurdles for us. And those cams, they're kittens pawing at any random laser pointer. And every link on your page in your email or something like that is something that a cam will paw at. And instead of focusing on the body material, they'll see something like this. And this is something I see a lot in automated email notices. Like, hello, due to our blah, blah policy, which is a link to some doc, you should take some action. Let's say the actionable part now. And in a reader whose curiosity is regulated or not engaged in the first place, that's not an issue. But for unregulated cams, that's an interesting link. Maybe clicking on the link and reading it briefly satisfies their curiosity, but it's as likely they find something new on that page to be curious about. Some of the laser pointer from the side or related topic section, and so on. And they're on a different journey already before you've cemented in your original communication that they need to take some action. The mental loop that you wanted to create in them was cut short. So from that, we'll go ahead and let Cam go chasing something. So bye, Cam. Now we need to be careful because we've left Finley, our frustrated ferret, on hold for a while, and they are not having it. Any of you who have ever worked in support like I have can probably already empathize with getting a customer who's been really frustrated and has been on hold for a while and is very happy to know that to start with. Like these people, they're frustrated before they get in our queue. All of that time that they've been waiting sort of adds up to that micro frustration on top. And that frustration is a communication fog, which is not unlike anxiety. The thicker the fog, the harder it is for a support agent to break through it. So as writers, we want to diffuse the Finleys we're writing for. And when we can't do that, we want to at least not compound the situation with like adding micro frustration elements. Because that's just going to make that frustration fog harder for someone else's job. And Finley and Avery are cousins in a sense. And just like how Avery could be anxious because of our product or from something external, Finley could be frustrated again from our product or something external. Getting cut off in traffic or getting into a fight on Twitter or finding out they didn't get the promotion they fought for. Then they try to log into our account and it doesn't work. What might have been an annoyance in the moment now is like a full-blown meltdown. And to their credit, some Finleys do try to regulate themselves, recognizing that lashing out doesn't help, but they and we, when we're dealing with them, are still playing at a higher difficulty level in getting them help because they're in that combative brain space. And that combative brain space means that Finleys are looking for a win. What if our docs can't help a Finley? Can we still try to give them a win before they contact support? I think we can. And this is where my first technique comes into play, which is about empathetic acknowledgement. You've probably encountered this with UIs that apologize for inconveniences or support docs that acknowledge a situation what the user's dealing with isn't fun. And other places where passive text that we write tries to imprint a feeling of like, hey, your feelings are valid. Hey, we see you. This technique is also a part of support tactics for a reason. It's not a women form of solving Finley's problem, but even just being validated is a small win. And if that's enough to get a Finley to calm down, to get a Finley to help center themselves, that makes our job easier. And that makes any support agent who has to deal with them their job easier. And ultimately, it means Finley's job of helping themselves is easier. And like I said, you might know that, like I said, I've used the concept of centering with a Finley. I've used the concept of sort of like centering or regulating with Avery. And this goes for any agitated state of mind. And the further agitated somebody is, the thicker that communication fog that I mentioned is. So that technique about de-escalating Finley, the other technique I use, which really relates to communication fog, is to watch out for micro frustrations or micro confrontation. to avoid adding to Finley's frustration. That includes anything with a condescending flavor. Things like starting a passage with obviously, or I've even removed like remember that from passages after sort of an experience over a decade ago of realizing that wasn't actually helping me. And as I mentioned earlier, and I think maybe at this point, hopefully enough of you have pieced together, techniques for one help persona help Finley, and like cutting unnecessary material and bubbling stuff to the top for Blake, or being mindful for outbound links for Cam. And they reduce the amount of time Finley spends before getting the help they need. That's great. And vice versa with these ideas about watching the language we use, and making sure that we are able to affirm people will definitely help up some of our other personas. And if we can help a few Finleys out by showing them care, we're showing care, again, let's bring it back to this point, we're showing care to our support agents who would otherwise take these irate calls and be in a more difficult position. So thank you, Finley, for letting us borrow you, and I hope you find some chill soon. That leaves us with Pat, our proud peacock. Pat's another specialized persona like Cam, one particularly prevalent in high expertise fields like software development, but really can pop up anywhere. And pride, like curiosity, is fine on its own, but pride unregulated can turn into arrogance or smugness or entitlement, and a desire to recapture a feeling of superiority they feel like they've lost for some reason. So what does this look like? Well, on the casual end, it can look as simple as someone commenting on your grammar, which helpful people also do. But whereas the helpful person comments and moves on, in the back of Pat's mind, there's a desire to keep looking, to focus on flaws and on the material substance, or rather what those Pats perceive as flaws. And the thing about the two specialized personas in this talk is that they're not often aware that they're in a state that's not optimal for them. Avery, Blake, and Finley might be aware they're on edge or checked out or irate, but Pat or Cam aren't necessarily as mindful because those states are harder to be self-aware of without training, and that lack of awareness makes addressing communication issues harder. So how do we deal with that? Now, how do we deal with users that are in this confrontational headspace who aren't necessarily aware of it? We're writing passively to many users, hundreds, thousands, perhaps millions. So we can't just hit each one of them up on chat, are you okay? Or like, hey, you're kind of being a jerk right now. You've gone a little bit far. The best we can do is to try to make our material like Pat resistant. And the first section I have is to sort of keep and maintain a taxonomy or a glossary or lexicon. If you can ensure that your terminology is clear and consistent throughout all of your product and your support documentation and everything else, you can reduce some of the Pat pain points. Again, this also helps everyone else, and which includes you when the inevitable rebrand or redesign comes along. And if you want to build one, you don't even really need to start with like a full-fledged, like the word taxonomy can be like intimidating to some people. You really can just start with like a simple glossary, like, what can you do to ensure that your basic terminology is clear and consistent, right? Like ask these particular questions. What terms do you use and how often? Nouns, verbs, adjectives, or sort of identified as flexible, so you're using in the right part of the speech and you're not getting colloquial in some of the usage. What terms have subtle differences from the common language meaning versus what terms are pretty much the common language meaning, or what terms are really super not? Do they have synonyms that you want to use? Do they have synonyms you don't want to use? What sort of colloquialisms are you comfortable with, or do you expect support agents to use, but you may not necessarily want to use in your documentation sort of for official purposes? And when you know these key terms, you also know Wordzoid casually. For instance, a key term in your system is the word aspect. You shouldn't use that word casually, such as an aspect of Pat is literalism. The other suggestion I have is to get your examples reviewed by experts who understand your users. It could be code example on a dev site, which many of us are dev docs people. We have done this a lot. This is not new. But it could also be a business example for an ad tech help center. It could be anything like that. Like it doesn't just have to be, think about, looking at your code, but think about looking at all of your specific elements. Get them reviewed for relevance as well as accuracy. Hats can get hung up on the details, particularly with examples. So to get ahead of them, get these robust reviews, especially if an example is long and critical to understanding the doc. So that's enough about Pat. And in not a lot of time, I've walked you through 5 significant categories of emotional states. And I didn't include one like Ray the receptive rabbit, because as long as we're considering our other users, we'll handle our calm, respective ones with no problem. And for those of you who are familiar with accessibility and inclusive design, you might realize this is semi-secretly an accessible communication talk. And it follows like a similar philosophy to accessibility, which is where when you make your work accessible to more people, it benefits everyone, not just those people. One thing that happens when I give this talk, and I've given this talk a bunch, is that people map themselves just with one persona. Like, oh, I'm totally an Avery, or yeah, I'll admit I'm a Pat. And that's too narrow a way to think about it. This is not a tag yourself meme. Like, take me. Like, I'm a pretty anxious person, but I also get bored. I have plenty of times when I'm curious without focus. I definitely get frustrated, and I'm not proud to admit that I have my proud side as well. And we're all of these at different times. We're also all receptive at different times, being that sort of Ray the receptive rabbit. We're also those as well. And we're certainly other states that I haven't covered. You might feel like you generally lean one or two ways, but all of these are inside. So there's a couple calls to action. Like, this is all fine and good. It's all like writing philosophy. What do you do with it, right? Well, first, you can take something you've written recently. You can mark it up with how you think each of these 5% would take it, and maybe get 2 or 3 of you together to talk about what you found. And second, when you catch yourself in one of these states, examine that state. If it's combative or high heart rate state, center yourself. Note down if the material caused that state, or if you were already there when that happened. Were you there because of something related to the material, something separate, or a combination? What you learn from self-examining can raise your emotional proficiency, which raises your ability to tackle these sort of problems. And just to end again, that these emotions are valid no matter where they come from. That's really, really clear. Like, there's no shame in what our users are feeling. I don't want to, ever in sort of this talk or anything related, suggest that that's something that we should think about. So again, this is me. I'm Ryan Macklin. I just got back on Twitter. And again, my cat has an Instagram. And I also am the co-organizer of Write the Docs Detroit Windsor, which, like everything else, is online right now. So, check it out on Meetup. And here's like a little quick reference that I have here, which, since it's getting recorded out into the world, is there sort of some questions that I consider. Feel free to also, screen cap this if you like. I will go ahead and leave it up for a moment. That is my talk on emotional personas.
Thank you, Ryan. Are you happy to take some questions? Either folks can post them in the chat and I'll monitor that, or people are more than, for those who are happy to do audio and video, please feel free to jump on that way.
Yeah, totally.
And did you want to record the questions as well?
Yeah, I can record the questions. We'll see if, maybe I'll cut them or not, depending on the size of the video. But yeah, let's go ahead and record them.
Great. It looks like we do have one from the chat, and it says, where do you draw the line between harsh language choices versus straightforward imperative statements?
So it depends on, for me, it would depend on the subject. The more serious the subject, especially if it's something where there's a destructive element to it, like you could, delete all your data from this. I would go with very very pointed statements. There's actually a bit, like, again, this is like some of the like advanced Avery talk that I've given has actually been about when to actually create anxiety in people and the right kind of anxiety. And some of that is to make them aware of, like, make them very much feel a sense of trepidation to say something destructive that they're going to do, whether it's financially or logistically or whatever. But like, it's still like, you can still do that and still keep with tone intentionality at the same time. There are straightforward sentences that you can say that don't necessarily have to involve like unnecessary cautioning or any sort of like micro-confrontational language. I don't think they're necessarily two different things. Softening language is great, but like tone intentionality can also work for hard language, for like really pointed language.
I could add to that, Ryan. I'm guessing that one of the phenomenon you might have encountered is that if we have an idea that users tend to make a certain kind of mistake, even if it's not a serious one, or even if it just ends up going slightly off track and then you can come quickly back on, one of the documentation solutions is to warn people not to do that. But in a lot of cases, if they do that, it really doesn't matter and it's fine. So that would be a case where it might be really easy to create unnecessary warnings.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, like the bit there is, and this is very much a I see this from a lot of times. I'll see this from like people who are support agents first, writers second, because this is the experience that they've had to deal with, and they're translating that individual user experience into a doc for a broad audience. Which, again, I was a support agent a long time ago. This is one of the things that I had to learn. But yeah, so like getting to that state of how do you write it and not have it be a warning, or how do you write it and have it be a soft warning? And that like is I'd say, like, I mean, that ends up being like why writing is also partly an art. I think also at this point I can stop the screen here so I can actually see everyone. All right. So yeah, that is I don't know if that answers the question or not.
Yeah, I'm the one who asked it. It does. It's something I come up against, quite a bit. Mostly I ask because I write, API documentation where you're always giving enough rope to hang yourself with.
Yeah.
You're when you do these things, you're messing with real data that's potentially not yours and unrecoverable.
Yeah.
So.
We have Chocolate, and it looks as though they asked, how often do you check the personas? How do you plan content changes for newly added and removed personas?
Well, I don't, like, these personas have been pretty static for me for a number of years. It's really about, it's a mental framework for making sure that the end product that I'm sending out to users has a sense of users in mind, instead of just I'm not trying to achieve an objective for my product team. I'm trying to achieve objective for my users that also happens to be the objective my product team wants. Or even, that's actually something that I do, is I even try to say people instead of users, because it's a subtle difference, but it's a really important one. So I'm people first, product second. Even though the product is what's paying me, although the people are paying never mind, that you can follow that logic. But I would say a lot of it is in a sense of is in the sense of like patterns. It's like this sort of style of email. Like I write some like philosophy and structure docs as part of my day job. And some of it is like, here's when we should use a TLDR, because this is the sort of email that's about to tell you you're about to lose access. Right now, my main writing for tech and UI is about access management systems. So I write a bunch of automated emails like, you're about to lose access, or someone needs access or things like that. So a lot of it is like, that like, like how do I make sure that a board Blake actually will read this email and address it? So that's where I'm like, okay, here are the things that I do to combat that. For things about losing access, how do I make sure that somebody who's anxious doesn't panic and freeze up? So it really is about a series of questions to ask in a lot of these situations and about patterns to follow. I'm talking with some people right now, and this is going to be like a long time from now, but I'm talking about like internally maybe having some language checkers and like sort of like natural language processing to catch some of these, but we've just barely started those conversations. I'm excited for that. Right now, it's really just been very much in the art form approach of, how am I making sure that I'm doing this in a very human way? But yeah, and when I've done this long enough that it is just sort of baked into my process in general. But it is, so it's really just how I write, how I think about the patterns that are in my head or documented somewhere that I bring to my writing. I don't know if does that answer your question?
Yes, it is. I think it sounds like these personas are like guidelines, writing guidelines.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
they're all,
yeah. It's a combination. It's like it's a philosophy that is, it's about how to think about writing guidelines. Mm-hmm. The effect that these writing guidelines can have on people.
Have you promoted this actually to your fellow writers?
Yeah, I have. Like this is within within Google and then the company I was at before. This was sort of I was like basically brainstorming and working on this for a while. But yeah, this was and then everyone's basically said I should actually give this talk. This is the third time in like a month I give this talk. So I'm trying to get the idea out there. I have a lot of people who are interested in sort of in this as a framework to teach people sort of how to think about writing. And I'm looking at also how to turn this into material so that people who want to learn how to do writing, technical writing, can use it as a sense of philosophy. But that is like, a lot of these things are down the road. But this is a way to teach philosophy of writing rather than teaching just the mechanics of it.
Please let me know when you actually roll out the material. I will definitely sign up.
Yeah, definitely. That's probably what I'll actually use my Twitter for, so feel free to follow that. I like almost never use it. I left Twitter years ago, and that my mental health was great after that. So I'm dipping back in because I'm a glutton for punishment, much like Rose is, but in a different way.
That's why we're friends and get along.
And I love how I just referenced something that's not actually going to be in the recording. Kind of, yeah, exactly. Yeah, so well, yeah, and I'll definitely let you know. I will not be quiet about it when I create something like that, for sure.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, looks like you had a question.
Yeah, I just wondered if you had examples of the before and the after. I thought of it right away when you had the worried ferret and the frustrated. Well, the armadillo, I think, was the worried one.
Yeah.
But I always come across phrases that say, "Do not do this," and I'm like, "What? Don't tell me that. Now I want to do it." So it'd be nice if you had some like before and then after tuning.
I don't, like, at this point, I don't, I haven't edited anybody else's writing that deeply in a long time to have that example. So really it's just me knowing like a lot of these rules are just baked into what I'm doing. I think the before and after I probably have might be internal stuff where when I have gone through and done some rewriting of it because it needed to be updated anyway, the CSAT of it increased, but that's all internal stuff I couldn't share anyway. But yeah, that's I would love to be able to put something together. Like there's a lot of places here where I wish I could put examples in, but Like it already is. It already is on the edge of a long talk. So, and that's
Right.
what I want to follow up with is actually get deeper into each of these concepts.
And Ryan, one of the things you mentioned early on is that you were thinking of considering a word other than persona. And I can understand that because I've seen that word being overloaded and diverging in meaning in ways that has been made it difficult to communicate at my company for sure.
Yeah.
A couple of words that had occurred to me was one being archetype, because it seems like you're coming up with essentially kind of emotional archetypes of emotional states and of the users move through.
Mm-hmm.
And the literary side of my brain was wondering if allegory might even be an interesting one, because I bet a lot of allegory would be a term that has not been used much in technology yet.
Yeah, like I originally called it persona because I wanted to draw people in for that reason of like, what do you mean? But I think at this point I don't need that anymore. But I just haven't had another thing to call it yet. I've had some suggestions, like somebody suggested roles. Somebody suggested profiles too. But profiles thing has a similar thing of like kind of being overloaded, but it's still generic enough that it could kind of work. But yeah, no, I'll have to, I like those. I'll have to chew on those. I'm going to spend a while on thesaurus.com one of these days and just, which is my one of my little joys is naming things. I will spend weeks figuring out the name for something and that I'm working on personally. And so it'll just be a lot of thesaurus.com and other searches and learning about words I didn't know about. Like if I a few months ago learned about the word ambit, which I'm not going to define for you. I'm going to say go search for AMBIT, ambit, you know, and maybe you can use it in your own stuff.
Does that need a not safe for work tag?
It is a legit, totally cool, safe for life and work.
Great. Thought I would double check. I didn't see
I respect that.
would be,
you can,
but you know,
it's
most of us are no work machines, so.
It's a Merriam-Webster search, not a Urban Dictionary search.
Nice.
Just noted, you said ambit, and I saw everyone's heads kind of swing that way.
Yeah.
I was guilty too.
Yeah, it's my favorite new word. I had to, since I'm still a game writer, and I had to come up with something for a game term, and trolling through the thesaurus. Yeah, that's what I came up with.
It's a good word.
Yeah. Yeah. Any other questions? I'm also happy to like turn it over to the Happy Times. Which it sounds like from the silence, I'm totally going to turn it to the social happy time. So I'm going to stop this recording.
Like you, be strong to hold the powers of the sun. To dream, believe in strength. Now I'm the only one, only one. Until I broke the rules, my life destroyed. Life destroyed. Until I walk awake, scream my mind, I shout, the ground shakes. How much can I take? My mind will break. Will it break? Can I take? Can I be your superhero? Superhero. Can I be your superhero? Superhero. Superhero. Fly away. It's the first time of today. Today. To dream. superhero. Over the edge, feel like I'm floating through the air. The pain I felt is paid for, all is said and done. Oh, I am restricted, fixed upon the web. I need to kick the habit that my mind is breathing in. Break out, I've got to see. Spent all my life holding all of it closely. I played it innocent, a feel of discontent. I'm finally facing it all, fearless. Burning the bridge that keeps us. I'm here and I'm feeling exaggerated, that's what you assume. The story's over now, I must conclude. I am conflicted, watching where I step still, hanging in the balance. Not the life I want to live, I want to take it all. Standing tall, fear I've weighed the person you are. Oh, break out, I've got to see. Spent all my life holding all of it closely. I played it innocent, a feel of discontent. I'm finally facing it all, fearless.
I have a dream, that's all I need. I'll make it happen with some work and belief. Know what I want, so I'll take it on. I've made mistakes, but mistakes make you strong. Let's break it down for a minute. I want the crown, I'm gon' get it. You hear me loud, man, I'm winning. Yeah, Charlie Sheen will be grinning. These ladies know that I'm sinning, and this is just the beginning. I'm closing in the night inning. There ain't no point in resisting. Living life like a dream, live it right, that's the thing. Every night got a team, I've been tied to the scene. Out on stage, here I'm screaming. Okay, it's a dream, and I pray as a team. One day it'll be me. If I want it, then I'll get it. Head down, don't regret it. Push myself to the limit. If I play it, then I win it. I'm just saying, I'm just living for today. For a minute, I don't stay, I just visit. Have no shame, I admit it. Looking to see if I succeed, to see if I believe. They're looking up to me. They want the best of me now. best of me now, best of me now, best of me. They want the best of me now, best of me now, best of me now, best of me. They want the best of me. Swear to God, man, I'ma make it soon. Silence all the haters as they see us making moves. I do what I want, so I got nothing to prove. Staying motivated, teaching others what to do. I'm staying focused, my mind is open. They start to notice that I'm in motion. There is no potion, you're not just chosen. It takes devotion to stay composed, man. Never stop, there ain't no time to fall. Try to live, get it up, you got one life to ball. Thinking big, never small, cause you gotta want it all. When you finally get that call, you get ready, take it on. Need a handout, I already stand out. Starting to advance now, ready to expand now. You don't have a chance now, cause we're in demand now. Make it by the grand now, feeling in command now. They're looking right at me to see if I succeed, to see if I believe. They're looking up to me. They want the best of me now, best of me now, best of me now, best of me. They want the best of me now, best of me now, best of me now, best of me. They want the best of me. You're never gonna make it, you're not good enough. There's a million other people with the same stuff. You really think you're different? Man, you must be kidding. Think you're gonna hit it, but you just don't get it. It's impossible, it's not probable, you're irresponsible. Too many obstacles, you gotta stop it, yo. You gotta take it slow, you can't be a pro. Don't waste your time no more. Who the fuck are you to tell me what to do? I don't give a damn if you say you disapprove. I'm gonna make my move, I'm gonna make it soon. And I'll do it cause it's what I wanna fucking do. Cause all these opinions and all these positions, they come in millions, they blocking your vision. But no, you can't listen, that shit is all fiction. Cause you hold the power as long as you're dreaming. There's no way that you make it. And maybe you can fake it, but you're never gonna make it. Are you just gonna take that? Make them take it all back. Don't tell me you believe that. Are you just gonna take that? Or will you fucking fight back? Fucking fight back. You ain't gonna make it, you ain't never ever gonna break it. You can never beat them and they're better than you face it. Thinking that they give a damn, you're not thinking straight, kid. No, they don't give a damn, you got what I'm saying? I'm not fucking playing, I'll give it to you straight, man. There's too many others and you're not that great, man. Stop what you're saying, stop what you're making. Everybody here knows that you just faking. Nah, I don't wanna hear it anymore, I don't wanna hear it anymore. All these fucking thoughts, they are not what I need anymore. I'm about to shut the motherfucking door on all you poor ass haters with your heads in the clouds, talking out loud so proud. You better shut your goddamn mouth before I do more speak out. It's about to head south. You're never gonna make it. There's no way that you make it. And maybe you can fake it, but you're never gonna make it. Are you just gonna take that? Make them take it all back. Don't tell me you believe that. Are you just gonna take that? Or will you fucking fight back? Or will you fucking fight back?
Yeah, straight out of the 949. OC. Yeah, you can't stop this show. It's fucking chronic, yo. It's fucking toxic like an alcoholic logic flow. It's catastrophic like a psychotic erotico. Cause even though I wanna quit her, man, she kinda dope. I gotta go. I never slow down, everybody knows now. We the best to throw down, parties in the SoCal. We getting so loud, party with the whole crowd. Kick the haters all out, taking away all doubt. I've been hella focused, never slow down. Put my shit out in the open, so you know now. Everybody's taking notice, there they go now. Yeah, welcome to my show, bitch. This my hometown, I'ma get it right. Focused, never slow down. Put my shit out in the open, so you know now. Everybody's taking notice, there they go now. Yeah, welcome to my show, bitch. This my hometown, I'ma get it right. Stereo, I got a fucking plan, and you know that I'ma make it. Oh, I'm the fucking man when I'm sitting in the studio, feeling hella slammed, cause I'm fucking down these fluids, yo. I'm about to throw down, I never slow down. From the bottom to the top, I fucking grow now. Chris Bryant in this bitch, I'm fucking pro now. Hitting home runs at every single show now. Let's go. I got a couple shots in my system of that whiskey. I'm the best in fucking town in this motherfucking city. Everybody knows me now cause I'm staying hella busy. Got the ladies all around thinking that I'm hella filthy cause I'm guilty, yo. You gon' hear me on the radio. I could give a fuck what you get tonight is audio. I'm modest, yo, the opposite of dropping dough. Saving up, I'm stopping, no. I'm rocking on this domino and push it till they bobbing. Never focus, never slow down. Put my shit out in the open, so you know now. Everybody's taking notice, there they go now. Yeah, welcome to my show, bitch. This my hometown, I'ma get it right. Focus, never slow down. Put my shit out in the open, so you know now. Everybody's taking notice, there they go now. Yeah, welcome to my show, bitch. This my hometown, I'ma get it right.
Always do it on my own, so I gotta get through it. And the only thing I know is to love what I'm doing. Never give up, never slow, till I finally prove it. Never listen to the no's, I just wanna keep moving. Keep my head up when I act, head up, that's a fact. Never looking back, I'ma keep myself on track. Keep my head up, staying strong, always moving on. Feel I don't belong, tell my thoughts to move along. Push myself to be the best, die with no regrets. Live with every breath, see my message start to spread. And I had so many dreams, when you hit your teens, life ain't really what it seems. Try to find out what it means. Always do it on my own, so I gotta get through it. And the only thing I know is to love what I'm doing. Never give up, never slow, till I finally prove it. Never listen to the no's, I just wanna keep moving. Yeah, I put out all this art, it's my only medicine. Yeah, everything I do, I'm just being genuine. Yeah, I'm sick of being screwed, feel my own adrenaline. Yeah, I do just what I do, and I hope you let me in, yeah. I'm grateful, oh yeah, able, oh yeah, I'm stable, oh yeah, no label, oh yeah, you know me, I have only a path, I'm lonely, but damn, I'm going to win. I don't want no fake love, I want the real stuff. Everybody listen up, cause I'll only say it once. I'm gonna show you all the path, if you want it bad. I'm gonna show you where it's at, yeah, how you can get it back. Yeah, cause I ain't never done, I'll be number one. Working hella hard until I get just what I want. Yeah, rises like the sun, yeah, fatal like a gun. Shooter's gonna shoot and I'm gonna shoot until I won. Yeah, always do it on my own, so I gotta get through it. And the only thing I know is to love what I'm doing. Never give up, never slow, till I finally prove it. Never listen to the no's, I just wanna keep moving. Yeah, I put out all this art, it's my only medicine. Yeah, everything I do, I'm just being genuine. Yeah, I'm sick of being screwed, feel my own adrenaline. Yeah, I do just what I do, and I hope you let me in, yeah. Grateful, oh yeah, able, oh yeah, I'm stable, oh yeah, no label, oh yeah, you know me, I have only a path, I'm lonely, but damn, I'm going to win, yeah. Everybody knows that I'm breaking down. Everybody knows I ain't faking now. Everybody knows my heart's vacant now. Yeah, she hates me now, I made mistakes but now I don't ever wanna be alone. I don't really ever feel at home. On my own, in the zone, that's the only way I know. Feeling low, about to blow back up. Here I won't ever let the doubt creep in. Gotta pop a couple more aspirin. I don't think I'll ever let you win. Easier to break it off as friends. I don't really understand myself, I don't really understand, need help. I don't wanna be left on the shelf. Couldn't even hear me if I yelled. It's so cold outside, I'm alone, I'm alright. It's so cold outside, I'm alone, I'm alright. It's so cold. Break down, always feel like I could break now, but I never let it take me to that place now. I won't ever let my thoughts get away now. I got better things to do, picking fate now. I just wanna be the best, call me great now. I don't know if I'm okay or insane now. I remember better days on the playground, hoping I can find my way even when I'm feeling down. I fight, even when I don't know what is right. I'ma pick a side, and I'ma take pride. I will decide my fate, and I will never let them tell me who I am. If you try to shape me, I'll be damned. Planet on the ground is where I stand. Never give up, that was always the plan. It's so cold outside, I'm alone, I'm alright. got some nice long hair, and you know that she's a bad chick. All the boys stare, can't help it, it's a habit. Clothes that she wears, short skirt and a jacket. I just wanna get her all alone on a mattress. I just wanna have it, I just gotta have it. Rumors all around say her body is fantastic. All natural, not a piece of fur is plastic. Head to her toes, yeah, they say that she's a latch. Yeah, the whispers all around say she has a reputation. Don't believe it till I see it, so I want a demonstration. And I've always learned it better with a hands-on education. So I need a private session if you get what I am saying. And they say that she's not easy, no, she's really complicated. But that only makes it better, and it's got me so fixated. And I'm not the type to wait around, I've never hesitated. But she's got me captivated, so the game, I'm gonna play it, yeah. She's got a body like a coke thing. She likes to keep the party going. These rumors got me feeling lonely. I want that body, baby, show me. She's got a body like a coke thing. She likes to keep the party going. These rumors got me feeling lonely. I want that body, baby, show me. I heard you look good when you're undressed. I heard you like to get away. I heard you like to stay out late. I heard you had a couple boyfriends. I heard they didn't treat you right. I heard you're hated by your girlfriends, 'cause all the guys want you tonight. Yeah, they say she's too hot, they say she's too cold. Where she came from, nobody really knows. They say she looks young, but say she acts old. From everything I've heard, she gets out of control. And all the boys say she was sent from the heavens, but I'm not too sure that this girl is a blessing. She's got the devil's eyes and they'll cut you like a weapon. She's stuck in my mind like a bad obsession. Got bad intentions. She's got a body like a coke thing. She likes to keep the party going. These rumors got me feeling lonely. I want that body, baby, show me. She's got a body like a coke thing. She likes to keep the party going. These rumors got me feeling lonely. I want that body, baby, show me. But my legs heavy, I don't get it. How come I haven't hit it already? Still working, I'm still learning, I'm still searching. Finally earning something, finally turning something called a profit. If I hear you talking shit, don't get caught in it. I'll be popping off and hit your ass, dropping all your shit. Yeah, I promise this, I got promises. You ain't stopping this, cross my shit, you'll be knocked unconscious, bitch. That's the consequence, I got this, I will not quit. Man, I'm on it, honest. I'm gonna launch quick, then I'm gone. It's just a matter of time before I'm over the climb and moving under my prime. Just quit my 9 to 5, I'm rocking, and they watching, 'cause it's shocking. Dropping all these top 10 songs, so stopping. It's time to live my life, it's time to live, not die. Wish I could slow down time and just enjoy the climb.
And I'm the one to get it, bro. I swear to God I get it, bro. So don't just let me get it.
Yeah, let's go.
I'm gon' get it, yeah.
Yeah, I'm the one to get it, bruh. I swear to God I'll get it, bruh. Hey, I ain't never giving up. Said I never give up. I got this, man, I got it. I will not quit, I'm on it. Never rock it. Got the block lit, I'm toxic. Spitting logic, make them nauseous. Honest, can I stop this? Never cautious, drop it. I'm the hardest. Knock, knock, bitch, watch it. I'm the fucking king of rock, bitch. Pop it, spitting hot shit. I'm topic, chronic. I think I'm motherfucking lost it. Back, better facts, making racks where it's at. Have my back to the mat, not an act, that's a fact. We attack in a back, no react, no react. Think I'm black, off his back, while I rap, not the step. Throwing down, give a crap. We're advanced, I'm the man. Got a plan better than both brands. Goddamn, I'm a rhyme till I die. Never lie, that's a lie. I don't try, I defy. Get the nod that I'm right, yeah.
The studio like a student though, working on a movement, yeah, I'll do it cause I'm in the zone. And you know that I'm ready for the shows. How it goes, I don't know, but I'm waiting till I'm chose. Front row, here I go. All these people wanna know what you think of them lately. Do you really love me or do you really hate me? On a scale of 1 to 10, what would you grade me? All this social media has got me going crazy lately. Everything's inflated, mainly everyone's invaded. Privacy is naked, man, I really hate it. God, I really hate it. I just wanna make it through all this fake shit. Living in the real life, looking for some real times. Talk about the real climb, passionate in real rhymes. Steal time back from my 9 to 5, taking back my fucking life. I just wanna feel alive.
And I'm the one to get it, bro. I swear to God I'll get it, bro. So don't just let me get it.
Yeah, let's go.
I'm gon' get it, yeah.
Yeah, I'm the one to get it, bruh. I swear to God I'll get it, bro. Hey, I ain't never giving up. Said I never give up. Fake it till I make it. Motherfucking take it back from these haters. Playing tracks for the traitors. Got the passion in depth when it happens. Factions take action, drafting their captains. It's happening. I'm raising my status, facing the madness. I'm out gaining traction, avoid the distractions. I'm snapping, no captions, attracting reactions, adapting, attacking, commanding the masses. I'm practicing habits, I don't fucking ask this, I just fucking grab it. I am never static, massively active, expanding, backslid, planning to have it. So I will go capture it, and I'ma stay after it. I'm gonna fucking master it, put them on blasting, they will never last it. Don't be so dramatic, not my demographic. This shit is democratic, they phone effects, yeah, bitch.
down.
Trouble with love is what the trouble with love is. Trouble with love is what the trouble with love is.
guys, Cindy over here with My Extra Endeavors. How are you doing today? I'm actually doing pretty well. We are here with our explorations of me for this month. This was last month. You know, what are the positives of social media? So we had fun with that. Now this month it is, let me look. It says, do you have a daily routine? Does it help you? What happens if you don't stick to it? All right, well, I can tell you right now, I have kind of a daily routine. If I don't stick to it, I kind of get grumpy. Nothing wrong with that, is there? All right, so what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to get some paint on the background here, and then I'm going to start working with my daily routine. I may do it in some text. I may do it, I think I'll probably do it just handwriting. But I'm going to give you an idea of what my routine is and what happens if I don't kind of stick to my routine. All right? So I'll come back at the end and we'll chit chat about it, and I hope you enjoy. right, guys, so I'm sorry that was so long. I just got into playing with paint, playing with the retarder, messing around with some ink and some stamps. I was in the zone, I was playing, and I was enjoying. So, and I think that's what a lot of art is all about. I've got a couple of these little borders here that were done in a border swap quite a few years ago with Crazy Island Family. So I am going to use these on here just because I want to. And I want to use up stuff that's laying around here on my desk. So these are going to be used on here. Now I'm getting ready to go ahead and start my routine. I've been thinking about how I want to do it, and I really don't want just white blobs in here. I don't know, maybe I should just do some white circles and, you know, have it go. I'm not really positive yet, but I want to write what my routine is. I'm going to tell you guys a little bit of it, and then at the end we'll, you know, whatever else I happen to add. The first thing I do is I sleep as long as I can. And the reason I say that is because sleep is hard to get. There's a lot of times at night, you know, I'll only get an hour and a half, 2 hours, 3 hours sleep, if that. So if I'm sleeping, I stay asleep. And it's perfect because my husband understands, and he will keep Pucky away because she likes to attack me first thing in the morning. So that's the first thing I do. Of course, I normally get up, pop in the shower, clean my teeth, you know, all the things you do to get ready in the morning. Third thing I do is I head to the coffee pot. Don't talk to me before the coffee pot. Don't, I wonder if I can write on these. Probably not. I don't think before I have my coffee. It's so funny because my husband's a morning person, and I'll walk out in the kitchen and I'll get all these questions thrown at me. I'll just look at him. I'm like, really? I'm sorry. I know you're not awake yet. Yeah, that's exactly right. So, you know what? I'm just going to do my paint. Why not? And paint my circles. So that, you know, that is a definite morning routine. Where'd my paintbrush go? The one I want. Where's the one I want? Right here. Duh. So yeah, it's headed for my coffee pot. From there, while I'm drinking my coffee, I'll normally hang out on the couch because for some reason Pucky's got it in her head that she has to go back to sleep on Mama's lap for about a half an hour in the morning. So what we do is I sit on the couch, I'll check up on my phone, look at my email, that kind of stuff while Pucky gets her little nap. You know, another thing I do while I'm sitting there drinking my coffee is I'm going to assess my body. Now, what I mean by that is any of you that are in chronic pain, you know exactly what I'm talking about. Basically, I will do like a visual the whole way down my body, like in my head. I think about each part of my body and I think about where it stands as far as pain. There are some mornings that I wake up and I don't have to think about it. I know exactly what's going on because it's just so mean and obtrusive. So sit there drinking my coffee. Okay, how's the back today? Is it good enough to go into the art room? Is it good enough to run to the Dollar Tree? You know, how good is it? What is it doing today? Is it okay? So that's, you know, one of my very first things I do. Now, once I decide my body is either okay or not okay, then I have options. If my body's just not doing great, I'm just gonna move these before I glue them in. If my body's not doing great, then I have to realize, okay, can I sit in the art room for any length of time? If it's not doing that well, the answer is usually no. And then what I have to do is I have to plan a couch day, what I call a couch day. So I have an art case all set up out on my coffee table so that I can either work in my personal journal, I can work in just a regular art journal, I can doodle, I have a couple composition notebooks where I, you know, practice drawing things, that kind of stuff. So that's out there. Or, you know, is it really bad? And if it's really bad, I'm going right straight back to bed. Now, when I do that, I also have certain art supplies that I can get to in the bedroom. And, you know, sometimes when it's that bad, I really don't even want art supplies. So there's not a huge kit in there. There's just enough that, you know, if I feel like gluing something on paper, I can. When that happens, I have a TV that's actually on wheels that I can move to the end of the bed, and I can sit there, I can watch TV, I can relax and just let my body rest the way it needs to. So that's kind of my routine for the day. There are so many other things beyond that. If I don't listen to my body and I just decide I'm gonna do what I want to do, it just causes me more pain down the road. So that's why that a session, you know, checking my body, doing that visual and doing that feeling really helps me to figure out what I'm going to be able to do that day. So that is my routine. Now what's good about it? Well, if I'm in a normal pain range, then I get to play in my art. I'll be able to cook dinner for my hubby. I have to do it a little different, but I'll tell you in just a second. Let me dry these so I can start writing in them. All right, so let's say we're going to try to do today as an example. All right, here's today. Here's my start. Yep, my pen is not going to work. My marker. Don't mind my lines aren't perfect, and I really don't care. They don't need to be, because I'm just playing. All right, so here's the start of my day. So I'm gonna, first of all, sleep as long as I can. And again, we already talked about that, and that's because of the pain. All right, up and shower, do the normal morning bathroom routine things, you know. We all have to do it. Sometimes there's days when I know I just can't even stand up that, I gotta get a paint pen. I can't even stand up that long to do the showers and stuff. So, you know, you do what you have to. I go in and clean up, you know, the best I can and just work at, you know, being alive, right? So, like I said, the first one is sleep as long as I can. Second one is my normal bathroom routine, which I'll write that in a minute. Third one is the big one, coffee. My granddaughter Haley, she's so funny. When she stayed with us when we were up in New York, she'd come out of the bedroom in the morning. She always liked to sleep with Grandma, and she'd come out and she'd be like, "Grandma," and she'd be like a robot. "Grandma needs coffee." She was just a little stinker, but I love her to death. So yeah, next one is coffee. That's not an option. That's a given. So this is my normal bathroom routine. I should say wake up routine. All right. Okay, so the next one is coffee. And that is a definite need. All right. All right, after our coffee, like I said, this is where my day starts getting a little bit more where it makes sense. And while I'm drinking coffee, I'm going to assess my body. I'm going to figure out pain level, activity level, and action level, which means what can I do that day. All right, this is a very, it's got to be a normal portion of my life, of my daily routine, and the reason being is because you can't, if you don't do this, you end up causing yourself so much more pain than you really need. Now that's on the chronic pain perspective. And again, you guys are going to see that chronic pain is in here because that is my daily life. I live with it, I deal with it, and I have to accept it. So, all right. So once my body, you know, I figured out the pain levels, I'm just going to put in here what I do on certain pain level days. Let me just do this one while I'm sitting here. Yeah, they don't have to be perfect. I like the messy sketch type thing. Have you noticed? All right, so if we are in our normal, this is my normal pain level, which is a 7. It never goes below that, and it hasn't went below that since the day I had my accident. All right, so that's my normal. On my normal pain level day, I will do art, maybe laundry, some type of cleaning. Now this is not, like, I don't come in my art room and do bam, 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 and do a lot of stuff. I'll come in, maybe do one video, and then that's it in the art room. Then I take a break. Then maybe I'll throw a load of laundry in, and I take a break. Sometimes my hubby will bring the laundry to me on the couch so that I can fold it there. Cleaning. All right, maybe this is the day that I'm going to clean the bathrooms. All right, maybe 2 days from now I'm going to do a little bit of vacuuming. Maybe 2 days after that or 3 days after that, maybe I'm going to dust, which I hate dusting, so I do that very rarely. But anyways, so this gives you an idea when, and I'm going to put on here take breaks. So that's my normal pain day is a 7. Okay, so a higher pain, I'm going to say is like an 8 to a 9 for me. I'm very lucky I have a high pain tolerance, so I can deal with high pain a lot better, I think, than some people may be able to. But that's just how I am. I've always been that way. So on my higher pain level day, I will decide if it's the art. I can be in the art room. I'm going to say AR, and I'm going to say no. All right, so then I know it's a couch day. Now, depending on what I'm doing, if I'm having a lot of problems with my lower back, that's where the massive pain is, a lot of time I'm going to be laying down, okay? Now, when I lay down, I can either sketch or read or watch movies. If it's not my back, and let's say my fibro is really mad, let's say I'm in my normal 7 for my back pain, and my fibro is really kicking up a fit, giving me a flare, so I consider, you know, let's say this is the fibro, all right? Now, when I'm doing the fibro with an 8 or 9, sometimes I can sit and do art on the couch. But honestly, a lot of times, my fibro basically stays in my shoulders, in my middle back, my shoulders, not my neck. So it's kind of hard to sit up. Other than that, I'll just revert and do the same things I'm doing here. Okay, that's those days. Now, if my pain goes above a 9, those days, honestly, it's very hard to even get out of bed. All right, so I will stay in my bed. Hubs will bring in my coffee. He may bring in something to eat. He'll make sure I've got my TV. So let's say I get my art, coffee. You notice the theme here? Coffee's in all these too. Stay in bed, I get my art, I get my coffee. Hubs will get me food and make sure my TV is hooked up. Now, when I say making sure my TV is hooked up, I actually have it on a roll-away stand, so I can pull it out and bring it up like to the edge of my bed so that my controllers reach it. Or when I'm not using it, I take it and I put it back in a corner of the bedroom. So it works out really well. Now, this is my normal routine, and this is where when I'm gonna find some, let's use some red. If I don't follow this normal routine, several things happen. One, I end up in more pain. Let's get that on there right there. I will end up very depressed because of having more pain, even though I did it myself. I will also be grumpy because of the pain. So if you notice there's a common theme here, I have to pretty much stay wherever I need to because of my pain that day. So if I don't listen to it, again, I'm in trouble. These are lessons I've learned throughout the whole chronic pain. It's not something that I relish on anybody, but if you are living in chronic pain, take an idea to try some type of a routine such as this, or relook at what you're doing in your life. And another thing, just a little piece of advice on that, is you've got to be able to trust yourself, and you've got to be able to be what's the word I'm looking for? Flexible. And hopefully whomever lives around you, they will tell you or understand what you're going through, right? And that's a total nother discussion. But for this month, for the question, for Explorations of Me, these are my answers. This is what my daily routine is. If I don't do it, I'm going to end up in so much pain, I will be just miserable for, weeks. So I don't do that. I choose not to be miserable. I choose to listen to my body. I choose to do the best I can with what I've got. And I've also chosen to accept the fact that I can't always go and do. And those are the big, huge things about this whole chronic pain journey, is the exception. If you don't accept it, you're going to overdo. You're going to make your life more miserable. And it's just not fun that way. It really is not. I don't know why I wanted to put those on there, but I did. I just thought they were kind of cool. So I think what I'm going to do now is I'm just going to finish up this page. I want to doodle a little bit, put some Humpty Humps in here, whatever. And then we will be all set for this month. So I hope you guys have enjoyed this. And like I said, let me go ahead, do a little bit more doodling, and then we'll wrap it up at the end and on for another month. Thanks for watching. Hold on. right, guys, so I think I'm done with this page. I just, I have fun playing, and I think that's what a lot of this art is all about. So I just wanted to show you a bunch of that background, just marks I've made, and just had fun with it. So there you go. There is my routine, my daily routine. I can't wait to see what yours is. I'd love to see how different it is. Whether you have chronic pain or you don't have chronic pain, I would love to see what your day consists of. So don't forget to check out the other artists. Their links are in the description box below. We've got Gina, Barbara, and Leslie. Let's see what their schedules are about. I'm excited to see those as well. Don't forget
rain, and we've got snow on the ground here in Austin.
Oh, wow. I didn't even
Everything got
realize that
turned-
it snowed in Texas like that.
It doesn't. But last year it did, and now this year. So
Crazy. Well, thank you so much for taking the time out of your busy schedule to hop on the Life Coach Zach podcast today. As you know, we love talking about all things mental health, mindfulness, spirituality, health, and well-being. And you are the perfect guest to have on the episode today. We're going to talk a lot about energy healing. We're going to talk a lot about how you're a psychic and how amazing that is. We're going to talk a little bit about my experience working with you, which has been nothing short of amazing. So to all the people that are listening on Apple Podcasts and Spotify, my guest today is Amira Hall. Amira is a psychic, not psycho, with 22 years experience, over 23,000 clients around the globe, and 300 plus trainings. Amira, thank you so much for joining me today.
Oh, it's my pleasure. I'm super excited about what's going to come out in our conversation today, because with me, there's always some surprise or twist.
That's it. You never know with you. So tell us a little bit about what you do as a psychic. How do you have these psychic powers? And yeah, I guess we'll start there. How's that sound?
Yeah, I love it. Well, honestly, it's been a very long time that I've never admitted that I was a psychic. I tended to call myself an intuitive and then a spirit medium, and I've called myself every name in the book. And so that's pretty wide. But here's the thing. I believe we're all psychic. And that word is getting thrown around and bantered around in ways that it frightens a lot of people. And really, psychic means the unseen or invisible, right? So I'm accessing information. I kind of relate it to being able to look into, let's say a back office or an archive of information that's stored in our energy records. And so I'm able to see and connect with thoughts and feelings and patterns. And so it's, in a way, I gave myself a new title. I'm an interdimensional analyst. How do you like it?
Amazing. Interdimensional analyst. So how do you see the interdimension?
Well, if I could ask you to imagine a rose, or if you've got one on your table or a flower, and then close your eyes and visualize it, that's how we see. And we all see. Call it a visualization, call it an idea, an inspiration. I've trained myself to be able to zoom in on a specific, let's say, entry point. I call them pictures. It could be a thought, it could be a belief, it could be a memory. So when I can dial in, it's like when I look at the energy centers, the chakras, or the energy field, it's almost like I see a kaleidoscope, a spinning wheel of all of these incredible colors and patterns. And then when I zoom in or one color jumps out at me, I sort of go down that rabbit hole. It's like stepping into a stargate where all the information starts unraveling and I get a story. So the story is then translated in my head and I reveal the story. It might be a metaphor.
Yeah.
It might be a literal experience that the person's had.
Right.
So sometimes we have a little discussion trying to define or interpret. Is it a real life situation? Is it a metaphor? Or is your soul trying to give you, your next step information? So it's kind of a translation. And I think over the years, as I've developed an expertise in being able to, as much as a natural ability we all have, I've been able to refine it and tune it in. And that's what I teach people to do.
Amazing.
Because we're all highly intuitive, call it psychic. And when we access those parts of ourselves, there's so much more information that's available to us.
Yeah. You know, I would say this has a lot to do with the spiritual realm, right? I mean, when we start to link quantum physics and science and brain waves and the natural law of attraction and manifestation, I mean, there are a lot of pieces to the puzzle that fit perfectly. And a psychic is part of the spiritual realm. I mean, we send out information from our brain through our brain waves into the quantum field, into the ether, into the universe, if you want to call it the universe. And if we can feel the right feelings, the high frequency emotions of joy, love, gratitude, appreciation, what we're trying to manifest will come back to us. And I am a firm believer. However, there are a lot of people out there that don't believe in this. There's a lot of people that don't believe in the law of attraction. There's a lot of people that don't believe that we can manifest our goals and dreams through intentional thinking and high frequency emotions. So what do you say to all the doubters out there? And what proof do you have that proves them wrong?
Well, you might not like this, but I don't need to prove it to anybody. And after all this time, I'm so convinced, and I've had to prove it to myself because I came from a corporate background and not trusting my intuition and doubting myself or hesitating or being uncertain. When I was finally able to dial into the specific information, is it any different than being able to access a certain program or software? Right? If we have the right tools, we can, let's say with Word, a simple thing like that, we can type and send information through the air, right? Well, science is refined now compared to when this started happening for me 22 years ago. Now science is coming and really showing us how this is all stored information. And, you know, there's a lot of different psychics. And I want to just back up on that thought because, you know, some people misconstrue psychic with or associate that with only card readers. I'm not going there. I'm using my natural innate God-given abilities of clairvoyance, clairaudience, clairsentience, which we all have. It's part of our natural GPS system.
Right.
And our soul's path. Yes, this is a spiritual journey. As we start awakening and become more desensitized to being programmed by everything in our environments, all of these natural abilities just start coming online.
Yeah.
And so it's a wonderful process of discovery. And I really feel, you know, going back to what your comment was about mental health and the work you do, I often see it. People that get depressed, I know for myself it's happened, it's stuck energy. It's not even mine.
Right.
And so the wonderful liberating thing was, okay, if it's energy and I can clear it without meds or drugs or, you know, destroying everything in my life, then that's great. That's a win. Just show me how. And so that's where I started embarking on teaching people to clear their energy field, quick, fast, and easy, so that they can come back online and be that inspirational or that be on purpose with manifesting.
Yeah.
And coming back to the doubters, I think doing a reading, like, I don't know what your experience was, Zach. We haven't had a chance since I spoke to you about that. But that's how a lot of doubters come back to really believing. They need proof themselves.
Right.
And when I connect with them and identify things or articulate circumstances, and they go, holy geez, how did she know that?
Unreal.
I never told her.
Unreal.
You know?
And I had such an incredible experience on our session last week. I'm just so thankful that I was able to meet you and come across who you are and what you do. And I want to take a step back and talk a lot about manifestation, because I feel like these manifestation and our energy is very interconnected. I myself have manifested amazing things in my life. Amazing things, from my dream lifestyle to my dream car to, you know, a relationship with friends and family that are just constantly growing and getting stronger. And I believe it to be true. I believe that if I meditate and if I feel joy, love, appreciation, and gratitude in my heart, and I believe that if I am going to get what I want, then subconsciously my thoughts, decisions, and actions are going to align with what I want, ultimately creating that, bringing it to fruition, right? So I don't need to prove to anyone either that manifestation and the natural law of attraction is true. I don't need to prove it to anyone, but if they were to look, they would see that, you know, these are the receipts. And I'm someone who loves to study the natural law of attraction, and meditation is the foundation for that, right? In order for us to manifest what we want, our goals and dreams, we have to be present. We have to live as if we already have what we want, whether it's a beautiful house that's paid off, or if it's our dream job or our dream relationship. You have to live, you have to feel, you have to believe that it's already true. And it's easier said than done. So when it comes to the phrase easier said than done, I want to ask you a question. How do you, as a psychic, as an energy healer, sharpen your skills and get better at what you do each and every day?
Thank you. That's a great question. And I want to say that, you know, I totally 100,000% believe in the law of attraction. I believe we're here as creators. That's our spiritual purpose. We're here to learn about who we are. And unfortunately or fortunately, we've all been programmed. And what we're not realizing is that as an energy being that came into form, we're programmed and we're camouflaged our true purpose and our true abilities. And so we have to dig through that or begin releasing it so that our natural self can shine. And so that's why, and I mean, I started this journey just simply to heal me. After a near-death experience, I was in a really dark, destructive place in my life, and I hung out there I couldn't get out of it. I didn't go see a psychologist because I figured they're going to lock me up and throw away the keys. When I started hearing things and seeing things, all of my abilities got so turned on. It was like having a speaker blasting in your ear super high. You can't really hear it, right? So I had to learn myself. I had to prove it to me, Zach. I had to prove it that this was worth a damn and that it worked. And this was way before the law of attraction came into vogue and everybody was talking about it. But, you know, they've oversimplified it. And I feel like the general message behind it, they've left out some important ingredients in the recipe. And that is your vibration. So they talk about feelings, which is key, as you mentioned. But all of your feelings, I mean, if you've got these unconscious blocks that are sort of tucked away in the back closet that you don't know about and you're not looking at it and it doesn't matter to you because you're just focused and you're hell-bent on getting that beautiful home or whatever it might be, you're missing out. And there's that skeleton rattling in the closet that is dragging you down, and it is unconsciously lowering your vibration. So the trick is, how do we get to that crap that's behind us that we have no idea is there? And that's the part I work at, because it's the unconscious quantum part of you that's hidden from view. And it's real simple when you have the right tools. You know, you can't vacuum your house, the whole house, with a little handheld vac, right? That's just going to take forever. You know, it'll work in little one square at a time, but it's like that. You know, meditation is key. Listening as the intuition starts to come alive is not doubting it, and to taking specific action when you are hearing that little voice.
Amazing. So when it comes to past trauma, because that's something that you and I discussed on our session last week when you were, you know, diving deep into my subconscious and feeling my energy and reading my energy. And it was, you know, it was very eye-opening. But as someone who likes to be aware of not only what's going on right here, right now, but what's going to happen in the future and what's happened in the past, how can I, or how can anybody that's listening, be more aware of that skeleton in the closet? Like, what if they have past traumas that they don't even know of? And is that a common occurrence where people have past traumas that they kind of block out, that they don't even realize is there?
Yes, we all have trauma. We all have experiences that have derailed us, and those are stored in your archive, accept it or not, believe it or not. Is that you ringing, or
I
is
think
that
it's
me?
you. No worries though. No stress.
Okay,
That's
sorry
okay.
about that. Um, yeah, we can't see or know what we don't know. And so I think it's a journey of first making the body feel safe and the mind being retrained, because nobody's helped us train our minds, and our little monkey minds are jumping around all over the place. That's what spirit does. When we think of going to Hawaii, we go there. It's a flash, but our spirit literally leaves the body. If you've ever come in the house and put down your keys, and then you're going to leave next time, you can't find your keys. Where the heck did you put them? In that moment, you were out of your body. Your spirit was somewhere else, focused on something else. And same thing when you're barreling down the highway and you miss your exit. It's because you were at the grocery store thinking about what you're going to pick up, or that meeting that you're going to have. You left your body for an instant, or most of it. A part of your unconscious or your subconscious self is driving the vehicle because it's rote memory. So, this is the point where we have to retrain ourselves, not only to be mindful, but to have our spirit be in the present. And that is the most powerful place to manifest whatever it is we want. Because I see the energies on the planets is shifting. And we're coming into a phase where, as you think, you create. And so where it might have taken a month or two to manifest something, it's going to happen in a flash, because you were thinking it, and oh my gosh, somebody just showed up and said the very same thing and invited you to an opportunity. So it's happening fast. So equally as fast, we're also destroying things in our life, destroying or
Right.
missing opportunities. Or so we're just, nobody's ever been here at this time, I think, in the evolution of our spirit and the planet. So I know that we have to be more and more diligent, vigilant on paying attention. If you're anxious and you're just losing your mind, you're too far into the future. What's going to happen? Well, what if this doesn't work? Well, what if that's, not true? Getting clear, being able to be present and focus on what you see as the absolute next step is key.
Right. And I love
the trauma is when we have the trauma, it's basically we're connecting to a memory or a feeling that is in a past experience. It's not real. And I'm not saying it didn't happen, but it's your memory and your energetic connection to that point in time that keeps it alive in this present time. So we have to purge that. And it's like, how do you remove malware or viruses from your computer? You run a software, right? You deprogram it. And that's what I teach people how to do.
Interesting. So I love how you mentioned about we're kind of destroying ourselves too. I forgot exactly the verbiage used to articulate that thought, but it was like, we manifest good things, but we also manifest bad things. The natural law of attraction works both ways. You don't just manifest good things. You can manifest bad things too. And to all the people that are listening, that are like, whoa, I didn't realize that, I want you to really start to become hyper aware of your thought patterns, right? Are you in a positive feedback loop, or are you in a negative feedback loop? Because a lot of the times when we have a shitty day, we allow the shitty day to turn into a shitty sleep. And then the shitty sleep turns into a shitty morning. And then the shitty morning resonates and comes in throughout the rest of our day. So be really careful about your thoughts. Be really strong-minded and exercise your free will to choose positive thoughts only. What do you think about that, Amira?
Well, I think, again, meditation is key. And it's a form of meditation that I'm speaking about is a tool or a practice that actually purges what we don't know is there. Because I see a lot of people going out in the world, and they've got this happy face on, and they're perfectly groomed, and they're bragging about all the shit they manifested and all the good things. Meanwhile, they go home and their relationship is in tatters, or they're really not being honest with themselves. Or even if they are thinking, I'm positive, I'm optimistic, I've got these affirmations plastered all over my mirrors, but then all these things are not so good happening, right? So it's like their split personality. They want to believe those good things are happening, but there's something inside of them, they don't know where that is, that's just tugging them back. And that's maybe a sense like I've tried everything. In fact, I'm thinking out right now that most of the people I work with are highly successful and they're well educated. They've got successful, amazing businesses, but they hit a wall and they can't figure out, because they're really smart, what the hell did they do wrong? Where did they go wrong? And so they analyze it and analyze it and analyze it. And it might come back to a memory or something that happened so long ago. Man, it is in the back archives. And they have no direct tie to it, so they don't think it's haunting them. But it is. It's coming up for removal.
Yeah. And
because we're on a journey.
Yeah.
We're on a journey. It's not a stop and start, or you hit a button and you're finished.
So what's the process you go through? If you can explain it as simply and as succinctly as possible, what's the process that you go through to help people accomplish that?
The very first thing that we all need to learn, including myself, it's a continual practice, is being grounded.
Yeah.
And I ground from the base of my spine. So it's like I've got the base of my spine. Imagine right now I've got a USB wire plugged right down all the way to the center of the earth. So if anybody blasts me, with a criticism or a big surprise, or, somebody shuts something down now or something, I've got a way for the body to discharge that energy. And that energetic surge doesn't get stuck or locked in my body. So that's the first thing. Second thing I work with people is clearing the center of their head, because you can't be clairvoyant or inspired or have a vision to where you want to go or what you want to create if that space isn't clear. So if it's filled with worries or lists of things to do, or constantly looking at your phone, did I miss something? Did I miss something? The distractions. We've got to clear that inner space. And it's like a reset. When you reboot your computer, it's like you got a fresh software, connection.
Mm-hmm.
So that way our higher self and our guides, our angels, they can all, give you the messages with the utmost clarity. And then the third thing is to be able to have a practice where you are aware of where your aura starts and stops. So a lot of mistakes people make is they may be very gregarious or outgoing, but they come home and they're just flattened. And it's because they've went out into the world, or even online, it happens. You're plugging into everybody and everything, and they're all jumping into your energetic field. And then you're overwhelmed.
Mm-hmm.
So we don't know, nobody's taught us how to have a healthy, clean, fresh aura, how to stay present and not go into somebody else's energetic field. Like, what do you do when you go there and you come back feeling really crappy? Have you ever had a call or a phone call with somebody and you were feeling great, and then after you talk to them, you're like, oh man, I want to commit suicide. So that's what happened. It's their energy. Mm-hmm. And a lot of times we just blame ourselves, or we think something's wrong with us, or we can't identify it. So the beautiful thing is I teach people to use my stress buster, and they can just run those energies, the cosmic and earth energies in our channels. It's kind of like having an acupuncture session, right? Just keep those channels flowing. The body and the spirit know what to do when they're clear.
Yeah. Amazing.
That's key.
That's a process.
So those are the basic ones. And then being able to reclaim your energy. If you've gone on an adventure, you've had an event or a project, you've left your energy in that event. Oh, it was great. There's no question. You manifested a pile of money and all these people were praising you. However, your energy's still there. Yep. So in order to get back on track and be present and to continue to, the momentum of manifesting, you have to reclaim that energy.
Absolutely. And the best way to do that is to give you a call, reach out to you. To all the people that are listening, you can go to chakra-clearing.com. That's CHAKRI-clearing.com. Connect with Amira. Have your psychic reading done. I did it. It was amazing. Looking forward to continuing to work with you in the future. To all the people that were listening on Apple and Spotify, thank you so much. Go ahead and subscribe, share it with your friends. To all the people watching on YouTube, I'm going to drop the link to all of Amira's socials and her website and how you can connect with her below. Amira, it was nothing short of a pleasure again to have you on the podcast today. Thank you so much for your time. Is there anything you want to leave the audience with today?
You're a manifester. You're a creator. Go do
That's it. Go do it. Go do it. Be present.
Be
meditate.
Be it.
Right. Exactly.
Thank you so much, Zach. It's such a joy.
My pleasure, Amira. Have a wonderful day. Wishing you all the health, wealth, success, and happiness for this year. And we'll connect again soon.
Hello, superstar. Hello. I'm so excited for you to be here. Today we have a very, very special guest. Her name is Alyssa, and she has, honestly, I'm in loss for words because her transformation over the years has been incredible. And what I'm very, very proud about this particular episode is the fact that she's so direct with the way that she approaches coaching. You know, she's had corporate backgrounds. She has a whole bunch of different unique set of skills that has led her to become this dynamic coach that focuses on emotional intelligence. But what I really love about Melissa is who she is as a person. So giving, so loving, so attention to detail, y'all. When you're looking for a coach, you need to know that that person has a good heart, has the results that you're looking for, and is actually willing to see through you. What I love about Alyssa is that she does all of that and more. Not only does she take the practices that she's learning each and every day, committed to her growth, committed to her education, committed to her community, committed to her family, her friends, all of that, but she still has a holistic view of how to get you from maybe not excelling within your relationships to the next level, and how you can become that dynamic factor and that person that you envision, just, you know, shifting a couple things within you that can open up something new about yourself, and also helping you get to the next level within your career path. So what I'm really, really, really excited about is for you guys to see the directness about Alyssa. She's so good with articulating, you know, moments in life where it could be challenging, it could be difficult, but she helps you see the BS in your overthinking, or she helps you see the BS when there's nothing really there. That's what you want to look for in a coach, someone that can actually push you to the next level while still embracing your strengths and helping you build up that courage along the way. So make sure to check her out. She has amazing courses and she has amazing programs that you can definitely take advantage of. Make sure to check them out. We will definitely put the links in the description below. She's an amazing person, one of my favorite people on this world. So make sure to check her out. I don't say that lightly. So welcome to the call, Alyssa. You are a superstar, and we're so excited to have you here.
Thanks for having me. It's an honor.
Yes. Yes. So, I mean, we have a couple of questions for you because, I mean, you do so much work within so many different levels of leadership. So we wanted to, you know, before you got into coaching, tell us a little bit more about Alyssa before the whole coaching phenomenon happened in your life.
So I gifted 10 years of my life to corporate America. And in that gift of my time and my soul, I was managing corporate fitness centers. So I'm originally education and health promotion business graduate, college graduate. Originally always wanted to be a wellness coordinator because I really fully believe in the mental, emotional, spiritual, financial, and intellectual element of the body, the person. That's really hard to find in Chicago. So got into the fitness component, which is great. I mean, I love fitness, but it was really having those conversations and the PT sessions, running the weight loss programs, teaching the group X, that like there was a common denominator of like middle-aged people not having the mental, emotional, relational, and habitual intentionality. Like they were doing the domesticated lifestyle of providing for their families, going to work, busting butts, but they weren't feeling and having like that, those results that they wanted, those relationships that they wanted, the freedom that they wanted. And it became a really ethical thing for me, to the point to where then I had to cross-check who I was being, and working 15 hours at one location, and then on the weekends subbing classes or teaching group X classes or cleaning. Like I never had like one job. So it really forced me to be like, Alyssa, what the hell are you doing? Like, you're literally here teaching people how to take care of themselves, but you're not able to take care of yourself. Like, you're not getting enough sleep. You're making unhealthy choices. You're not showing up in the dating world like you want to be showing up. So I just had like a come to Alyssa moment, and had to get out. And it was the scariest thing that I ever did, but I just kind of did it and never looked back. So 6.5 years later, here I am.
Wow. Wow. Ladies and gentlemen, and I'm right here, Isabel over here. I am proof, okay, that Alyssa speaks her walk, or speaks her talk and talks her walk. You know, that whole saying, right? Because I've got to see you in person. And we've had other, encounters with people that we've actually looked up to a lot. And then we meet them in person. And it was like, yeah. And it was scary for us because we don't know what to do in those scenarios. More like, that'll be the last time, that will happen. And it hurt a lot. But when we got to meet you in person, we were like, oh, she's a lot taller than we thought. So, but she's really
a lot shorter. I was like, oh, wow, they're short. Okay. But we all love food and wine, so let's do it.
Yes. And what I really love about you, Alyssa, is that you're living authentically and that you come from a place that you actually do the work. Okay.
Oh, yeah.
A lot of coaches, what we've seen is like, they'll try to help others and then they haven't gone through the work themselves to actually prove that they've gotten the results that need to be gotten to help another person get to a different level in their life, in a business, right?
Yeah.
And you're really great at that. So thank you for being authentic. And that's why we really wanted to do these type of interviews, to celebrate the people that are true and authentic. So curious, I mean, did you get certified? Did you go through that route to start coaching? Yeah,
I did. And part of it is, again, I'm going to keep saying, it's the domesticated way in the fitness arena, especially because you have to have certifications to be able to teach class, to personal train. Then there's like these CECs, the continuing education that you constantly have to do. So I was just in like that rhythm of, oh, I need to take a class. Oh, I need a certification. Oh, I need this, which is great. I actually was certified through the Czech Institute as a holistic lifestyle coach. And that was really woo-woo. I got through it and realized I'm not going to be able to use any of this. Like, this is a problem. My corporate professionals that I want to coach are going to have plastic in their homes. They have little kids. Like it was like really holistic. So then I found Health Coach Institute. I'm like, okay, there's a life coaching. This is more my speed. And there was a business component to it. So I'm like, all right, here we go. This is just going to be my real kicker. So I did it. 6-month program. It was great. Went on, did their 1-year mastery, which was more ecology, therapy based, which was great. And that's it. Like, that's the only certifications I've gotten since, because I'm fine. I'm good. I don't need any more certifications. In fact, I coach for Health Coach Institute as an empowerment coach 10 hours a week. And that's one of the things that I tell students or coaches that are becoming coaches, there's two questions they always ask me. It's like, one, like, how do you have success? And I'm like, step one, get a coach, like get support. In the last 6.5 years of me being an entrepreneur, 4 to 6 months has been the longest I've ever went without a coach. You have to have a support. You have to have support. You have to have a system. You have to have a community. Like, get on board with it. Find the finances for it. Step two, or risk two, is don't get caught up in the grow, certification. You can have all the information in the world, but unless you're going to integrate what you have, you're not going to get clients. So don't make that mistake of like, I need this. No, what you need is a client. So do the work, find the system, find the support, and coach and integrate it, and then move from there.
Yeah, that's really great advice. And I mean, the people that are looking to get into the space and that are kind of timid, or maybe they haven't gotten the courage to go out there and find a coach yet, what advice would you give someone to be like, this is the 3 main questions that you should ask someone if you want to hire them as your coach, to set yourself up for success, especially in this industry?
As a coach hiring a coach, or as a human hiring a coach?
Oh, that's a good question too. Okay, so let's go with a human, because first of all, you need that guidance to get you to a certain level, right?
Yeah, I would want to know first and foremost why they got into coaching, right? Everyone's why is a really integral part of who they are. It's not necessarily what a person does, but their why is important. Kind of like on the reverse flip of why someone's going to hire you and why not. So why did you decide to get into coaching? The second thing I would probably want to know is like, what has been your most memorable experience or like win with a client? Let me know, like, what's your greatest testimony, I guess is the best way to say it. Because again, I want them to brag. If they can't brag about themselves, how are they going to be able to get me to brag about myself? And that's a very important part about coaching.
Oh, that's a good one.
And then, what are your core values? What are your top 3 values?
Wow.
Because if your values are like work, food, and finance, well, that might not, like, maybe I'm a workaholic. Maybe I'm overweight, and like, if your core values are those things that could negatively impact me or like influence or affect the way in which I'm wanting to go, we may not be a good fit,
Yeah. And what has been one of the major like hell to heaven moments that you've experienced with your clients that honestly that you get to dig even deeper within your core values that really justify your core values?
Are we talking about past clients or current clients? Like, I guess an example of that is when you tell me that I had a client who came to me to lose weight. She had lost over 100 pounds 2 times on the ideal protein diet, had surgery, had skin removal, everything, gained it back. She signs on with me because she'd been personal training with me, and she had only lost like 30 pounds in 4 to 5 months. She signed on for another 4 months. And what had happened in the like 6 to 9 months that we were working together, we realized that there was a lot of inner belief, identity, family of origin stuff going on. And so we worked together for a full year. And then a year after that year, I was sitting at her wedding at 51 years old. She finally allowed love in and married her best friend.
Oh, wow. That's awesome.
Like, it was awesome. So, I mean, that's like obviously one of the most memorable. Anytime I can help a client get through the blocks that they have within themselves to be able to connect and to like lead a more loving life. I think love is something that's like lacking, especially in the digital world of disconnect. Love is like so important to me and to like my clients, especially now in the arena of working with a more male engineer minded scope of practice. For them, like I just love being able to help and see them celebrate how much connection or respect they feel for themselves and their teams, because they are coming from that authentic, grounded space of like knowing themselves. And with that then also comes the emotional and psychological anxiety, depression, unhealthy work-life balance. So like, it's just, coaching is amazing. I don't know how people don't have coaches.
Right, right. And especially when you're going into a new transition into your life, you might be going from corporate and now you're looking to get into this dynamic field of coaching. You know, you must get someone that has been there or can actually tap into all factors of coaching, right? Because you deal with not only the emotional intelligence within everything that within you, but you also deal with business, right?
Yeah.
You're very strategic and tactical and like very technical. So like, what are some ways that, you know, you see coaching as like an evolution to people, you know, because what we've seen, and correct me if I'm wrong, a lot of people start with the unknown, like the naive self of being able to be like, I'm going to help the world and everyone in it, and everyone's going to be drinking the Kool-Aid and everything's going to be great. And then they need to make a landing page. And then they need to drive people to their first webinar, or they need to fill up something. And then they get stuck. You know, what has been one of the ways that you've been able to stay focused and energetically focused and positive in your business?
The first is understanding that, and one of my business coaches probably 4 years ago said, Alyssa, there's a difference between being a fluffy, passionate coach and a purpose-driven entrepreneur. He's purpose-driven entrepreneurial space, because if you do not step into this space, there ain't going to be no fluffy, passionate coaching going on. You have to get the fundamentals. So for me, it was really about re-identifying myself as I am a purpose-driven entrepreneur. I am a woman in business. I can do hard things. I cannot tell you how many times I said to myself in the mirror, Alyssa, you can do hard things. Alyssa, you can learn this. Alyssa, you can learn this. And having certain thresholds and like checklists of small tasks. Sometimes when I was developing the landing pages or going through some of your guys' trainings, I would have to set a timer, because I struggle with anxiety. So I would get so worked up about how foreign it would be. And I would just say, Alyssa, watch 10 minutes of it. Just give it 10 minutes and then go leave. And I'd go and I'd take the puppy around the block, and then I'd come back and I'd sit back down. And so a lot of it, again, is knowing that inner game, and also catching all the bullshit that's going on. Like, catch your mindset, catch your subconscious that's blocking you. Because if you're not willing to identify as like, I'm a person in business, I am a purpose-driven entrepreneur, you're not neurologically going to be able to have the beliefs firing to create that reality. Wow. And that's a shame. So having small increment things to do that are not overwhelming, but a lot of it is being able to look yourself in the mirror and tell yourself, I'm a purpose-driven entrepreneur and I can do hard things, and have some humility in it. Because I am, like, I tell my partner, Amanda, you guys met her, in the winter, I really struggle. Again, I will tell her, babe, I need you to tell me that I'm good enough. I need you to tell me that I can do hard things. I need to tell you to tell me that I'm going to rock this day, or that I'm going to sign a client this month. And she would. Because again, if you can't do it in yourself and you find someone that loves you and can support you, have them do it. because you have to create that. You have to create it. You have to create that image.
Wow, that is so powerful. That's a mic drop moment. That was beautiful. You know, one of the key core values, going back to that, because you're very ethical, you know, that's a really strong word, but you embody that to me. One of the core values that we've always been so passionate about is being location independent. And we love it, you know, and we also want to ask you, being location independent, what has been one of the greatest gifts of being location independent, but what has also been a thing that you don't like about being location independent?
So, location independent, prior to the pandemic, y'all, I was doing 12 countries in 12 months, and it was a joy. So, location independent, I love observing. I think that anytime any of us, I know, I've read books, I've read research, like I know that anytime a human can move to and put themselves in a different environment, a different space, a different country, a different culture, it opens us up. We become more creative. We just naturally are sponges. We expand, we grow. We are living from a more vulnerable space that, like, in your home, in your little domesticated way of like, this is how I live, this is who I am, like, you don't get vulnerable easily. Like, it takes work to become vulnerable in your domesticated space. So by removing the space, I just love the growth and the food. That's that, like, I'm not gonna lie, I'm a fat kid. The food is my favorite thing about being location independent, as well as being able to grow. And then what was the second, my least favorite thing about it?
Yeah.
Least favorite thing probably would be structure. So I'm very type A, OCD. I like a rhythm. I like routine. So when I go to a new space, and whenever you go to a new space, it takes like a week, 7 to 9 days to like get the lay of the land. Like, how do I walk home? Where do I want to go work? This, like, what do I like? And where am I going to work out? Am I in the time zone? Am I in a rhythm? That to me, because efficiency is also like a large part of who I am, I feel sometimes that time is like wasted. It's not, because I learn a lot in doing that, but I don't, that's probably my least favorite thing of being location independent, is how long it takes to get into a flow, and the fact of, like, obviously I'd be away from my puppy, so I would miss her.
Yes. And how many puppies do you have?
We have one. We foster failed one, but we also foster, and sometimes I board. So again, until we get our puppy to be 2 years, which is only 1 year, 1 month, we're still going to be shuffling dogs to create a wonderful personality. But because she is such already a beautiful personality, she's a really good teacher to the puppies in the shelters. So we bring them and we have her teach them some life skills, and then we get them adopted.
Wow. Y'all, if that isn't filled with love, I mean, what else is? I love that. And I mean, I know that you're a very busy coach, yes. And not only that, you have a lot going on, and I appreciate your time. There's one question that we always ask, and it's probably going to be one of my most important questions to ask. And it's something that I take extremely serious.
Okay.
What does freedom mean to you, Alyssa?
Oh, freedom to me is the ability to live, laugh, love, and learn however, wherever, whenever I want, right? It's the ability to do what I love, but be able to share experiences and places and things with the people I love. while being my authentic self in all of it.
Yes. That's awesome. I love that. I feel like you already knew that. You know, sometimes I ask that question and it takes someone a moment or two, but I feel like you
And
live in
variety.
freedom.
Yeah, I'm very, Amanda and I were talking about it before. That was one of the last things we said when we went to bed last night. We had a fucking hectic weekend, but we're like, you know, we have like such a good life. Like life is so fun with you. And I'm just like, I didn't feel like we had any fun this weekend. He's like, but it's so fun. Like we got Gordon adopted. We brought Willie home. We organized. I'm just like, the sun was out yesterday. Like the sun was out today. That's the cheer. But it's also a level of perspective too. So I think that anyone who's watching this that feels kind of like in that contractive, that stuck space of, you know, what the hell am I doing? Or how do I leave? Like, I also want you to just check in with yourself and let you know that like the freedom starts with you and the way you think and the way you feel about it and interact with it or associate to it. And a simple example of that is, are you a this or that person? Or are you a this and that? And if you're a this or that, like, you're not going to find freedom.
Wow. Ask yourself those questions, ladies and gentlemen, because that was strong.
You can't feel freedom if everything, like if there's a good or bad, a yes or no. It's this and that. And that's where gratitude, you know, gratitude, mindfulness, meditation, like it's all important. But that's also where, like, catching your thoughts on what's true and what's not true and taking ownership and accountability and how it's keeping you in this little like stuck circle. You are the owner of that. You're the master in creating that. So change it. And it's okay if you don't know what freedom looks like. I talk to tons of people that they're like, yeah, I don't know what it is. And that's a great thing to become aware of, because then you don't have really anything to complain about. You get to create something.
That was so good. That was so good. Y'all, if you have not checked out Alyssa, make sure to check her out on Instagram. You're on Facebook. You have a website. Make sure to check her out. She is amazing. Where can people find you easiest, Alyssa?
I mean, everything's under my name. Like my website is alyssapajoli.com. And then from there, if you want to go to my YouTube channel, if you want to go to LinkedIn, Facebook, like they're all on that page. But otherwise, any platform, just searching Alyssa Pajoli, you'll find me.
Can people DM you?
I'm even on Twitter. No, I don't accept DMs. Yes, of course. Voice messages are preferred, but if you want,
nice.
If you want to hide behind text, I'll also accept.
Awesome. Well, ladies and gentlemen, you definitely heard it from the woman herself. Alyssa, thank you so much for your time. Thank you so much for being you, and thank you for being off.
We will also have you on video, and so we will be spotlighting you all as you all speak. And we begin.
All right, welcome everyone to our Mental Health Matters, the era of empathetic entrepreneurship. I'm really looking forward to hosting you with my co-facilitators today, Salima and Dylan, who you'll learn more about very soon. But we have an hour together, feel comfortable. This is about well-being, so we want to make sure that you feel able to be yourselves in today's meeting. And if there's anything, please feel free to reach out to us through the chat. But I'll get right into it. If I could have the first slide go up, or a second slide, as I speak through, firstly, an introduction, and then take you through what the agenda will look like for today. All right, so my name is Safia Abji. I am a trauma-informed coach and a well-being consultant based in Nairobi, Kenya. And my organization focuses on a human-centered approach to creating systems of work and how our values align with the work that we do. I founded my business almost 3 years ago, but have been based in Kenya for about 8 years. And although I was trained as a coach almost a decade ago, most of my coaching work was pro bono until I started my full-time practice. So during my time in Kenya, I've worked for international NGOs, and after many years within the management consulting industry in Canada. While in the development sector, and some of you may resonate with this, I worked with many youth in the economic inclusion space. And I'm actually a longtime friend and advocate for the Sandkelp Summit, as I've worked very closely with a number of entrepreneurs across East Africa. What I recognized during this time was that there's a gap between creating jobs and opportunities for young people and their diverse realities at home. In development work, there's often little consideration of the impacts of cultural and personal challenges that can create barriers to employment, from gender inequities to financial challenges, to access to technology and mentorship opportunities, to stigma towards the geography that they live in, and little understanding or investment on issues of mental health and needs in general. I was often getting asked for support as a coach first by my beneficiaries rather than for vocational training and employment support. The truth is that no matter where you come from, when you don't have the appropriate systems to support you as a whole human being, you only bring part of you to the job. This is an unsustainable and potentially destructive approach to economic inclusion interventions, as we are often supporting those who are looking for work to strengthen their sense of confidence and see it as a pathway to meaningful work. Sorry, guys. And so, to meaningful work and growth. So as a result, I started my coaching practice and consulting business to focus on the systems we have in place already and how to be more inclusive in the solutions we create, not only focus on the bottom line, but actually those who contribute to it. I wanted to facilitate this session to put a spotlight on the topic of well-being in the workplace, because as much as this is being spoken about on the outside, especially since the impact of the pandemic, we are still not having important conversations within the spaces where transformation is possible and very required. Today, we'll provide a small taste of why we need to start scaling these conversations and create cultural shifts rather than a bandaged solution to rising issues of mental and emotional well-being. Now, thank you so much for listening to that. Before I move forward, I wanted to take you through slide 2, which is the agenda, so you know kind of what the flow of today will look like. Now, our flow will be very fluid. We have opportunities for Q&A at the end. So if you are, if we have a lot of questions and we're having a great conversation, we are happy to continue that moving forward. But also to let you know, we have a bit of a brainstorming exercise at the end to start thinking about workplace well-being. So once we're done with introductions today, we'll go into an icebreaker. We'll talk more about why well-being is becoming a priority in the workplace. We'll talk a little bit about your own personal well-being and assess that. And then we'll hear from Salima and Dylan on their own entrepreneurial journeys and why well-being has become important for them, as well as do some speaker Q&A. And at which point we'll do a bit of brainstorming around how to improve the culture of well-being in your workplace. All right, let me hand it over to Salima for introductions, and thank you all so much.
Hi, everyone. Nice to see everyone here. Thank you so much for having me. It's an honor. Thanks, Safia, for the lovely introduction. My name is Salima Valani, and I'm a 9-time founder. Some failed, some exited. Lots of my story we're going to share soon. A TEDx speaker and the best-selling award-winning author of this book, Innovation Starts With I, recently launched in November 2021. I'm also the founder and CEO of Ripple Impact, which is a business accelerator that helps entrepreneurs grow their businesses and scale their platforms. So essentially, we're the team behind the scenes to many entrepreneurs, helping them grow and scale their businesses. I also teach design thinking and entrepreneurship at Johns Hopkins University at the Graduate School for International Studies, and I often guest lecture at business schools. I'm also currently a student myself in the lead executive education program at Stanford University's Graduate School of Business. I contribute to Forbes. I talk a lot about innovation, entrepreneurship, remote team building, and I've been published in 15 different research publications between the World Bank and the Inter-American Development Bank. I have a previous career in international development, which is very much aligned with what I'm doing today, since we do work with entrepreneurs all over the world, especially in emerging markets. And I've done a lot of work on how to promote a circular economy and improve refugee livelihoods using hydroponics and water-saving climate-smart technologies. And I've done a lot with that in the MENA region, including insect farming, which is a new thing I've been up to. And why this session is important to me. So mental health has been a really important part of my own entrepreneurship journey. And it actually helped with the unleashing process, since a lot of us have to go through some sort of unleashing and coming out of the closet when it comes to, finding ourselves or becoming ourselves as entrepreneurs, these new versions of ourselves. And I really resonate with the James Clear quote, which is, entrepreneurship is a personal growth engine disguised as a business pursuit. There's a lot there. And I love the title of the session with empathetic entrepreneurship, since I have a quote in my book, and it says that empathy is the undervalued stock that enables those who have it to be more successful in many areas than those who lack it. So very relevant in today's times, especially as we're coming out of the pandemic, and very excited to be here. Thank you.
All right, Dylan, over to you.
Fantastic. Thank you very much for having me here today. My name is Dylan Jiri. I'm from Cape Town, South Africa, and I founded a business in 2007 that does work in the live event space, predominantly with working with a lot of technicians, high staff turnover, and since then have evolved myself into furthering my studies in strategy, coaching, and really helping people understand emotional intelligence better. I am what I call a distracted entrepreneur, which means I like to get things going and then move on to the next thing. I felt that I needed to become an entrepreneur because school was challenging for me. I got 5% for maths in my final year and wasn't able to go to university. But in 2018, I was fortunate enough to finally make it to Harvard Business School, where I studied entrepreneurial strategy, and the following year became an accredited strategy summit facilitator. And I've been working with people all around the world since then, helping them set strategy in their business and helping them become leaders who empower the people in their business to become the best versions of themselves, which then allows business owners to step out of their businesses and work on it from a top-down approach rather than getting stuck in the operational side of business. So I'm very happy to be with you guys here today. Why am I here? And why is this session important to me? Well, I myself have struggled with many mental health challenges. And I think that sounds so shocking, but mental health is very broad. I particularly struggled a lot with anxiety. I had my DNA sequenced in 2019, and I have the IL-1RN gene, which makes you more susceptible to depression. And through a lot of self-work, I have learned to realize that being positive and having an upbeat mindset takes a lot of daily work and daily habits. And although my friends are always shocked when I tell them that, I have to do all this work to sort of make sure that I'm mentally in the right gear to face the world, they're like, that's so strange because you're always so positive and you always have such an upbeat mindset. And so I'm really hoping to share some of that and why it's important to you. I also am on a mission to live a life life without fear. And that has really changed my life considerably, knowing that everything is going to be okay, no matter which direction it goes. So thank you for having me today. I look forward to engaging with all of you.
Thank you so much, Salima and Dylan. So many questions I already have for you, and you're friends of mine. So thanks for that great intro. Dylan, I thought we could get started with the icebreaker. Are we ready to go?
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. Thanks very much for allowing me this opportunity to do our icebreaker. For me, there's a couple of reasons to do this. I think we should all continue to develop our virtual event or virtual capabilities, everyone, whether it's become part of our daily lives. And even though in-person events are back in place, I think that virtual is here to stay. I think also that with a topic as deep as empathetic entrepreneurship, it's important for us to also get to know everyone in the room. So I want us to do an exercise together. And I really want to invite everyone to turn their cameras on right now. So don't worry, no one's going to have to say anything. No one's going to have to speak, but I really want to invite everyone to turn their cameras on. If we can have everyone turn their cameras on. Hopefully we have some people turning their cameras on. There we go. Thank you, Elsie. And what we're going to do is I really just want us, we're a group of people that have never met each other. And I really want us to see if we can, in 2 or 3 minutes, get to have a more empathetic understanding and get to know people a little bit better through just a series of questions that I'm going to ask, and we're going to answer via our cameras. So I want you guys to pick up a piece of paper. It's always better if it's a colored piece of paper because it makes the screen look really beautiful. And again, if you've just joined, I'm going to invite everyone to turn their cameras on and then block your camera with a piece of paper that is that you have on your desk. All right. If you want to leave your video off, that's fine. There is another option. You can use the raise hand functionality if it applies to you. I always like to do this seeing people's faces because it gets us to have a better connection. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to ask a couple of questions, and I want you to, if that question is relevant to you, so if I ask you, do you prefer cats over dogs? If it's a yes for you, all I want you to do is click the raise hand button or remove the colored piece of paper. And over a series of questions, we will all get to know each other a little bit better. So for those people that don't want to turn on their cameras, if you can all just click your raise hand emoji or any of the emojis, you can click the heart emoji, any of those, just so that I know that you can hear us and that you can see us. Otherwise, we can start now. So let's cover up our screens. All right, everyone, cover up your screen with a colored piece of paper. And we're going to start with really a couple of really easy questions. So the first one is, do you have a tattoo? Do you have a tattoo? If you have any tattoos, click the raise your hand functionality or take away the piece of paper. All right, thank you very much. All right, let's reset and go to the next question. Were you born before the 1980s? Were you born before the 1980s? Okay. Thank you. Let's reset again. Were you born after the 1980s? Born after the 1980s. Okay. Lots more action there. All right, let's reset again. Another easy one, and then we'll take it one level deeper. Have you traveled or visited more than 4 continents? Have you traveled or visited more than 4 continents? Okay, we're seeing our travelers here. Thank you very much for sharing so far. Let's take it one level deeper. Have you ever been, so everyone just cover up again. Those that have raised their hands, drop your hands, cover up. Have you ever been arrested? Have you ever been arrested? All right. Thank you very much for sharing. All right, next one. Are you COVID vaccinated? Are you COVID vaccinated? All right. Thank you for the participation. I really appreciate everyone sharing. We're slowly starting to build a safe space, and we're slowly starting to get to know each other a little bit better. Okay, here comes the next one. Let's reset, cover up our cameras again. Have you ever fallen in love at first sight? Have you ever fallen in love at first sight? All right, some smiles there, and I hope some great memories coming back there. All right, fantastic. All right, we're almost halfway through. I want to ask a couple more questions. Let's reset and cover up our cameras again. Do you get irritated when helping old people with technology? Do you get irritated when helping old people with technology? Okay, thank you. Thank you. All right, let's reset again and go one level deeper. This is the last round of questions. Are you currently experiencing grief? Are you currently experiencing grief? All right. Thank you very much for sharing that. All right, let's reset and lower our hands. Have you ever been a victim of abuse? Have you ever been a victim of abuse? Thank you so much for sharing. All right, let's lower our hands again. Have you ever felt guilt as a spouse? Have you ever felt guilt as a spouse? Thank you. All right. And last question. Thank you so much for sharing. Let's reset. Are you curious to become a more aware person? Are you curious to become a more aware person? All right, well, that's fantastic. Thank you so much for sharing. And I hope that you've gotten to meet a couple of people, even though we haven't seen everyone's faces. I definitely have a better idea, and I feel slightly more connected with everyone on this call. Safia, back to you.
Wow. I need a second to inhale and exhale. So if everybody wants to just take in what we experienced and just kind of enjoy what a beautiful intimacy that created in such a short time frame. And just exhale out so that you can come back present to the room. Thank you so much, Dylan. That was very powerful. Okay.
It's my pleasure.
Getting back into statistics and information to support the self-awareness piece, which it sounds like everybody wants to be a part of. If I could ask Parita to please put up slide 3 for us. We're moving on to why well-being is becoming a priority in the workplace. So here we go. Let me just minimize my screen. So the Great Resignation, quiet quitting, anti-hustle, what do they all have in common? A recognition that behind the work that we do, there is still a person who requires more than just treating their work as a reward. When your work feels like a transaction that doesn't connect to your deeper sense of self, so this would be your freedom of curiosity, exploration, connection, values, and purpose, employees will burn out from being treated like a means to an end. I'm sure you felt this way in your own career. And so this is a reminder in this session that we are all human first, and that is the thesis actually of empathetic leadership. So the slide on here is for you to take a snapshot of. You can read it while I'm going through it. I will touch upon this, but you'll see why they become relevant. And I really highlighted for you there, though, what the kind of key message is from each of them. We have issues of climate change, issues of war, oppression, the global pandemic. So beyond their obvious effects, these situations have taken a brutal toll on well-being. And for the younger generation, the impact is particularly stark. And that's something that we should all care about because we are living in a majority youthful world at this point in time. A recent survey reported that 52%, that's the majority of young adults, are experiencing feelings of depression or hopelessness. How do we achieve well-being in a world so overrun with crisis? One of the answers across generation has been quit your day job. Over the past 2 years, almost every industry has been impacted by the Great Resignation. Younger workers in lower paying industries such as retail, food services, and healthcare started the trend, and they were eventually joined by long tenured, higher paid employees from industries such as finance and technology. This phenomenon has prompted many companies to take a second look at burnout and well-being. According to the University of California, Berkeley, a psychologist there who did some of the earliest research on the topic, burnout occurs when emotional exhaustion, depersonalization, and a reduced sense of personal accomplishment are all present simultaneously. In the words of your average worker, it's the result of being overworked and undervalued, as well as disconnected from a feeling that your job is actually important. While companies have turned to mindfulness rooms and unlimited time off as a way to combat the issue, which in my point of view are just tactics to calm employees instead of addressing the key issues that are actually require the calming in the first place, neither is shaping up to be a long-term solution. The Great Place to Work Institute recently partnered with Johns Hopkins to study the well-being of more than 14,000 employees from 37 countries. What they found is that across people, places, and cultures, factors like personal support, a sense of purpose, and meaningful connections made the biggest difference to employees' health and happiness. If we could move to slide 4, I just wanted you to take a look at this because there's actually 5 dimensions. I'll just wait for that slide to shift. But there's actually 5 dimensions of employee well-being. And what the findings found is that personal support, a sense of purpose, and meaningful connection made a bigger difference. Barita, are we able to move to the next slide by any chance? Thank you so much. And so what's interesting about this, if you actually look at the slide, we spend a lot more time often on the mental and emotional support piece and financial health. So a lot of bandage solutions. And what we're hearing now is that if we actually deal with the root issues that create a sense of connection in the workplace, we may not actually have to spend so much other time on the other 2 dimensions. So that might be one of the biggest gifts of the Great Resignation. The conversation it has sparked around purpose, engagement, and organizational values. Surprised that so many workers were willing to sacrifice financial stability for more fulfilling work, many firms have been forced to ask, what can I do better? This is especially true as we learn that the majority of those who left their jobs don't regret doing so. A Harris poll survey from March indicated that only 1 in 5 workers who quit a job in the past 2 years would make a different choice today. A better quality of life has left most with absolutely no desire to turn back the clock on their decision. The Washington Post followed up by interviewing some resignees late last year. While they were concerned with the current state of the economy, the vast majority are thrilled, quote, with the changes they've made to their work lives. The testimonials speak volumes to the importance of well-being. Quote, I may make half as much, but I feel like twice the person, said a former New York City chef who went on to get certified as a substance abuse counselor. Another quote, sorry, my screen keeps getting bigger. So in another quote, the stock market wiped out the equivalent of 1 year of my pension and I still have no regrets. The improvement in my personal happiness is priceless. This is from a former teacher in Florida who lost 10% of her pension by not waiting longer to retire. These testimonials illustrate something very important. Money doesn't drive retention. So according to the Great Place to Work, employees who experience high levels of well-being in the workplace are 3 times more likely to stick around. Being happy and healthy matters immensely. And for companies that understand this, purpose remains the vital lever. After all, people who say they are living their purpose report levels of well-being 5 times higher. That's huge, 5 times higher than those who say that they aren't. Connect employees to the value of their work and the challenges they face might not seem so daunting. So personally, being a coach who supports emotional freedom and purpose in my own practice over the past 10 years, whether I am coaching a C-level executive or someone climbing in the professional chain, 100% of the time, and that is no joke or exaggeration, there is a recognition that when your work is not connected to a deeper sense of self, the rewards of superficial success create more temporary feelings of fulfillment and begin encouraging questions of whether we are living in ways that make us truly alive. And when we start thinking about whether we're truly alive and awake in what we're doing, that starts to create a transition and transformation most of the time. Often, our work is actually a coping mechanism to hide from hard emotions we haven't fully recognized and dealt with. So from a trauma-informed approach, and if anybody has any questions on what trauma-informed work means, it will become much more popular, I think, in our daily jargon as we move forward. But a little bit of insight into some of the things that I deal with. So we have something we call high-level and low-level coping mechanisms. Your low-level coping mechanisms look like your traditional struggles, not that they should be traditional, but struggles like escaping from our realities through addiction to alcohol, to drugs. But high-level coping can look like addiction to work. It can look like addiction to accolades, to getting degrees, to going to the gym. These are things that our society still rewards, but they're still coping. So the pandemic has forced us to take a deeper look at our lives and how we are living them in ways that weren't sustainable to our long-term fulfillment, and with more recognition of how current employment systems aren't set up to address the emotional and personal freedoms we desire. The systems are now being forced to change. We need to start approaching ourselves, our teams, and our clients from a perspective of how they best contribute to the systems of our organization and reward them in ways that are meaningful. This includes viewing whole organizations built by whole humans and not just the roles that they play, especially when they spend the majority of their time thinking about completing and being at work. Okay, there was a lot in there. And there is a slide up right now. Those are the 3 dimensions that were the most significant to employee well-being. But what we're going to do now is move on to prioritizing our personal well-being. And we will be using the slide to help us with one of the polling questions. So hopefully we can keep it up there. But Parita, I would like us to launch our first polling question. So I hope everybody knows firstly that this is an anonymous, the answers are anonymous. But they are about you. So get comfortable. And your first question is, on a scale of 1 to 5, how would you rate your overall satisfaction with your mental and emotional health? So your personal well-being. 1 equals extremely unsatisfied and 5 equals extremely satisfied. Please answer now. Really interesting. So there's 22 of us in the room. If hopefully all 22 of us can vote, we can get a real good feel of who's in the room and how everyone's feeling. How do you feel about your mental and emotional health at this moment in time? Okay, we've got about half the room who's answered. Give it another 30 seconds. All right. Should we end the poll? We'll give it one more, maybe wait about 10 more seconds if anybody else wants to vote. Otherwise, we'll end the poll. Get your answers in there. Remember, they're anonymous. Okay, let's end it. So if we can see the findings, all right. So the majority was at 4, interesting. And then the next was at 3. This is very, very parallel to what I usually see in most rooms. So it just goes to show you that we're never quite at a 5 and quite at a 1, but we're usually somewhere in between. And there are various factors that will fluctuate this depending on what's happening on a daily basis. And so actually, it's a perfect segue to our next polling question. But if anybody wants to take a snapshot of this, by the way, this is not proprietary. Feel free to use this. You can take a snapshot. Otherwise, we can stop sharing that one and move on to the second polling question. All right, polling question number 2. On a scale of 1 to 5, how much of an impact does your work have on your personal well-being? So now this is, how does your work impact your personal well-being? There's no impact, use a 1. If there's high impact, vote 5. Okay, I'm seeing these results coming in a lot faster. Feels like it might be really relevant to our audience. We have about 60% have voted. All right, so how is your work taking a toll on your personal well-being? High impact is a 5. About 10 more seconds to get the rest of the votes in. If we can have those remaining 7 people, please vote and get a good view of how we're feeling. Okay, let's end the poll there. All right. And the results are in. The majority are on the higher end of the spectrum, which is interesting. So we have many people who are feeling like their work life is contributing to how they're feeling on a daily basis. And one of the parallels that I wanted to draw here is that often, and this is what we were talking about through just why mental health is becoming more of a priority, or your well-being is, because quite literally, you know, we're hearing about burnout, we're hearing about resignation, we're hearing about quitting, but people aren't having these conversations. And a lot of the ways that we're now addressing these issues in the workplace are very much bandage solutions, right? We have, you know, mental health awareness weeks, we have events, we have, you know, a day off to be able to deal with the things that matter to you. But, you know, if we can actually shift the way that the environment is supporting your mental health, and that means any environment, not just your workplace, but any environment, we can actually start mitigating the risk to actually feeling some of the ways that we are. And so this just goes to show that for many of you, whether you're entrepreneurs, whether you're investors, whether you're accelerators, you still work within an organization and your work still impacts how you're feeling on a daily basis. And if this is relevant to you, it's definitely relevant to the many communities that you are connected to. All right, our last polling question. So this is associated to the slide that is up, and it's based on the 3 dimensions that were mentioned in the research around, you know, the top 3 that contribute to employee well-being. So of the top 3 dimensions contributing to employee well-being, which factor makes the biggest difference to your health and happiness at work? So is it personal support? Is it a sense of purpose? Or is it meaningful connection? Personal support, a sense of purpose, or meaningful connections. Which one is the most relevant to your health and happiness at work? And think about your most recent experience. You know, what's really been weighing on you. It can be parallel to the last question. We're always moving in time. So how you're feeling at the moment, what's relevant to you at the moment. Okay. We have about 50 votes in. We can get a couple of more. We can get a really great view of how everyone is feeling. So what's relevant to you? Meaningful connection, personal support, sense of purpose. I'll give about 10 more seconds. Might be thinking through. Okay, we can end the poll there. All right, and so not surprising, I assumed this is what the answers would look like, a sense of purpose. We are in an entrepreneurship forum. Most of you are likely doing something you truly care about or are passionate about. So sense of purpose definitely aligns with that. Feeling every day that your work is meaningful and fulfilling because it actually aligns with your values. And so great to hear that many of you care about that and want to continue to support that factor of well-being in your workplace. All right, we can stop sharing the polls. Thank you for sharing the results and so much for your help, Parita. I so appreciate it. And now, without further ado, my favorite part of today is we are going to move on to our speakers' stories. And this is what I call well-being wisdom, because for me, knowledge and wisdom, different things. We can learn things in school, we can hear about how experiences have affected people, but when we truly have experienced it and have had to learn how to deal with something, that is where all the wisdom comes in. So what greater way than to share from a personal perspective from 2 of my friends, but also really accomplished entrepreneurs, both Salima and Dylan. And so I'm going to hand it over to Salima to share. And our speakers are really going to go in today to talk about, you know, the topic of well-being from their personal perspective as entrepreneurs and share their journey and lessons. And for those of you who have questions, feel free to put them in the chat box. We will address them. There'll be an opportunity for Q&A. And I'm looking forward to hearing that. All right, over to you, Salima.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Safia. So my story actually goes back to, let's say, 2009, when I graduated from college and from McGill University, and I couldn't find a job in the economic crisis. I stayed in an attic in the Bronx and New York City. I tried looking everywhere and couldn't find a job. And so I ended up deciding to figure out how can I provide more value? How can I do something good for the world if I couldn't find a job? So I decided to volunteer, and that took me to Brazil to volunteer at an orphanage. However, I didn't end up at the orphanage immediately. What happened was the nonprofit director was like, well, Salima, I want you to be in Rio de Janeiro and start a language school to help support the orphanage, because we're struggling here. Our infrastructure is falling apart. We don't have long-term volunteers. We need more money. If you can start this language school, we'll give you the resources, have a donor, and just get it up and running. And so that way the proceeds from the school can support the orphanage. And so in Rio de Janeiro, I didn't speak much Portuguese. I was speaking Portuñol, and got the school started, got a bunch of volunteers from around the world together. Didn't know what I was doing at age 21, but managed to make it happen. And we were teaching all these different languages, as volunteers, and realized that our business model was failing, because that wasn't the best strategy. We would have classes that sometimes only had one person, or people weren't showing up. Then we pivoted, which is such an important process, and mental health is really, really key in that pivoting process as an entrepreneur. It's tough to accept that we were failing, but that also means that that challenge is an opportunity for reinvention. We ended up focusing on what we were good at. Where we did have traction was, Portuguese for foreigners. We had the foreign students that were really, really interested in learning Portuguese, and also supporting the orphanage. And that's when our business model shifted and took off. And we were able to start academic credit programs, homestays, extracurricular activities, all kinds of partnerships with Lonely Planet, et cetera. And the school became the top rated school in Rio de Janeiro, still exists today, became a for-profit actually from a nonprofit, and has a whole community. And that was a defining experience that really set the foundation for entrepreneurship in the very early stages of my career. I then ended up moving to Italy from Brazil. Love story there, it's in my book, but I ended up living in the south of Italy in a town called Reggio di Calabria, which is right across from Sicily. There was the mafia, there were bombs. It was a kind of crazy place to live, but no jobs. Again, 2009, I was now, turning 22, and just couldn't find a job. I tried cooking Italian food, but they didn't eat Caesar salad and fettuccine alfredo there. I tried teaching English, but I didn't have a British accent. And after tons of rejection, I ended up fueling that into what can I do? And I went to the internet. My brother gave me some advice. Why don't you set up a profile on elance.com and start using your skills like languages, since I spoke some languages and could do translation work. I couldn't use my degree in international development. And I ended up starting it, turned into from a freelance translation, small gigs here and there, turned into a six-figure translation business within just a few months to help businesses go global and help them translate their websites. We could work in HTML. We couldn't even afford translation software. So what we did instead was, and this was my partner and I were doing this together, we actually had human translators, because the gig economy was just starting up. And so there were a lot of people that were sitting around the world also without a job and available to do translation work. And so that business really took off and did well, and was able to exit and sell the business a few years later. I wanted to it wasn't trying to be an entrepreneur. My dream was to work at the World Bank or the Inter-American Development Bank and pursue a career in international development. So I went to grad school at Johns Hopkins in Bologna, Italy, moved back to Brazil to do some work at the China-Brazil Business Council, ended up in Washington, D.C. to finish graduate school here at Johns Hopkins. And after graduating, I had gotten this dream job, or what I thought was a dream job, at the Inter-American Development Bank, working in economic development. It studied economics, and was traveling around Latin America, advising governments and monitoring and evaluating projects and visiting different sites and fields. And it was a whole different experience. And I learned a lot, and it was exciting, but I also didn't feel that I was able to have the flexibility and creativity. I felt I was put into a box and often said no to, and I couldn't really be my true self, and I missed that life as an entrepreneur, which I didn't have the perspective prior, but after having those different experiences, I really started to appreciate the entrepreneurial lifestyle and being able to wake up excited and do something I love. I ended up exiting that job 3 years later and going back into entrepreneurship. And through actually storytelling and telling, I was very embarrassed about my translation business because it wasn't really anything that my colleagues or my classmates really understood or did. And I was embarrassed. It was really just myself telling a story in my head, which I also learned about through my therapist, that, sometimes we tell stories in our heads that aren't really true. And as an entrepreneur, it's so important to be vulnerable and share. And it was actually when I started sharing my story that a lot of opportunities started coming to me. And that's when I landed a job, a side hustle with Elance after telling my story and success with the translation business. They hired me. Now they're called Upwork, if many of you probably know this freelancing platform. And they were like, we want you to tell your story to entrepreneurs and go around and launch different WeWorks, WeWork, the co-working space, and teach entrepreneurs how to hire remote teams. Of course, in 2013, 2014, and even 2015, remote teams wasn't a huge thing. And so our startup education program failed. It was also a time when, after making that exit, I had co-founded a marketing agency. And that was also a failed experience when I got laid off from both those jobs. And so I now had made this big career transition out of international development into entrepreneurship, but I couldn't figure out, how do I unleash that entrepreneur within myself? How do I actually do that and be successful again? I no longer was in the crisis I was in back in 2009, but I was struggling to figure out, how do I start again? And if I'm so good at helping other entrepreneurs get started, how come I can't do that to myself? And it was interesting. A lot of other things happened that year. This very home that I'd recently got at the time had a bad fire. The building burnt down and I was displaced for almost 9 months. Got laid off from those 2 jobs. I had gotten divorced. There were so many traumatic experiences that happened to me within that period of time. I ended up booking a one-way trip to India. I spent a month there doing a lot of meditation, yoga, Ayurveda. Ended up later in Thailand and Bali, trying to really heal myself and understand, what is my purpose? Who am I going to become? It's not Salima in international development, but Salima as an entrepreneur is failing. What am I going to do? Came back to Washington, D.C. Actually got rejected at Toronto Pearson Airport. I couldn't get back into the States. I'm actually Canadian, and had struggles trying to get the visa to come back here. They let me in for 2 weeks as a tourist. And this is, I had my home here, couldn't access it. But I ended up, going on this, what I call 100 coffee challenge, and literally had 2 weeks to find a job with a visa. And so I was strategic and had coffee all over Washington, D.C., asking people for help. And it was really hard being vulnerable and asking people for help. But I realized that people were actually willing to help. And I landed 2 opportunities. One, which I ended up taking, was to help, figure out how to solve this food insecurity problem in Africa and the Middle East using hydroponics and different ways of growing food without using soil and very little water, which I ended up taking, which led to so many other opportunities. But yeah, that was a really, really hard time of my life when I realized the importance of mental health and being able to take care of ourselves, but also having the right support system, or what I call solidarity squad, in place. Having therapy, having a coach, having a circle of friends, having support groups where I could share, even before that lifequake happened, was so important, because I never really had that mental health support throughout my life. My family never really I'd experienced trauma earlier in my life. When my mother passed away at the age of 16, I never had a therapist until the age of 28 or 29. And so all of that healing that had to happen actually led me to unleash so much. When I came back and was able to do that work in hydroponics, I ended up, going into design thinking and innovation and starting another company. And a few years later was able to really identify, well, my dream is to help entrepreneurs. I want to help 10 million entrepreneurs succeed and grow their businesses. For a while, I was in that healing journey of 3 to 4 years, and personal development it takes a while. It's not something you can just hire a coach, a therapist, and then get healed within a couple months. It really takes a lot of self-awareness and deep work and a lot of really deep healing. And it's not just fixing or patching. It's a lot of rewiring or revisiting our lives and telling our stories in a different way. And I ended up, realizing during the pandemic, another crisis happened. I was able to navigate this one a lot better, and went back to, well, if I did this in 2009, I can also do this in 2020. And it has a great book on that called The Dip. And I realized it was time to let go of my previous business and start my current business, Ripple Impact, where I was like, well, there must be a way to help entrepreneurs and monetize it and be successful. And it was really through helping entrepreneurs, not just with coaching and advising them, but realizing that they don't need to necessarily hire their own teams, and they might not have all the strategy to do that. But also just helping them with coaching wasn't enough. They needed designers, they needed marketing, they needed a lot of talent, and they didn't know where to start. And it was the chicken and egg problem most of us entrepreneurs deal with at the early stages. And it was then that I started Ripple Impact, where we were able to bring together designers, marketers, strategists, and a really awesome team. We were very small. We were 2 people 2 years ago, and we're now a team of almost 50 people, it's great to see some of our team members here in the audience as well. And yeah, that's what happened. It blew up, and now we're supporting several entrepreneurs, and we're the team behind the scenes supporting them and helping them grow their businesses. And in that process, I also launched my book, as I mentioned earlier, Innovation Starts with I, which has the story, has a lot of great tools and frameworks on really how to reinvent not just your business, but starting with yourself, because business reinvention is really all about personal reinvention. And that's my story.
All right, Safia, you happy for me to go? Fantastic. So I think, just thinking back on my life now, I think there were 2 main inflection points that I think really started the process to me becoming and falling in love with empathy and emotional intelligence. And the one was very young, at age 4, where I got a very rare skin disease called impetigo. And it would start on my skin like a mosquito bite, and it would open and open and open till it was like a festering welt. And some nights my mom would have to change my sheets because it was just so bad, and there was so much fluid coming from these welts. And that caused, because no one knew a lot about the illness, mothers wouldn't want their kids to play with me. So I started feeling this loneliness, and I started to feel like there was maybe something wrong with me. And then later on in life, I decided to make a decision to go from a Afrikaans primary school to an English high school. And I think as a teenager, that was quite a big decision, because all my friends carried on to another school and I went to this new school. And again, I felt this loneliness, having to reflect a lot inwardly, not knowing my space in the world. And I was very lucky to have an extremely supportive family, but I constantly wanted to understand more about these feelings. And I then moved, like, fast forward many experiences, but ultimately in 2007, I started a business with very little cash flow and very big ambitions, and also a high court lawsuit from my previous employer. And it was at this point where I was working 100-hour weeks. I already had some staff, so I felt responsible for them. In our country, there are up to 6 dependents of each salary. And so this started building more and more anxiety. And I really was reflecting again, but trying to understand, where was all this going? Because the only thing I could do to solve the court case was make more sales and work harder. And so that led to a lot of anxiety. It led to definitely pre-burnout scenarios. And then I joined the Entrepreneurs Organization in 2012, and that really changed my life, because for the first time, it brought together the sense that you are not a work person, you are not a social person, you are not a family person, you're all of these people in one. And how do you take care of this person as one? And how do you also see how you impact others through what you do? And sort of through this process of sharing experiences with other entrepreneurs, I started to realize that people are not inherently bad. People are inherently looking after themselves first, and sometimes we become collateral damage because of that. And so my curiosity around understanding people more and more became bigger and bigger and bigger. And I then started to realize in my business, if I really wanted to make it work, I really needed to empower people. And I needed to empower them not just to realize their growth potential in the business, but to realize their growth potential in their entire life. And in an industry where we have massively high staff turnover, we were able to build a culture that really sort of cared for each other and cared for the person within the company and try to understand how that person thinks, feels, and acts and shows up in the world, and what is their route to success. You know, we were all bound by a great vision and mission and values, but each of us, I started realizing, had a different way to getting there. And so my studies continued as well. I started studying the Enneagram. I became a team dynamics expert through my own healing process. I started to learn a lot about breath work, about mindfulness, about journaling, and I started passing that on to my staff and seeing how much growth they would get from that. And that really helped define my purpose in many of the other businesses that I've since started up, to live my purpose, which is I'm the breath that connects humans to leap into their highest self. And when I get that right in the companies that I create or that I work with, then operationally the business starts operating on such a high level that I can then focus on culture and strategy, which have become my passions. And so it's just, you know, Sadhguru has this amazing bit of wisdom where he says, you've got two choices in life. You can either be wounded or you can learn from those wounds and become wise. And so my number one value in life is curiosity, and just to keep meeting people and keep impacting people's lives in a way where I can help them transition from their wounds to wisdom and then unlocking their potential in life. That's a quick summary of my story.
Wow. I feel like in 1 hour we've covered so much, but it's just such valuable information. Firstly, Salima, thank you so much for taking me on a journey of your exploration into where you started to where you are now. I haven't gone on the journey with you before, so that was really insightful. And Dylan, you know, firstly, I love Sadhguru, so I love that we definitely resonate on the same philosophies. But also, you know, the both of you were so vulnerable. And what I really heard come out of your stories is the fact that so much of your personal experience as a human being, the things that you go through, the things that you don't have control over, are also the parts that made you the successful entrepreneurs that you are today. If it wasn't without those trials and tribulations as a being, not just an entrepreneur, you actually wouldn't be the successful, like the high impact entrepreneurs that you are. So, thank you for bringing all of yourself to the conversation today. Now, we have about 7 minutes left, and I think the best use of our time would really be get to the Q&A. So, Purita, how would you best like to support?
I can read out the questions for you. Extremely sorry for that. I can read out the questions for y'all, and I think we have questions I slightly directed to a few of y'all, so we can also get through that. I think very firstly we had something for Salima coming in. Salima, how have you brought empathy into your company and made it a foundational value, considering it's both global and remote? And you have to deal with so many different cultures. But you've still managed to support every individual in a unique way. And Cheyenne speaks from personal experience, so would love some anecdotes here.
Thank you so much for that question. So I actually have a whole chapter on empathy in my book, and there's lots of tools on like what empathy is, what it's not, and there's a lot of great stuff in there. But what I can say from our experience is that really trying to connect with our team members on a human level. At the end of the day, we're humans. And when I interviewed Ariana Huffington for my book, we talked a lot about work-life integration. I think work-life balance is a thing of the past, but she really emphasized the importance of work-life integration. Since as entrepreneurs, it's hard to have boundaries because we really love what we do. For me, my mission is to help entrepreneurs as a personal mission, and that comes out in my work, that's executed through my work. And so when our life purpose is integrated into our business, it can be really tough to set those boundaries. And so I think that in the past, we said we had to have these really strict boundaries, but today that everything is sort of melded, we're working from home. Sure, it is important to have certain boundaries, but I also think that we can really learn how to invite our team members to bring their whole selves to work, because at the end of the day, you want people to feel that they're connected to the mission, that they're co-creating the vision with you. And it's not just the founder with the vision and people just below them executing, but rather we're all together very horizontally, very flat. I like to say our team's very, very, very flat. And we generally are working together towards the same mission. And there's a way to really connect your team members to feel intrinsically motivated by helping them, kind of like we kind of run like a bunch of small startups within Ripple Impact, since we're now a medium-sized business almost. And we're no longer a startup, but we do have different departments, which we give them the autonomy and the creativity and flexibility to create their own mini culture and their own, have their budget, have the ability to organize their own events and things. And we're also trying to move from an entirely remote team to a hybrid team. We've done some trips, we've done some retreats and regional retreats. We're hopefully going to have a global retreat very soon to bring everyone together. We've had, book tours. I've had even Cheyenne here has come, and I've met her in Dubai on a book tour. And it's been amazing to meet people in person, but I think we want to figure out how can we make that more of a practice where we can bring people together. We may not have physical offices, but how can we use that extra budget towards bringing everyone together, even if it's just once or twice a year? And I think that goes a very long way. It changes the connection we have with each other when we get to know each other in person. And if that's not possible, there's ways to do team building virtually. It's just having some people dedicate time towards, whether it's fun Fridays, doing things as a team, exercising, yoga, meditation, cooking workshops, whatever it is, but really trying to connect with people on a human level is so key, so that they all feel included and that we're part of something bigger.
Yeah, Salima, thank you so much. I just wanted to really bring home the idea of work-life integration and what that means. We all belong to various communities in our lives. And I think that when we take the approach with our organizations and we treat people as if we're doing events or we're putting things in place to create a work-life balance, or making people feel like they're included, when it comes from a feeling of I have to do this, it doesn't really work. The community that you build at work is the community. It's like a community of friends. Even with my clients, as much as I'm a coach, there's certain, I call them the community I'm meant to serve. They become a part of my community. And so if I don't treat them with the approach of like, you matter, and what matters to you matters to me as well, and how do we create a system where all of us feel like we are a part of something that matters, then all we're really doing is kind of creating these systems to try to check something off a box, and that never really works. So I love this idea of integration as opposed to balance, because your work is pretty much so much of your life now. We don't have boundaries at work after the pandemic. People have really not thought about that. So we have to integrate. So thanks for sharing that.
That's great to hear. I think Salima and Safia, and we have a lot of more questions coming in, but in the interest of time, I'm going to take one more, and we'll redirect these questions that you weren't able to answer later. We have a question from Julius. He says that I work with an organization in Uganda called Nakida Network Foundation with teenage mothers. Some of these teenage mothers have mental health problems. How can they get help?
I think let's take that one offline. That would require a little bit more digging. But I think you had one more question, Parita, at the beginning around anxiety, right?
Yes.
Could we direct that to Dylan?
Sure. Dylan, we have a question of from Kevin, of how can he overcome anxiety as a young entrepreneur who runs a startup company?
Fantastic. Thank you very much for asking the question. And I think that it's important to understand that anxiety is in all of us, and it's not necessarily always a bad thing. I think back to being a kid and the night before Christmas, and you have that anxiety of tomorrow's Christmas, I wonder what presents I'm going to get. And our bodies struggle to differentiate between good anxiety and bad anxiety. And it took me many years to learn actually about polarity and how polarity is a universal law of nature. And if I constantly am building something with loads and loads of excitement, then I fail to see what the cost is of that. And so let me explain that a little bit better. So let's say I just landed a massive contract and I'm an exuberant person. I'm super excited. I'm happy. I'm like, got all this good energy in me. What I try to do now and what I didn't do in the past is I try and balance it out by saying, what is the cost of this? Okay, so I've got this great contract. It's amazing for all the reasons that a good contract could be amazing. But now I'm going to have to work more hours. I'm going to have to travel more. I'm not going to see my family as much. I'm not going to see my friends as much. And so slowly that starts bringing everything back into perspective. And that's really helped me to deal with anxiety. The other thing that's also helped me is Alan Watts has a philosophy that says, as humans, we have no real understanding that whether a decision we make today is going to be good or bad for us in the future, and whether a result is going to be good or bad for us in the future. So once I started learning that, and I learned to remove fear from decisions, you can really actually almost roll a dice. And if you are open enough to learning and open enough to healing, you can, off every decision, have the opportunity to learn and grow, whether that outcome is perceived by you to be good or bad, or it's perceived by the world to be good or bad. And along with that, I think in the early days, the things that really helped me was breath work. I struggled to do meditations. It was really hard for me to do meditations. Breath work really helped me a lot. I learned that as humans, we breathe way too shallow nowadays. So working on my breath work helped a lot. Journaling helped me a lot. And doing positive journaling every day. Gratitude journaling. What are 3 things that I'm grateful for? What is one big thing that I'm going to set out to achieve today? And getting all of that stuff on paper declutters your mind. And that also helped me to deal with anxiety.
Thank you so much, Dylan. Karita, if I can have 2 minutes, I just wanted to close off, but also respond to what Dylan said. You know, it's funny, when I was looking at that question, the first thing I said is attachment to expectations, right? If we're always thinking about the future and trying, and as an entrepreneur, and I work with many, of course, there's fears about, will I make payroll this month, right? Are we going to make our growth objectives? You have so many stresses on you. But if you're so focused and attached to the outcome in the future and you can't be present, you're not even able to take the next possible step that could get you towards that future goal. And so often what I say to clients is the only thing you have control over is the next step that you take in the direction of that. And if you can find a way to be present in that, and you will always flow forward in the way that you're meant to. And honestly, every single entrepreneur you ever speak to, there is always going to be a story where things felt like they were falling apart. But often it's in things falling apart that we actually rebuilt and actually found a way that was better than we even thought. We think we're geniuses sometimes and we have all the solutions, and often solutions find us in the hardest of times. So thank you for sharing that. I also want people to be aware there's a lot of science around how your emotions are stuck in your body. And so the idea behind breath work, right? We are constantly moving energy, and either that energy gets released or it gets stored in you. And so if you are feeling, issues in your gut, right? If you're noticing you're breathing heavily, if your heart's beating very fast, if your palms are getting sweaty, these are all emotions that are not getting expressed. So whether it's journaling, whether it's having a mentor at work, whether it's doing breath work, make sure that you have an outlet to literally the sponge of who you are, whether it's what you're taking in, experiences, you're taking in what the food you're ingesting, whatever it is, your body must release that. So find avenues to do that. And so thank you both so much. I can't wait to hear the feedback from today's session. I'm so grateful for all of you who attended and spent the time with us. We didn't get to the brainstorm, but I wanted you to walk away with one exercise. In the polling, we identified a sense of purpose as being the most important dimension to this group who attended today. I would love for all of you to be able to take home with you, just thinking about that dimension, why it's important to you. The why is really important. And what is one thing that you think you could start implementing today within your organization that could start really shifting the culture to really be more of a place of meaning, progress, and fulfillment for not only you, but the community you belong to. Remember, when we're thinking about cultural shifts, we support quality of life. It's not just about a bandage solution, it's about actually walking the way that we're talking. All right, everybody, thank you so much. Thank you, Salima. Thank you, Dylan. Thank you to the whole SAMCALP team. This has been such a pleasure. And I look forward to meeting you all again. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Satya, Dylan, and Salima. It was lovely listening to all of y'all, and I'm sure the audiences that had the chance to listen to some lovely personal stories, and we'll give them the opportunity to reflect and think about the ways that they'd like to create mental well-being for themselves. Really, Sankalp is happy to have all of y'all onboarded and would love for all of you to join the next sessions and keep sharing the impact that we tend to create constantly. Thank you everyone for joining in.
Hey. I'm gonna get some feedback here for a split second, but maybe not. We'll see, okay? Still trying to figure out the Telegram situation.
Did it even work last week?
No, but I got it working now. I know how it's supposed to work now.
Cool.
So what's up? Hey, y'all. Hey, we got a bunch of you popping in here super fast. Let's rock and roll.
I thought you were going to play us intro with a different song today.
What? Why would I do that? You want to have a Nagila?
I thought it was going to be like a little, birthday jingle or something.
I should have set that up. Happy birthday, Elon. Elon, it's your birthday. I actually... Go ahead.
No, someone sent me a video of these like weird monkeys singing birthday, like a birthday song. It's like some weird stuff out there on YouTube.
I actually just learned a new birthday jingle, like song, which is so much better than the run-of-the-mill happy birthday, but I haven't learned all the words yet. So by next birthday, I'll get you. 42, okay. I'll get this thing down. It's spiritual, it's sweet, it makes you feel good in your body, and like it relieves that embarrassment that you always get when everyone's singing you happy birthday.
Oh, it's nice. I actually used to have to sing this jingle at the restaurant that I served at. It was like a steakhouse.
Yeah.
And we always had to it was like happy birthday, like something. I forgot all the words, but yeah, there's some weird things out there.
Well, in case you guys are wondering what the hell we're talking about, it's Elon's 41st birthday. So Mazal Tov and happy birthday to the big.
Thank you.
To my bigs.
Thank you.
Still here for y'all. We enjoy this.
Happy to be here with you guys on my birthday.
On your birthday.
Being here with you.
So feel free to say hello in the chat box there, especially if you are, well, not especially, but and if you're new, let us know, because we want to give you a special hello as well and welcome you to the Old Souls and Seekers community. Today we're going to touch upon kind of like a progression in transformation and mindset, and like what are these quote unquote levels that people attain, reach in their understanding and wisdom. And we want to give you maps because it kind of shows you where to look and what to reach for and what kind of work you may need to put in place in your life right now to create these habits and these foundations in your life. Because what we want for you guys, just to understand, if you're part of this community, it's not just to transform, right? Like any of us can go out and have an ecstatic experience this weekend if we so choose. You can go to an amazing class, you can go do breath work, yoga. Like, there's a lot of things you can do for yourself to make you feel good. And when you go home, is that sustainable? Are you applying that in your life? And that's what Elon and I really care about, is not just having transformative experiences, but the understanding and wisdom and experiences that one requires in order to have sustainable transformation in their life, to have more fluid relationships with yourself and others, to live a healthier life, to be healthier in your mindset, to be honestly more fluid, because life is a fucking shit show oftentimes, and it's not about making life perfect. It's about how you get to respond to the way that your life is arising, so that you can maximize the benefit of the moment instead of losing time and then repeating the mistakes that you've repeated. So if you are new to the community, that's really what these conversations are about. It's what all our education and programs and community is here for. It's to support you in giving you tools and resources and experiences, most importantly the experiences, to create fundamentally a new place for you to live from in your life, for a new perspective to arise naturally without you having to like force some kind of outcome. So if you are new to the party or old to the party, again, please feel free to smash some likes and hearts. Let us know that you're out there, say hello, and just know that you can ask questions. You guys can probably see the comment boxes, the comment box there, and so we can see your questions, we can interact with you. And so as we go through this, if you want clarification, if you have something specific, of course, if we have time, we'll get to as much as possible. So awesome.
All right.
Anything you want to say?
Let's say hi to some new people here.
Cool.
Who do I see here?
Sharon.
Mary Elliott is new. I see Sharon. I'm maybe butchering that one.
Might be Sharon, which would be really cool.
Sharon. It's a cool spelling.
Mm-hmm.
I think those are all the newbies I saw, and then we have a bunch of.
And P.S. guys, if you see your name showing up as a Facebook user in the chat box,
Yoav, she's got to be a fellow Israeli for sure. Yeah, go ahead. Tell them about the link.
I'm dropping it right now. So guys, I'm going to drop a link for you real super fast. If you want if you see your name when you drop in a comment as a Facebook user, that's because we are in a closed group. So the software can't pull your name out. So I'm going to put this link in there right now, that chat.restream.io. If you click on that and you just go through the app's permission, it will then start pulling your name into the software so we can see who you are as well. Okay?
Cool. Well, welcome everybody, one and all. Again, just great to Russian Israeli. Welcome to the family then.
Yeah, totally.
Interestingly enough, before we dive in, I was with a group of people this weekend, and we were meeting them for the first time. And people always ask, like, what nationality are you? Especially because my wife and I have kind of weirdish names. And what was very strange is that I stopped myself from saying Russian, and I actually purposely said Ukrainian. And I stopped for a moment and realized that this is the first time ever that has crossed my lips, just because of the situation and everything. I think part of it is like, if you say Ukraine to someone, they're like, and where is that? Is that in South Dakota or something? Now, obviously, there's more knowledge around it, and there's this big thing. It's like Russia and Ukraine is very different. So it was just interesting for me to notice, like, holy shit, now it's almost like we got to make that distinction. And then just to give you guys like a super side funny story, we run Facebook ads, and guy was telling me that we had this ad that was working really well, and Facebook chose colors, and it was like yellow and blue.
I chose the colors, but chose them before the event had occurred and had not even crossed my mind.
Yeah, this was like, months and months and months ago this thing has been running, and the guy's like, all of a sudden there's all these like more comments than usual, and he's just like, this is odd. So he goes and checks the comments, and people were just blasting this for us, like milking the Ukrainian thing and using the colors and blah, blah, blah. And I'm just sitting there and I'm thinking to myself, I'm like, if this was like 5 months ago and you walked on the street and you were like, what colors are the Ukrainian flag? If 1 out of 1,000 people were able to say it that was not obviously from there, I'd be in absolute shock. And now everyone knows exactly what the flag looks like and all that stuff. So just interesting side notes.
Also another side note. This reminds me of when I was younger, I used to tell people my middle name, and this will probably be the first time I've ever shared this publicly here because I don't really use my middle name. My middle name is Barack, like Barack Obama, and it's a Hebrew name. So when I was a kid, I used to tell my friends that my name was Guy Barack, but then they would be like, nobody had ever heard that name before, so nobody conceptualized what that meant, and they would always be like, "What's that B name that you had?" So I stopped using it, and then Barack became president. And I was like, "Oh, that's my name," and everyone's like, "No, it isn't." Like you just can't. I couldn't win, so I was like, "All right, I just won't use it again." Oh my god!
Elon Musk is like the best thing that's ever happened to me, and not even from the fact of Tesla. Just like he's made my name a household name. It's a household name.
It's a household name.
It's a household name.
Yeah.
All right, let's get to the meat and potatoes of today.
Let's do this.
Enough of this birthday Ukrainian Russian Elon talk.
Well, hopefully Russia doesn't invade Latvia, so then you have to call yourself Latvian too. Yeah.
So we're gonna walk you guys through kind of this 3 stages of transformation today, and we're gonna kind of talk about it from 2 different perspectives. When we created our ascension model here, so obviously we do these calls every week. You can come and enjoy these for free for forever. I mean, we have coaches from our organization that come to these calls for free. So once someone is ready to kind of like jump in and work with us, what we have done is we've taken these 3 levels that we're going to talk about today, and we turned it into an ascension model, meaning that we can actually walk someone through the process of what we're going to be discussing today. So wherever you may have found your way into our home, you're already on one of these levels, right? And so as we're discussing this, what I'm inviting you to is to just sit and allow this kind of information and let it kind of marinate over you, and just notice where you are in the process. And wherever you are in the process, I just want you to realize like you get to acknowledge yourself for being there. Right? The human mind always wants to be somewhere else. It's like where I'm at is not good enough. Let me get over there, which is fine. And just know that as we walk through this, it's like, okay, where do I find myself on the map? And we'll actually work with you and share with you like what are the pieces that one would need to kind of get themselves to the next one. Okay. So I'm going to describe this in 2 separate ways, and then I'll have Guy come in and interject this as well. We're just going to start with level 1. And level 1, we're going to speak from a place of awareness, and then I'm going to also map it out on your journey. So level 1 is, in the way that we describe it here in the Awareness Effect Academy, is awareness is trapped inside the mind. It's like when people kind of start to find it, it's usually they point to somewhere here or somewhere behind the eyes, etc. And as long as awareness is trapped there, which it is for basically everyone, unless you've done a lot of this work, then the world has a certain color and tint to it, because the only way that you can ever perceive the world is through these 5 senses. Right? So if awareness is here, it's basically using your eyes to see, using your ears to hear, using your nose to smell. It's constantly chatting and talking to you, right? And this is where people have their first real breakthrough at level 1. And that first breakthrough, which my assumption is most of you have already had, is that this voice in your head that most other people think is themselves, you've already come to the realization like, holy shit, that voice is not me. And that was a really profound moment for every one of us on our personal development journey. I still remember to this day when I was sitting there and they were like, notice the voice inside your head. And my voice is like, what fucking voice is he talking about? There's no voice in my head. And then the guy goes, the one that just said there's no voice inside your head? That's the one. And I was like, huh? Right? And then you really start to get the sense of how this thing controls your life. And so when we're in this level 1 phase, what tends to happen is we are constantly acquiring information. Like when you have that epiphany, whether it came from a book, whether it came from a seminar, whether you hired a coach or whatever it might be, you remember that moment very, very well. And if you guys do, like, share what your moment was. Was it a class? Was it a book? Because I want you guys to get like how impactful that first moment of awakening is.
Yeah.
I can describe to you the moment of the day that I got unplugged from the Matrix. Guy can describe it like, to the T. Like he remembers when his foot hit the stairwell, like the heel hit the stairwell, and then this light bulb moment went off. I remember mine. I was just driving down the highway going back to this class, and literally it was like someone. It felt like I was like on mushroom experience. All of a sudden, all the trees became so bright. I had to pull over to the side of the road, and like I thought I was hallucinating. Right. So what happens is in this early stages, like the phase 1 of your growth, this level 1 phase, is everything is impactful. The next book is amazing. That next video, the next seminar, everything you take on is so juicy and so delicious. And it's just like, wow, after wow, and aha after aha. And you get so excited. You kind of probably go out and destroy a bunch of relationships by sharing with everyone. Like, read this book, you have to do this program. Everyone thinks you're fucking crazy. But it's serving you so well. It's like, it's creating so much impact in your life, moment by moment by moment, that you become addicted. Right. And that kind of is that in that phase 1 practice. Here's where it gets into a little bit of a shaky situation. If awareness is in the mind and only in the mind, then guess who is doing all of these practices? The mind is actually doing the practices, right? Like people call it mindset work, and it is. You're basically giving your mind more tools to view the world through the senses differently. And that's very, very enlivening. And then one other piece here that's really important is in this phase, you switch from this notion of everything is happening to me, right? Like the world is coming at me, and you gain this new level of responsibility, like I am responsible. And then it starts to shift as you go from level 1 to level 2 into this place of everything is now happening for me.
And can we pause there for a moment?
Yeah.
And I just want to talk to Natalie's question. So Natalie said, put it on the screen for you guys. She's asking, it's a really good question, and I think this may be a concern for some people that arises. It's like, so when we unhook from the conditioned mind, do we lose senses? Well, the first thing we want to realize is at that location. It's what I wrote. You can scroll through the comments and find it. Is that in location 1, you are like your reality is merged with the mind. And so everything in the mind, this narration that's inside that Elon's talking about, this little voice, you're merged with it. And so you have this, you don't see a separation between awareness, what's aware, and this like dictation, this narration that's happening. And so you're using your 5 senses as the primary way to navigate reality. By the way, most of humanity is still doing this. So it's not like this puts you in like a bad way, but what we want to recognize is that our perceptive reality, what our 5 senses allow us to perceive, is just a very small band of reality. I could prove this to you, okay? Whether we're talking about sound or light, in either case, we're talking about a vibration. I think with sound, the smallest amount of vibration we can perceive is something like 30 hertz per second or something like that, all the way up to 38,000 hertz per second, okay? Now, there are obviously vibrations lower than that and higher than that. And don't quote me exactly on these hertz, but like give or take, that's the range that we have. So like here's what we can hear. Now anything lower than that or higher than that to us is silence. Non-existent. Okay. And we've all been in a situation where we thought somebody said our name, or we thought we heard something, and we turn around and maybe nothing is there, or not what you believed would be there is there. And so what we want to recognize is that when we test our senses against what is real, what you will find, whether it's your eyes, right? Again, we've all thought we saw something in the distance that wasn't there. Same thing again, by the way, with heat or with color. These are just certain vibrations and frequencies and bands that we can perceive. But we know there's gamma radiation. We know there's infrared radiation, right? Like we know there's all these bands of colors and things that other animals can see and sense that we simply can't. Does that mean that they're not real? Or does that mean that we just have a band of reality that we're limited to? And so we wanna throw a wrench at our five senses and understand that while they are a tool for witnessing a part of reality, we cannot see or experience or feel the truth of our reality. And again, we know this from endless studies now, is that your conditioning will predicate how you view your reality, your perceptive reality. I'll give you another example on this just to kind of like hit this home, because what we want to do is we don't want to be like, oh my God, my five senses don't work, but you want to call into question what your five senses are creating and be like, you know what they're creating is an illusion. No matter how much I believe in this illusion, no matter how real it seems, it's still not what reality is. Okay, so here's an example. We were talking about Russia. These are real scientific studies that have been done. They will take like a palette of color, let's say blue, and they will draw it against a wall, like every different shades of blue. Now they will put an American, in front of that color palette, and they say, well, how many shades of blue can you see with your eyes? And let's say there's 35 shades, and the American will say, well, I can see 25 different shades of blue. And then they'll put a Russian person in front of these shades of blue, and the Russian person on average will see like 30 to 32 different shades of blue. Why does that happen? Very simply, because in Russian, there is more descriptive language for shades of color in blue than there is in English. Let that sink in for a moment. There's more descriptive language in Russian for colors than there is in English. And so to the eye, literally, in its reality, it will see more or less colors based on the language that it has to work with. There's this like common belief or saying that when Christopher Columbus was sailing to the New World and the Indians were looking out at the water, they had never seen a ship before. And so that they can see the ripples in the water, and they were trying to understand what was happening, but they actually couldn't see the ship because they have never seen a ship nor heard the word ship, and so their reality, their eyes literally could not perceive it. Okay? And so we want to begin by at least, how do we transform? Well, we start asking questions. We get curious. People who are so sure of their reality are stuck in the matrix of their mind. Now, that's fine. There's nothing wrong with that. They're living their lives, doing what they're doing. However, we want to recognize that if we don't call things into question, then we can't widen our view of reality. And really what we want to get to with these next layers, these next levels of where do we get to and how do we do that, we want to start understanding our true nature. Because if we ever want to be liberated and free in our own lives, in our own reality, then we get to actually experience our true nature. Now, how are you going to experience your true nature when you're taking the conditioning of your mind, and the only way that you can perceive yourself, others, the world, etc., is through these five senses? So if you've never taken the time to question that your five senses are not a great test for reality, boom, there you have it. You can at least start with that and be like, hey, is what I'm seeing real? And again, we know it's not. We just today scientifically can prove that you are seeing about 0.00001% of reality every second. The rest of it is pretty much formulated by your conditioning, the way that your memory works, and your preconceived belief systems. Okay? And this also, by the way, should give you a little bit compassion for yourself and others, understanding that we're all trapped in this matrix. And a lot of times when people have certain belief systems that impair their judgment or maybe cause even harm to other people, it is not because they are like vile human beings. They are just trapped in a certain reality that has never been put into question in a way that fundamentally helped them shift and see more of reality in a different way in true nature. And they're trying to deal with that, right? A lot of people who are in pain, notice in your life, we loop in this pain. And we often deal with the same kind of circumstances over and over and over again. Now, a lot of people say this is suffering. We have learned that this is not suffering. This is actually how the quantum physics, like matrix, works. It has to loop in order to give you opportunity after opportunity to basically like clear your karma, learn from that experience, and grow in ways that your soul came here to grow. If it didn't do that, and it was always a novel experience, you would never learn anything at all. Like humans learn through contrast and repetition. And so we actually need a mechanism that allows for things to loop in our system until we can literally clear it from. And these next two layers that Elon's going to mention here is the process of beginning to actually clear those things so that we can get out of those loops and get out of those matrices.
Yeah. So when you're in phase one of your journey, right? Like exciting, everything's amazing, amazing, amazing. And then inevitably, whether it takes you a year to get there, 5 years to get there, or like Guy and I, because we're really slow, 15 years to get there.
Speak for yourself. I'm on an accelerator path.
You begin to find the edges of that mindset work. And what I mean by that is this, I'll give you an example. How many of you guys, and just let me know in the comment box, how many of you guys have worked on something? It could be a relationship, it could be your health, it could be your money situation, and you've done a lot of work, like you've invested time, money, energy into it, right? And you figured out things. If I said to you, hey, why is it that you keep having this self-sabotage or this pattern show up? You're like, oh, well, because when I was 3 years old, this happened to me and mom did this or dad didn't do that. And then this happened. And so now to protect myself, I have the, and you can give me the whole fucking roadmap, all of it. And yet that thing is still running the show. Like maybe the gaps in between of how often it kicks, maybe those got longer, but inevitably something's going to happen in your life. And that same part that is afraid of being alone or afraid of being abandoned, the same part that feels like it's stupid, the same part that feels like it's a failure, the same part, all of it like just keeps popping its head over and over and over. How many of you guys, just let me know in the comment box, know exactly what I'm talking about? Yeah. So Alex is saying, yep, understood it all, but nothing ever changed until I found you two. It's like, and what happens is you hit that part again, and then what do? The mind's like, all right, we need more information. We need more information. We need that next seminar. We need that next program. We need that next code. And you do that thing again. And because, again, it's in the mind work, you keep bumping up against that same thing. And so what happens is, if I can kind of like draw this map, when you start your personal development journey, it's like a meteoric rise. And then this part that I'm talking about right now, it's like you can feel that begin to plateau.
Taper.
And as it begins to plateau, with the plateau, because you've been rising and everything's been going, as this happens, it starts to kick up all these other patterns of I'm not good enough, I'm not smart enough, I'm not worthy, everyone is better than me, this just doesn't work for me, whatever it is. And now the plateau is no longer a plateau, but it actually begins to dip back down because all the stuff that you did before, you are now doubting. You think you wasted your time, your money, your energy. You think it's all bullshit. And from that lens, you start to look for other things. But because you're already in that place, it becomes very difficult. Yeah, so I see some of you guys are like resonating with this. And again, I know I'm kicking up some stuff. Here's the good news. Like, and the more of you guys that respond to this to let other people know, like, I want you to get, this is the human experience. It's not that you did anything wrong. In fact, I will offer, and I don't think I've ever said this in this way, I will offer that if you don't feel that part, then you're not actually on the journey, because it is an impossibility to have a meteoric rise like this forever if you were just to do mindset work. It's an impossibility, because at some point you're going to hit that wall, you're going to hit that edge, and that disappointment is going to kick up. And what we're going to talk about next in this like level 2 is, as long as awareness is stuck in here and awareness is doing the mindset work from here, all you're getting is great information on how to manage and understand how things happened, and then manage your way out of them. Like manage your anger, manage your stress, manage your heartache, manage your disappointment, manage yourself, right? But if you actually tune in, was any of that actually healed. And when I say healed, I mean like fully completed and eradicated out of your system.
Yeah. You are liberated from it.
Yeah, I love that word. You are liberated from it. Like mindset cannot liberate you from that place because those aspects of yourself don't live up here. This is like the computer that processes all of it, right? But all of those traumas, all of those heartbreaks, all of those sad moments, they live in here. And your mind has no access to it. It can look down and understand it. It can make sense of it all, but it can't shift anything. So now, right? So phase 1, it's like we go up. Now we're starting to kind of plateau and then even go down. And then how do you get into a phase 2? How do you go from that dip to here? And that, I just want you guys to know, that's what Guy and I have invested the last 6+ years of our lives exploring. So if you are in that state, which I just spoke about, first, I want you to get you're not alone. Second, I want you to get like wonderful. It's a human process. And third, I would invite that you even found us here because your soul already knows that it's time to change the trajectory and go back up. Okay. And so I'm going to share with you what we have found. To switch from level 1 to level 2, awareness you must learn how to shift awareness outside of the mind and then allow that awareness to sit inside the body. Michael Singer calls it the seat of awareness. This, my friends, is where healing actually takes place.
Mm-hmm.
When you combine awareness with the body, like you can actually shift awareness into, and if that voice in your head we call the subtle mind, you begin to practice subtle body.
Mm-hmm.
And as awareness sits here, you can learn tools that actually help you heal all of those aspects that have kicked up all of those patterns. So instead of like a doctor where you're like, doctor, my toe hurts. And he's like, here's medicine for your toe to stop hurting, without ever getting curious about like, why does your toe hurt? Maybe your toe hurts because there's a misalignment in your hip or there's a nerve that's pinched in your back. Why are we dealing with the toe if the thing that's constantly causing the toe has nothing to do with the toe? And so mindset is almost this like, you're dealing with the symptom. You're not really dealing with the root cause. Healing, awareness actually goes and starts to deal with the root cause. So we're going all the way back, no understanding necessary, just to witness these places. And once you can bring awareness out of mind and into body, you now transition yourself into phase 2. This is called level 2 awareness, right?
Yeah.
So in the Awareness
Can we
Effects
pause there real
Academy,
quick?
this is level 2. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, and so I just want to let you guys know, if you are like, because obviously we're talking about it and around it. If you want to put this on the court, you actually want to do this practice that Elon's talking about. You want to, a lot of you guys have done a lot of mindset work. It's fine if you haven't. You can still apply this work regardless. Okay, we find that the marriage of the two is the most powerful kind of cocktail that you can get. And you can certainly go right and do the energetic awareness work as well to liberate energy in the body and metabolize it. If you want to learn how to do that and you don't have this resource yet, type meditation in the comment box and someone from our team will actually send you what we call our active healing meditation. P.S. Even if you hate meditation, even if you think you suck at it, do this meditation, try it. This is not a meditation about learning how to quiet your mind or sitting in silence with nothing happening and just listening to the wind. It's not that. And it's important that you understand that, because a lot of people go into meditation with the idea that the whole thing is about quieting the mind. Here's the truth. Elon and I have been meditating for about a decade. We've been doing about our work for about 20 years. I've sat in silent meditation for 10 straight days. The mind doesn't just quiet itself down. It doesn't work. And even to this day, Elon and I are very proficient practice meditators. There are days where you sit down and the mind is not quiet. And if you sit down and your first thing is like quieting the mind, you're going to be very upset that your mind is not quiet, because the mind doesn't care about your desires. It has its own agenda. It's its own mechanism, and it's playing a role. It's a way that we process life. Beautiful. So a lot of you guys are asking for it. You'll see Corey, Sarah, Tobias, or Jasmine scouring the chat boxes here. They will be in contact with you and send you some resources. There's actually also a 30-day meditation challenge going on inside the group right now. And even if you didn't get started on the day of, it's perfectly fine. You know, like, don't do the meditation challenge because you're like, I need to compete with people. Like, it's about cooperating with yourself. Okay? And we do have some cool prizes coming up here on June 9th. And again, if you need information on that, just that's awesome, Stevie. Let us know and stuff like that. But that's how you can apply it. And here's the thing. If you apply meditation with an expectation, you're going to get nowhere. Let me say that again. If you apply, you can quote me on this one. If you apply meditation with an expectation, that rhymes, yes, you are going to get nowhere. You want to sit agendaless. You don't even want to know why you're sitting today. Yep. There's just you coming to sit. Let the work reveal itself to you. Let the work dictate why you're sitting in the first place. Because when the outcomes begin, when your own awareness begins teaching your awareness, and it's not Elon and me dictating a map or a territory for you to understand, although they're useful, don't get me wrong. Elon and I consistently have worked with teachers for 20 years. We think it's crazy to not work with a teacher, right? You might disagree, you might agree, but no one in their right mind can see themselves the way that a person who's subjective about your life can mirror your life back to you. It's crucial. And we can tell you, even from energetic healing, we've tried healing on our own, doing our own practices. There, you can do it, don't get me wrong, it works. And there's a limitation to healing yourself by yourself, because we don't live on an island in this world. And our bodies are biologically built for connection. How many of you guys know that you seek connection? You need it, right? Like, there's a reason when we put people in isolation in prisons, they go batshit crazy. There's a reason when you see homeless people on the street without connection, that they have to form another persona to literally talk to in order to try to establish some kind of connection within their system. Okay, so because of that, there's certain healing work that can be done individually, and then there's healing work that has to be done with another person present. There's healing work that has to be done in a group setting, because these are the layers that humanity deals with, and we have trauma at every single layer. And so if you have trauma at every layer, in order to liberate and free that trauma, you also have to do the work at that layer, right? Like, I don't know about you guys, but like, I remember doing like a lot of relationship work for like 6 years, and I was like, oh my God, next time I'm going to be in a loving relationship, I'm going to fucking crush this thing. And then I got in a relationship, and it's like I did no work at all. Why? Because I wasn't in a relationship. I couldn't do that work. I had understanding, but it wasn't applied wisdom. Exactly. And wisdom has to be applied. Right? Yeah. It has to be applied. I had to be with somebody grappling with my programming, with their programming, seeing how things arise, and then looking, how do I get to clean that up now and liberate myself so I can have a more loving relationship. And that's an ongoing process, like it is for all of us, right? We're all evolving, growing, and learning. Last thing here before I hand it back to Elon is I want to say at that level 1, again, it doesn't matter, level 1, location 1, layer 1, these are all interchangeable. And again, we're just naming it. It doesn't even mean that these levels truly exist. There's a sense at that like less conscious level, less aware level, that life is happening to you. It's like you are a kite in the wind. You're kind of a victim of your circumstances. Everything that changes, that doesn't fit into your realm of your expectations, just creates upset in your life. And so the response from that level is to try to create and control more of life. And I don't know about you guys. Huh?
How does that work?
Yeah, and here's the truth. We all know this kind of like, you know, intuitively, is that like you can't control life. You just can't. The one thing, and even that, I'm not exactly sure, is like the one thing you can get good at is how are you going to respond to what's happening. But I can tell you, even the responses that you have biochemically, you're not in control of those either. They just happen. If something goes down in the room and it creates upset for you, you're going to be upset. The real question again, and what you do have some sense of control over, and I hesitate to use that word, is can you now work with what's arising in the system instead of squashing it, burying it, trying to manipulate it? Like, that's not being present. That's not the truth of your reality in that moment. You might have really good systems for these things, ways that you manage it, like Elon talked about. However, in essence, when you're managing things, what you're really doing is you're bypassing the actual experience that you're having. People call that compartmentalizing. Oh, I'll compartmentalize my anger with my spouse till later. Cool. Tell me how that works, and let me know that that doesn't show up later in ways that you didn't want it to when they do the next thing that throws you off, and then you explode much bigger, and you're like, where did that come from? Well, it's that thing that you didn't deal with, that you compartmentalized or managed, right? So it's like we are having an experience. It is a human experience. We are animals with biochemical, intense emotional responses. And until we understand how to elevate our consciousness to a higher state of awareness that is outside of the conditioned mind, we will always be stuck in this matrix of this conditioning. And that's what truly our work is all about, is showing people how to locate higher states of consciousness so that as those situations arise, as those emotions and feelings and sensations and distortions arise, is that you build a confidence and capacity, a new foundation in your awareness to sit with and experience those things from, let's call it like your spiritual self instead of your small human self. And until you've located that bigger mind, that bigger awareness, you're always going to be stuck in that game. I don't care how much information you have. I don't care how many books you've read. I don't care how many Tony Robbins courses you've gone and done, or whatever else that you've gone and did. Like, all that is good and will serve you as you clear things from your system and have to integrate a new life into you. Like, all that stuff is fundamentally beyond important to know and to have that basis in. And that's why we actually teach both, right? Because we do think they're both important. However, if you are truly here in this lifetime and here right now watching and listening to this, we don't think it's a coincidence. You're here most likely to create more well-being in your system, to fundamentally change how you feel internally, which is to feel more safe in your body, in this world, in your spirituality, in your communication, in your self-expression, right? And to connect with people in an authentic way. And if that's what you're here for, then we have not been able to find anything outside of the realm of energy and awareness that allows for people to do that.
And something Guy said before about, doing this work on your own. Look, if I could tell you that you could do these practices on your own and get there, I would. I would love to get to that place where I can just show someone, hey, like, go do these things and here you go. The truth of the matter is this: you, however much work you've done, you are still a product of a human body. The human body is connected to a human mind. The human mind has been tasked from a very, very young age to protect you from all of these things that you have been running away from for decades. And so even when you do mindset work and you how many of you guys know when you found that door? You know the door you need to walk through, right? Like, think of maybe a relationship or something that has to do with your self-worth or something that has to do with like the part that self-sabotages. You know the door. It's not new. You can guide me to it. You can tell me, I've walked to this, but the opening it and walking into that darkness of the unknown, that's where the mind's like, are you kidding me? Oh, hell no. This is what I've been protecting you from for the last 20, 30, 40, 50 years. You want to walk there? Are you mad?
Mm-hmm.
Right? And so here's the difference. Like, when we do work with people, I want you to imagine, so there's that scenario, you trying to walk through that door by yourself, or imagine this: me and Guy holding your hand, walking next to you on either side. Coaches, people in the community, everyone walking, surrounding you, walking through that same door.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think you're going to have way more courage to be able to walk through that, knowing that, you know what, I'm not alone this time. This time I got friends, family, support. Like, I don't have to do this alone. And that is where we create these two incredible healing, like the incredible healings happen because we're finally able to walk through, right? Every spiritual text you've ever read, the only way out is through.
Yeah.
Right. And mindset tries to get you to this promised land by finding all of these like ninja cheat codes, but like it doesn't work because the only way out is through. So until you walk through that door into that darkness, into that unknown, you're just going to keep looping these things over and over. And so back to the levels, right? It's like once awareness can shift out of here and into here, we can begin to witness through awareness what is actually the body communicating. Because in the same way that the mind remembers everything, so does your body. And when the body gets hit with a certain energetic charge, it's going to clamp up in a certain way to try to protect you. And this is what the mind is actually responding to. So when you're doing mindset work, I want you to get it's amazing and it's always in response to the reaction, never to the actual thing that is reacting. So at level 2, now we begin to bring that in there. And you start to really shift into like, wow, this world is really happening for me, not to me, but for me. And you begin to witness all of these things that happen on the inside and liberate from your system by the virtue of you witnessing them with this agendaless awareness. Now, I know you guys we're throwing a lot at you today, and that's okay. This is really for you to kind of map where you are, right? The how-to, I don't want you to get fixated on. The how-to is what we teach in our Awareness Effect Academy. We're not going to go into that today, but this is like the map so you can kind of sense of like, oh, wow, this is where I'm at. This is where I'm stuck. This is why I'm feeling this, etc. Now, once you start to shift awareness into here, that dip that you might be experiencing begins to shift, and it starts to shift and it goes up. And once you can marry the mindset work with the energetics, with the awareness effect, it's like napalm on an open fire. You will begin to grow so quickly as you begin to cultivate these practices. Okay. And now you get to reach into another level. There's actually 4. I'm going to touch on 4 for just a second, but here's where things get really cool. So the first step is, we call it like level 2 is like the self to self healing practices, right? This is the self to self. The next level is once you get a really good understanding and a really good felt sense of this, what you are then able to do is hold some awareness here and now begin to shift awareness out into your environment. So for anyone that is here because you want to make a difference, you want to make a difference with your kids, you want to make a difference with your husband, you want to make a difference at your workplace, you want to make a difference with your family or in community or whatever it is, once you get a good sense of this and you begin to liberate these things, and there's practices of self-love and compassion, which bring more peace and ease into your system, if you are a vibrational frequency that is walking out through this world, then guess what happens as you begin to change, like with little dials, the frequency that you are in the world? That's going to start to impact people. You ever walk into a home where people are just like stressed, or an environment where everyone in that environment is stressed, and you cannot help but be sucked into that environment where you're like, I don't even know why, but I feel like all like, ugh. Versus if you walked into a room, maybe you've gone to a seminar, or you've been to like a meditation training or a yoga training, and these beautiful places, and you literally walk into this place and it's like, oh, like your entire system just, you feel it down regulate. You can be that transmission for people in your life. That's what begins to happen at level 3. You can't get to level 3 though until you understand me, until you can feel that distinction of like me, not me. You can't impact that environment because everything is whiplashing you. You don't even know what's yours, what's theirs. Am I working on mine? Am I working on theirs? You have no idea. And when you start to shift into that level 3 awareness, where awareness can be here and there, now your environment begins to shift. Okay. This is where things get really, really cool. Like, I mean, stories abound from our clients, some of who are here. The level of mind blown magic that shows up in your life is it doesn't even, like, you sit there and the mind is trying to process what is happening. For example, like, you'll be with someone in your life that the relationship has always been very, very challenging, like always just combative, but you've worked on your parts, right? Like, you've healed and liberated those parts, and you walk into that room and that person is a completely different person. Like, the words coming out of their mouths is different. The way they talk to you is different. The things they offer you is different. You think that you're getting punked. You're like, am I getting pranked right now? What is happening? Who is this person? Why are they, what do they do? And it's all because not because you had to have like some difficult conversation with them and be like, you know what, mom, every time you say this to me, blah, 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 this happens. And right, like, you don't even have to do any of that anymore. They just shift as you begin to shift. So now you're on this like parabolic rise, because every time you do a meditation, not every time maybe, but like very quickly, new things open up. We call it the awareness effect. It's almost like opening an aperture where you just start to perceive more and more and more of what's happening in here, more of what's happening out there, more what's happening in the energetic world, in the field, and everything becomes, this is kind of what level 3 is. It's not just happening to you, it's happening through you. It's like you are the frequency vibration that things are moving through and starting to paint your reality. And this is where things become so, like, Alex was saying, like, unexplainable. It is so beyond what your mind, because your mind works in linear fashion. This does not work in linear fashion. This is like, I was here, I am broke. Now I upgraded to this other timeline, and in this timeline, all my money worries are concerned.
And I just want to say about that, it's because the conditioned mind is a linear mechanism, but reality itself is quantum in nature, right? That's why we have quantum physics and then regular physics, because physics is measurable in a conditioned mind reality. But when you get beyond that, you start going into a quantum realm, and you got to get that awareness. And this is, you can literally prove it to yourself, is free of time and space. There's no location to it at all. And so it's free to move faster than the speed of light anywhere into the universe that's perceivable, right? Which is really to say infinite time space. And so because of that, kind of like, Alex is saying here, she's saying, I'm manifesting everything within days, clients showing up out of nowhere, making more money, working less. I could go on. Again, I want to just say what we typically say here, which is, these were, a lot of times you go into programs and they'll tell you these results are not typical. You have to do this and this. Like, here, it's about consistency, right? Like, if you want to master something, guess what? You got to be consistent. You guys can come to our weekends. It'll be an amazing experience, alter your life for sure. And if you want it to be sustainable, like, guess what? Like, the people who are really getting a lot from it, like anything else, they got to be consistent with it. However, the consistency we're talking about here is not great effort on your part. We're talking like 5 to 10 minutes a day of doing anything. If you can't find 5 to 10 minutes a day to do something in your day that's going to build a new habit, then I'm just going to tell you flat out, you're not committed to transformation. You're not really committed to anything. Maybe you're committed to the suffering, and you got to get real with yourself about that. It's like, if I'm not making any habitual changes, then what I'm committed to is what I have. And that's okay. There's nothing wrong with that. And then you should, continue to do that and whatever, it is what it is, right? I don't want to go down this path. But my point here is that, like, you start accessing things that you're just aligning to in your system, and then they can reveal themselves in a quantum fashion. Then you don't really do much. There's not really anything you specifically need to do to make that happen. But in the conditioned world, when we read books and we do the courses, and you read most headlines in the marketing or business space, it's like, here are the 5 steps you need to achieve this, or the 3 steps to do that, or the 7-step diet to lose 30 pounds, right? Like, the mind and people know this, so they take advantage of it in the marketing space. And that is a way to get there, but requires a lot of work. And that's what we often say, is that we've been misled to believe in this reality that the only way to achieve something is to work really, really hard for it. Now, I'm not putting down hard work. We have evidence for people who work very, very hard and achieve things. However, there are plenty of people in this world who work their asses off and they don't have much to show for it. And we have a lot more of those people than we have of the people who are working really hard and getting there. And so what we really want to get in our reality and in our knowingness is that your reality, right, is what we call reality, is really an organic type of hologram, right? It's this like virtual reality experience. And the way that it works, it's literally communing with you. It's actually communicating with you. And the way that it communicates with you is through vibration and energy. Okay? I don't care how much you understand through the mind, you're not at vibration and you're not at energy. And so what actually gets to shift in order for something to liberate and for these like magical serendipitous things to kind of magically show up in people's lives is the organic hologram is waiting for your energy to shift, to align itself and to reveal itself through that vibration. And so if you are externally focused person on your circumstances, then all you ever do is change your circumstances, but that doesn't change the vibration inside of the system, not one iota. And that's why people end up managing a lot and feeling like they're taking on so much. It's because it's like this is not changing, but they're taking on more and more and more out here, and it's fucking debilitating, right? Like the difference between being a child and an adult in our world, it's like the adult just feels like they're being compressed. The child is just living from purpose and vibration and frequency. Reality shows up however they want it to. In any moment, it's spontaneous and sporadic and novel and exciting. And then the adult is like responsibility, like this and that, right? And starts putting all this stuff on themselves, and life becomes a burden. You know, it is happening to you, and then some people get to it's happening for me. But what we're really talking about here is an actual perceptive experience that life is actually moving through you and being generated and coming through your system as a vibration and then arising as a reality hologram that you can sense through your awareness and five senses, but that's always transferable, always evolving, always can change depending on your ability to move through the experiences that are arising in your system. And that's what this work is really about. It's like, how can I build confidence in my system that no matter what arises, I actually know how to feel through it, be aware of it, and learn from what this evolutionary process is really teaching my system.
Yeah. So, guys, again, just to recap everything that we shared, right? Levels in the beginning, shooting out of the cannon, so excited, etc. Then we kind of find that like plateauing area. We get into that little bit discouragement phase. And this phase is very, very important because what you choose to do from here is going to change whether you continue down or you can turn this thing and go back up. If you continue doing what you've been doing, which is trying to acquire more information and gather more information, then chances are you're going to keep going down because all the books start sounding the same, all the videos start sounding the same, all the coaches start sounding the same. And you're like, I've heard that already. I've heard that. It doesn't make a difference. You keep seeking, right? When you shift awareness from stuck in here into out here and into body is when that transition begins to happen. This is like the new playground where you begin to learn in. And I promise, once you're there, it really is this never ending scale. We are being taught right now, just so you guys know, with people who have meditated in the Himalayas in caves for 50 plus years, like reincarnated Rinpoches, okay? And they're constantly growing, right? There is no end to what awareness can be aware of. You are just tapping more and more into source. You are finding more and more who you really are, the purpose in life, the clarity in which you can just make things appear that were not there before. So again, if this is something that you want, then again, Guy just put this up. Just type in contact me. We have an amazing team: Tobias, Sarah, Jasmine, Corey, Nikki, Sarah. Like, they're all here to provide you with anything that you need. If you type contact me, someone will be in touch. They're happy to even jump on a quick call with you and just answer some questions and see if what this work is a fit for you. I just want to let you know, this is not for everyone. Like, this work is for people that really are ready to have this level of healing. Like, if the books are satisfying you right now, keep reading books. You know, maybe you haven't gotten to that place yet where all of a sudden this makes sense. But if any of this resonated with you and you're like, wow, this is exactly where I'm at, take it from me. Do not wait till your 15th year to have an epiphany and go, oh shit, I've done this now for 15 years and I still keep feeling stuck, because someone telling you from experience, like, you can't inform your way out of this. We hired coaches in the multiple six figures and could not get out of this, right? That doesn't mean that things that I learned didn't help me. Don't get me wrong. They helped. But that stuff kept looping and looping and looping and looping and looping. And I was like, I can't do with this anymore. I want to feel like a complete healing. I want to be liberated from. I want to move on to the next thing. I don't want to keep dealing with this thing over and over and over. So if that's you, you just type in contact me. Someone will be in touch with you and we'll go from there. We have multitudes of ways, right? You can come and test this thing out at a 2-day event, which we have at the end of June. And after that, we have, like I said, the 3 levels of the Awareness Effect Academy. And depending on where you are in your life, I promise you that one of them is the perfect fit for you to get you moving down this path. So we hope you guys enjoyed this. If this is your first time with us, again, thank you for being here. For all of our other, amazing clients, thank you guys for being here and always sharing your perspective. I think it's more important for people to hear from you than from us. And truth be told, I'm just going to put them out there. But if any of you guys resonate with anything that one of them said today and you're new here, I'm sure they'd be happy to chat with you. Just reach out to them and be like, hey, can I ask you a quick question or two? And I'm sure they will be more than happy to answer anything that you guys want to hear. I always say better to hear from people that have gone through the work than just from us. So thank you guys as always. Thank you for being here. Looking forward to more and seeing you guys in person.
Welcome to the show, Dr. Aprilla West. We would love to hear you share a bit of your incredible and diverse work that you do, as well as your background with our audience.
I came to psychology actually a little later in life. I've had a pretty diverse background. Started out in politics as a speechwriter and a press secretary, and then actually transitioned from policy work to music and ended up being a staff songwriter at Warner Chappell Music and an artist for a while. And then from there moved into doing some nonprofit advocacy work around campaigns like the Darfur genocide and also some civic reform issues, and got really interested in human psychology there, which led me into getting trained as a mediator. And then once I got into mediation, I was like, whoa, I want to go deeper with people. I really want to be able to understand, conceptualize, hold, and work with anything that comes into the room. And that's what led me into psychology.
There is a lot of skills going on there. And I just, for my own curiosity, I'm kind of wondering, how did you go from writing speeches in the political sphere to writing music?
Yeah, well, it's actually a more natural transition than it might sound like, because in both spaces, we're really figuring out how to evoke emotion in people, right? Whether it's activating people around a certain cause or policy direction, or whether it's really bringing them into the deepest experience of heartbreak or new love or some of the other peak experiences that we have in life. So for me, it didn't feel like a strange transition. The cultures are definitely different in politics and in the music industry, but it felt natural.
So it sounds like emotions played a big role in your career, and that naturally leads to emotional efficacy. And Johnny and I believe that emotional intelligence and communication are really key to building successful relationships, but also your career. So can you unpack for our audience what emotional efficacy is?
Absolutely. And by the way, I think you just said it really well. But emotion efficacy in its simplest form is just being able to do what matters most, even in the face of intense stress, challenge, or pain. Now, this is a lot more difficult than it sounds because, as I outlined in my most recent book, there's a glitch in our code. Our emotions tell us about everything from fake news to what really matters most to us. And so if we don't have the skillfulness to decode what kind of messages we're getting from our emotions, it's really hard to figure out how to choose wisely.
I'm kind of curious on this, on the emotional efficacy tip. For myself, I tend to find the music that most pushes my emotional buttons. And it changes from my mood or what's going on in my life, but the more emotional, the better. I mean, it just drives me in so many ways. When I listen to today's music, I find it devoid of any emotion, especially, I mean, it's not to say that there aren't artists who are doing that, but on pop radio, it's empty, at least to me. Did you find that in the same way, or were you working in an area that was writing quite emotionally stirring music?
I'm not sure that I struggled, because in order to write music, you have to tap into something that is evocative for you. If you're bored, you're not going to write a good song. You really have to find a subject, a topic, a moment, a person who, brings out all the emotional stuff to take advantage of that, to put that into music.
Johnny's not being honest in his fandom of Taylor Swift. And there certainly are pop musicians who do know how to play those emotional buttons. Unfortunately, a lot of it is with technology and EDM and other forms of evoking those emotions. But, circling back on what you were saying earlier, it just feels today like our emotions are being evoked from so many different places, on screens, friends, family, work from home, uncertainty, the news, politics, everywhere we go, all of these emotions are at play. And it feels like many of our conversations are now emotionally charged. So it feels to me like emotional efficacy is more important than ever, to be able to sort through like what really matters to you versus understanding, hey, this person is actually just playing with those emotions, or they're trying to evoke these emotions to get me to act in a way that isn't really in line with my values.
Yeah. And what you're bringing up is a great intro to this idea of the emotional default world, which really is where we are in this trance of reactivity, where we're moving from emotional reaction to emotional reaction, and we lack the spaciousness or the curiosity to really think about, what is it that I'm experiencing? What is this other person experiencing? To step into more perspective around what's happening. And it's so easy, because by design, our emotions want to suck us in. When you think about it, our emotions are responsible for us surviving. And so we are born into this world with an emotional reasoning bias. That means that we tend to believe everything we feel. Our emotions are by design super sexy, super seductive. And it's hard not to get into that emotional mode, that what I call the emotional default world. In order to unplug from that world, we need to increase our ability to be aware of what we're experiencing, to see ourselves as separate from the emotional messages that are always coming at us. We need to learn how to tolerate unwanted or uncomfortable emotions, so that we can even see that we have a choice about what we do next, about whether we react or whether we design our next moment and how we show up.
It's fascinating to me, as I just spent some time traveling and didn't have good internet connection and was unplugged from a lot of these emotions that you feel online through work email and Slack, and then of course social media, TV, news, all of the like. And it created some space for me to actually tune a little bit more into my emotions. And I felt that was a magical opportunity. But many of us don't have that opportunity to travel. Let's be honest. In the Western world, we're working more than we're on vacation. And yet we find we wait until vacation to unplug, to clear through some of these emotions. So how do we do this in our day-to-day life, create that space and diffuse from those emotions that feel such a strong part of us?
I appreciate what you just said there, the last piece. It's an opportunity for me to clarify that we're not really trying to distance from emotions, and we can't do that. That's just a fool's errand for us humans. We can't get rid of our emotions. What we can do is become really skillful with what we do with them, how we interact with them. And you're right, like when we travel, we have more of that spaciousness to just kind of slow down and sit with what's going on for us. But we can do this in any moment. even right now, as I'm sitting here with you guys, I could slow down just a little and drop in, and I can notice what's happening in my body. What are the thoughts I'm having about what you guys think of me or what I think of you? I can notice those thoughts. I can, notice an urge to, slow down or to speed up. I can label my feelings of curiosity and excitement and appreciation for the conversation. And that right there is me unplugging from the emotional default world, leveraging some awareness, leaning into some of the discomfort even that is here in this moment with us.
I think at this point, we should go ahead and define what emotional default world is for our audience, because it is incredibly important. And I always say that a lot of the work that we do here and with our clients is pattern recognition, and whether or not the patterns are pushing them forward or holding them back. And those patterns are based on these programmed emotional default modes. So please go ahead and explain that to our audience.
I'd love to. Twist my arm. I love talking about the emotional default world, and I actually developed a model to help people understand what's going on when we just have sort of automatic reactions. And what I designed is this model I call the 3Bs. And the 3Bs are your biology. That's what you're genetically programmed to do in response to certain stimuli. Your biases, which in this case include the emotional reasoning bias, that we believe everything we feel, the confirmation bias, that we look for evidence to support what we already think, and the negativity bias, which keeps us looking for any potential threats around us. That's the second B. And then the third B are our beliefs, and specifically our beliefs about emotions. All three of these Bs are shaping our behavior in any moment, and they're trying to help us index for safety, certainty, coherence, and comfort. And that is our default mode. That's what pretty much all of us are on some level doing. If we were able to tune into everyone's most inner world, we would sound a little bit like cave people going, ooga, ooga, me want safety, or ooga, ooga, me want certainty, right? That's kind of what's at the heart of most of our default reactions. Now, that's not always helpful in every context. So this is where we really can imagine an evolutionary upgrade to our emotional coding, right? Like I say in the book, there's a glitch in our decision-making code when we have, on average, 35,000 choices a day, and 98% of those are actually not authentic choices. Not that every choice has to be authentic, right? I don't want to decide whether or not I have to pee. I want to just know I have to pee and go pee. I don't want to do a lot of inquiry around it. That's nice and helpful. But there are times where it's not so obvious what choice is going to move me. Like, AJ, I think you were suggesting, or Johnny, maybe it was you, saying that, we want to move in the direction that matters to us.
So I think comfort, certainty, that resonates, but this cohesion piece, I think our audience might be a little lost on.
Do you mean coherence?
Coherence, sorry.
Yeah, we like things to make sense. It's uncomfortable when we can't make sense of things. So, our minds are really meaning-making, problem-solving machines. And again, for good reason. We have to solve problems. If there's a big bear standing in front of us, we have to figure out how to survive that. What's really difficult for us is we have a lot less physical threats now in the time we're living in. But what our mind has done is it's gone from identifying threats as sort of threats to our physical survival to threats to our social survival. So now we tend to read threats as what does someone else think about me and how do I think about myself? That's usually what's at stake when we think about, navigating threats on a daily basis now.
And in our experience, a big part of that is the bias to personalize a lot of the response that we see in others and then have the emotional reaction. So you have someone that you're trying to get to know and they don't respond, and immediately you personalize that lack of response to, I did something, they don't like me, they're not going to want a second date, etc., when maybe they got in a car accident, maybe it had literally nothing to do with you. And I even fall into this trap. So I had a really close friend and I had reached out to him a few times, hadn't heard from him. And then I come to find out he was in some major legal trouble and I didn't know. He was keeping it from all of us and he was very stressed about it. But I had personalized it. Oh, what did I do to him? Oh my God, why is he not responding to me? He normally is so responsive. So this personalization comes up again and again when we think about those social threats.
Absolutely, and that is a powerful threat, right? Where we internalize and we're taking responsibility for things, even in the absence of any evidence that it has anything to do with us. And that is, in the emotion efficacy model, one part of emotional stuff, which are thoughts, it's our thinking, it's how we're languaging our experience.
So let's talk about those different parts, because obviously thoughts jump out at us for sure, but what are these other parts of emotional efficacy?
So if I were to ask you guys right now in this moment, what are you feeling? You would probably be able to tell me, yes? Maybe at least
I
one
hope
feeling. Okay. If I then asked you to tell me why you know you're feeling that, what comes up?
Past experiences of labeling those emotions and feelings.
Okay, so you're comparing it to other times where you've had the same experience. But how do you know that you're experiencing the feeling you're experiencing right now?
I would most likely look to physical cues and
Okay,
stories,
nice.
experiences.
Okay, so
Yeah.
sensations in your body, that's definitely one part of it. Yep. And then you're also mentioning stories, which is thinking. So that's another part of stuff. Yeah. What else?
What I'm compelled to do because of how I feel.
Yes, exactly. Urges. Perfect. Yeah. And then AJ, you also mentioned labeling, the experience of being able to label your experience. So you guys, well done. You've basically outlined all 4 parts of emotional stuff. And stuff is an acronym that stands for sensations, thoughts, urges, and feelings. It makes it really easy to remember. And this is always happening for us. Even more basic is the answer to the question, what is emotion? In our culture, especially in English-speaking cultures, we tend to conflate feeling and the word feeling and emotion. Feeling is actually just an interpretation of your sensations and thoughts. Emotion literally means energy in motion. It comes from the Latin word emotere. And all of this stuff is energy in motion. All of your sensations, your thoughts, your urges and feelings is energy in motion. That's the basic model for emotion efficacy training. And it's sort of the jumping off point for people to become more aware of, like, when I say I'm feeling something, what's actually going on?
Right. I notice in that, for many of the clients we work, they're with men. So they tend to shy away from or try their best to distance themselves from expressing those emotions to others. And there's a bit of an internal struggle there of not wanting to showcase too much emotion. And then it leads to a lack in expressing that emotion and vulnerability and certainly harms their relationships. So are there differences to the experience of those emotions for men and women? Is that something that you've seen in your work?
I do see it a lot. And this actually fits into the 3 Bs we were talking about. What are those default shaping forces in our lives? Because part of our beliefs about emotions have to do with what we've learned, not only just in terms of our own levels of comfort with emotion, but our family of origins, beliefs about emotions. And then also what our culture tells us is okay or acceptable for people who identify as male or female to express or even feel. And so I do think that there's a lot of rules that have been made up about what's okay to experience, especially for men, as you're saying.
Why is emotional efficacy so important?
Well, if you care about how your life unfolds, then you want a powerful relationship with your emotions. Because even in moments where we're not aware of it, our emotions are our primary motivational force. So I've been watching with great curiosity the rise of interest in Stoicism over the past 5 years. And it's really interesting to me / amusing, because why is Stoicism so popular? It's popular because it feels good. It's an emotional experience to feel like your emotions aren't controlling you. At its core, it is still an emotionally driven interest or desire to be able to observe your emotions without being controlled by them. So even people who are identifying as being more rational or stoic are really just embracing a pleasurable emotional experience. Emotions are just at the heart of all the choices we make and the actions we take, making it so fundamental to quality of life and thriving.
I think it becomes quite apparent as well if we're faced with 35,000 choices a day and 98% of them are in default mode. Well, there's a lot going on there that is probably covering up issues that would be getting us to where we need to go if we could focus in on default mode or patterns that are keeping us in that same place.
Exactly. The source of most psychological suffering that we're finding now in the research is going beyond symptoms and really looking at what causes psychological suffering, is the inability to tolerate and allow uncomfortable emotional experiences. And this leads to all kinds of suffering. I mean, we see this in people who struggle with drug and alcohol abuse or addiction. We see it in relationship patterns that are unhelpful. Anytime we're moving away from something that we don't want to experience, it's possible we're also blocking ourselves from connecting to what really matters.
And those emotions actually connect all of us because they're universal. So a lot of what we're seeing in society is categorizing and labeling and making emotions good and bad and things to avoid and things you want to pursue and chase. But all of those emotions are universally expressed across all cultures, across all humanity. And we've found in a lot of the work that we've done with our students is there's also a lack in emotional vocabulary. So with this labeling goes good, bad, I feel okay, and you don't have quite the range of expression of emotions when you start labeling things as good and bad and things to avoid and things to share and not to share. So what have you found in your work around labeling, and how does that impact our emotional efficacy?
Well, if we can't describe or language our experience, it's almost like being a baby who can kind of like look around and notice their surroundings and has sort of this maybe ambiguous sense of what they're experiencing, but can't make any meaning out of it. What human doesn't love coherence and certainty? So just being able to put labels on what you're experiencing is very regulating for humans. So that's one of the benefits of it. The other benefit, which you're, alluding to, AJ, is that we all experience all the feelings. And being able to share what we're experiencing is how we get close to each other. It's impossible to experience real intimacy without having a certain level of fluency around your experience. So I think that makes it super important. I also just want to say I love what you're talking about in terms of needing all the emotions. I think I recently posted on my Instagram that some negativity is essential for thriving. But we need to know what doesn't work for us. And the way we know that is through our emotion messages and being able to read those clearly. Positive vibes only is not a recipe for thriving in life. If you're only experiencing positive vibes, then you're not really in life. You're not taking risks. You're not loving hard enough to be disappointed when there's a disconnection or rupture in that love. We really have to experience a full range of emotions to thrive in life. And so I've been pretty concerned about a lot of the cultural messages that are encouraging people to try and only focus or only even have positive thoughts. It's not even possible.
Feels like the through line between stoicism and hedonism of this desire for certainty around emotion. And it's easier to chase the positive emotion with hedonism, just go towards the positive vibes, YOLO. And then with stoicism, to have this certainty that you can control and manage emotions and use them to your advantage when you see fit.
Yeah, and both of those are a setup from my perspective. We will never be able to only experience positive vibes, and we cannot control our emotions. We only can control how we engage with them, how we relate to them, and how we respond to them. So it's more like a keto than it is a black and white, skill.
I also feel that a lot of times because of these cultural forces to hide or not show the full range of emotion because, hey, you don't want to let people down. You don't want them to see you in the negative. And obviously the highlight reel that social media creates, we're lacking this ability then to recognize in others when they might be feeling what we label as negative emotions, and also to feel them in ourselves because we don't feel comfortable expressing those negatively labeled emotions. And that is not healthy.
Right. It's not healthy. It's not helpful. There's also a belief that we perpetuate there that negative emotions are somehow undesirable or ugly. And I feel sad a lot of times that people don't have the experience of joining in someone's sadness and really celebrating that we have the ability to celebrate/mourn together. We're losing a lot of rituals around the experiences that are less positive in our culture as a result of that. And that also means a life that has less meaning for people.
Well, thinking about Johnny's music selection, sadness is often a driving force of some of the doom metal that he listens to. And it is a very powerful form of music, is sadness. And it's funny that pop culture now has labeled this as a negative emotion to run from or avoid.
Well, it's funny you bring that up, AJ. There's another thing that I had connected it to, and there's a certain scene for what is called doom metal. And it's just very slow. It's very sad and it's incredibly emotional. And when I hear it, I get lifted up. I revel in it. I get stronger. Somebody who's not used to it hears it, they're getting mowed over. And I remember the first time I played some stuff for AJ and he's like, whoa, I don't even know what's going on right now. And one of the things that I had connected it to why it feels so good, I've also lived in the Southeast and played within the alt country scene as well. And really sad country songs to the untrained ear it puts people in a place where they're squirming and they're trying to get out of it. But folks who understand those sad country songs are being lifted up by the same music. I really enjoy how people are experiencing that. And I also know that they could easily fall into the joy that I'm getting out of it as well. But their first guttural, visceral instinct of hearing that is they're uncomfortable with the overwhelming emotions that it throws onto them.
Well, I mean, so they're being true to their wiring, right? Which is to index for comfort, certainty, coherence. I will say, I remember when I first started writing songs, and for me, country music was the least interesting. And then as I began to appreciate it more as a craft and, the stylizing and things like that, I got more interested in writing it. But in the beginning, I did feel like it was pulling me into something that felt a little too obvious or too simple to hold my interest. I think it's very contextual for people. That's why we like different kinds of music, right? And different things blow our skirts up.
And certainly different time periods. I remember growing up, my emo phase, and listening to that music now evokes fond memories, but I don't necessarily want to be in that emotional state all the time, like my teenage years.
Mm-hmm.
So are there any clear signs or indicators that we might not have high emotional efficacy and it might be hindering our success, our wellness, our health?
That's such a great question because I think, first of all, yes, there are signs. And secondly, I don't think that people even know to ask themselves that question. What else is possible for me? Yeah.
I feel many of us overestimate our emotional efficacy. It's one of those things where it's like, yeah, I have that. And we hear this too. I'm highly emotionally intelligent. I can recognize emotions in others. And then through some communication with them, you go, well, I'm not necessarily clear that you actually do have the level that you believe that you have. So it sounds like a buzzword that everyone would want to over-index on, but how do we know maybe this is an area for development?
Yeah, so a lot of my coaching clients tend to be really high functioning tech innovators or creatives, and they fall exactly into this category where they just don't realize what they're missing that they could create in their lives, right? The opportunity cost that being plugged into the emotional default world creates can be really big, because you're not thinking about what is possible. You're thinking about navigating just from one moment to the next based on what feels usually most familiar and is the path of least resistance for most people. So one of the inquiries you can do is to ask yourself a question. If I had no fear, what would I be doing differently in my life? And if you come up with anything other than what you're doing right now, you probably have some room to grow with your emotional efficacy. Most people I know would be able to come up with things. Even for myself, I did this with myself last week, and I came up with 3 things I would be doing differently right now in my life. And so, I see my own ability to grow there and in facing some of what feel like insurmountable challenges or stress, that once I commit and I see why I might want to move in that direction, I then see the opportunity in front of me. And this is the kind of thing you would just miss going along in life, maybe being, reasonably content even. But it does allow you to stretch for what's possible. It's not just for people who struggle with chronic emotion over control or under control. It's also just for people who want to tap all of what's possible for them.
Well, there's certainly that aspect of aspiration and goal setting. And if you're setting proper goals, those goals should be outside of your comfort zone. If they weren't, you should have reached them already. But if they're real goals, you're going to have to step outside of your comfort zone and you're going to have to work. And what comes from that is an overwhelming of emotions that you're going to have to stir through, of frustration, anger, to being elated and joyful that you've reached those goals. So we have everyone who comes through our programs, that we have a program called Unstoppable, which basically sets everybody up for the journey that they're going to take. And it sets up with basically allowing our clients to learn their own triggers and mechanisms to their psychology, so that when they understand that they're in a heightened emotional state, they are turning towards challenge rather than turning away, again, to understand their default mode and where it has failed them in the past, the decisions that they made or what they default on. And now we're going to begin to install new habits that allow you to face towards that comfort zone of breaking that and being out there. You're going to be battered with emotions. And one of the words that I heard you use was emotional surfing, that I love, right? Of riding that wave, reveling in it, enjoying it, learning about it so that you can manage it.
Exactly. And this is why I think goals can be so problematic. They're very abstract, right? To reach a goal, they're also something you can check on or off your list. But as human beings, we are more than human doings. When people use goals to guide their lives, I find that they come in a lot more frequently with burnout and overwhelm. It's really, for me, what helps with motivation and leaning into discomfort and doing what matters is being really clear about your values. Because values, you can derive goals from values, but also values are what give you the secret sauce. Values give you the willingness to do hard things. There is no way I would do my physical therapy 3 times a week were it not for being willing to do these boring exercises that only serve to remind me where I'm not, that I'm not where I want to be physically yet. If I weren't connected to my value around strength and health and all the things that will come from that for me.
Again, for our clients to discover those values is incredibly important. And that's part of that program. I know how much that idea changed my life completely, and just how I attacked the day. I went from dreading going to sleep because I knew I'd have to wake up and do a bunch of things that I didn't want to have to do and bitching and moan about it, to I couldn't wait to go to sleep because now everything I'm doing is tied to the values that enhance life for me.
Even if you don't like some of the activities around them, right? It's connected to what matters for you. Exactly.
For a lot of our clients, the other challenge with goals and what I call box checking is the influence that others have on those goals. Marriage, kids, buying a home, safe career choice. I mean, a lot of these things are passed down through our families and culturally as the safe, comfortable route to success. And then many of our clients find us having reached those goals, checked those boxes, and still feeling an emptiness, feeling a lack of connection with others, and a wondering and a regret around, did I make the right decision living my life based on these goals?
Yeah, exactly. And so you're referencing the third skill of emotion efficacy training, which is values-based action. And in that part of the training, we're looking at what part of what you organize your life around are shoulds, things that you've learned or internalized you should do. What part of this are just values that your family or your culture has? What part of this could be old values, things you don't care about anymore? And then what's left that you really do care about? What are your innermost interests, desires, and yearnings at this point in your life? And that right there is, for a lot of people, a huge inquiry that doesn't happen in one session. It's a constant inquiry because our values change over our lives, and they change from context to context. So it really is this active inquiry that if you're going to practice high emotional efficacy, you can always be asking yourself, even right now, right here in this moment with you on this podcast, what matters most? Is it me continuing to talk? Is it me making space for you guys to bring me as your guest into the context of, your show and your programs and your audience? So it allows for so much more flexibility, intentionality, and creativity in life.
That word flexibility, psychological flexibility, a big part of acceptance commitment therapy and what we do with our clients is just so important, because a lot of this regret, self-doubt, inner criticism comes from that lack of flexibility and the rigidity that comes with these goals and checking boxes and timelines, that life just doesn't always work out that way as much as we try, as much as we force it to.
It's another nice way of talking about the default world. Is it's essentially like a set of rules that govern our behavior instead of being freely chosen and authentic. It does not lead to vitality and meaning.
So can we walk through these 5 steps to increase our emotional efficacy? I think we did a great job of really convincing our audience that it is important.
There's really, 5 steps to emotion efficacy. The first is just becoming aware of your emotional experience, which I kind of walked you guys through earlier in this podcast. Just becoming aware of emotional stuff, sensations, thoughts, urges, and feelings. And right there, just by even being able to drop in and notice that, you're already unplugging from the emotional matrix because you're disrupting any reaction that's happening. Then the next step is what we just briefly mentioned, which is emotion surfing. And emotion surfing adds to emotion awareness, hanging out with the uncomfortable emotion without acting on the urge. So that's why we call it surfing. It's almost like being on the wave without being overtaken by it. The third step to increasing emotion efficacy is being really clear on what matters to you in any moment or context, and then being able to design actions that are aligned with what matters, with your values. And then the fourth step to emotion efficacy is when you try to surf an emotion wave, but it's a huge tsunami and you find yourself pulled under, maybe even choking up gobs of salt water. Sometimes we do need skills, which we call mindful coping, to dial down the intensity of emotion or regulate your emotions, not for the purpose of getting rid of emotional distress or pain, but just so that we can get clear again about what matters and how we want to show up in that moment. In the training, that all the skills are practiced in activated state, because to borrow a quote from Morpheus, it's one thing to know the path, it's another thing to walk it. So we do, everything is experiential, the practice is experiential. It's really easy to know what you think you should do when you're in a moment of choice, when you're stressed or triggered. It's a whole other thing to actually have access to doing something different.
Identifying, labeling, and becoming more aware of these emotions certainly gives you more control that you've had in the past. And AJ brought this up earlier, that everything is now triggering from the music that we're listening to, the messaging that we're seeing. You go on Twitter and it is built specifically to rile you up. And it's coming from everywhere now because now everyone has the tools to be a marketer and be effective with this stuff. And one of the things that I tell people, I'm like, if you're online and you feel yourself in a heightened emotional state, ask yourself 3 questions to work through it before you just lose yourself in how mad you are, which is, what's the message? Who is this message for? What do they want you to feel? And what do they want you to do? If you answer those 3 questions, you can see it for the marketing and advertising that it is, and it kind of gives you some detachment from it. And then you can see like, oh, well, this is for this group to feel this and to do this. Answering those questions is enough to allow you to calm down a bit and see it for what it is.
That is a nice slowing down. And I would just add one last step to that, which is, how do I want to show up in the face of this marketing? Maybe it's even marketed to you. Maybe it says something that's really offensive to you or something that feels very threatening. And maybe you can or can't see their agenda. But ultimately, what you do next is about your ability to design your actions, how you want to show up.
And with this high emotional efficacy, what does it actually look like on the other side, having developed it, for those who do have it?
That is such a good question. I'm going to give you a couple of really different examples. It can look like someone choosing not to take their life because they know that what they feel is not all there is, that feelings can come and go and can change, and that what they're feeling in this moment might not be what they're feeling in an hour or 2 hours or a day from now. It can look like someone learning how to listen in conversation with their partner, where they may think they already know what the other person's going to say, but they decide and get clear that what matters most is being open and respectful and showing the person that they do care what their experience is, even if they think they already know it. And it can look like a CEO in the middle of making a deal to sell their company. Instead of choosing to react by being offended at the first number that's put on the table, being able to stay curious and open, noticing their feelings while staying focused on what matters most to them, which is making the deal happen.
All of those are in the face of a level of uncertainty, right? Each one of those examples is working through that uncertainty.
Threat and uncertainty, and often incoherence. Like, I'm not really sure what's going on here, maybe.
Right.
Yeah.
What strikes me in all of this, and Johnny and I have talked about this, is this loneliness epidemic that we're facing. So even as the COVID numbers come back and the amount of people who passed, took their life, and the amount of loneliness we all collectively felt being disconnected from the social fabric, it seems to me that emotional efficacy is one of those key areas of focus to create these relationships, to bring the level of vulnerability that adds depth, that protects from the loneliness that might lead you to those suicidal thoughts, that might lead you from feeling disconnected and in pain and suffering. And yet this isn't taught in schools. This isn't widely available, which is so frustrating to me and Johnny. And many of our students who come to work with us, they want simple tricks and solutions and strategies. And they also see, and they're confronted with, we've talked about not only triggering marketing messaging, but also this false ideal that emotions are something that you need to be able to control on a whim. You need to be zen in the face of that wave, and you can never let that wave of emotions overwhelm you to the point that you need coping mechanisms. And all of that seems to just be working against this healthy state that we need as humans.
No, that's a dangerous belief, in my professional opinion, because again, we can't control or even stop what we experience emotionally. What we can do is get really good at how we respond to it. And, to your point about loneliness, my hope is that people like you and me, who have some kind of public platform or ability to model, will model vulnerability. that we will share, when we are lonely, because the more that we normalize that as a healthy, acceptable experience, the more people will feel comfortable calling someone up and saying, having these thoughts that are really scary, I need support, or I just need to share them, or I need to feel like someone cares about me today.
And that's one of the keys, is just being able to actually share those thoughts, right? It's very easy to feel trapped by those thoughts when you just keep them inside internally. And sometimes the simplest share could be a journaling practice of just actually writing out what you're thinking and feeling in the face of those emotions, or that tsunami of emotion that's knocked you off that surfboard.
Even if you have one or two people that you can be that vulnerable with, that's successful relationship. You have deep relationships. In fact, there's a lot of people that don't have one or two people. And then the opposite side of that are the people who just floodlight mass audiences on social media, which is like, well, you're being vulnerable, but are you really? Because I think that vulnerability is sharing space in those emotions with somebody else. When you're just floodlighting your platform and an audience, you're not sharing in that with them. You're not there with them. They may be feeling it for you, but you guys aren't sharing that together.
It's harder to have that kind of quality sharing and connection on those big platforms. I have seen some people successfully share on bigger platforms, and I think it's made a difference for some people. But in general, what we're talking about is really getting that sense of like, someone's a witness to my life, I matter on the most basic level. And that usually happens in much more intimate kind of settings.
Absolutely agree there. I think the other piece to this equation on the emotion front that I know we have shared a lot on the show is understanding that even in this state, you might be labeling and feeling negative emotions. Opening yourself up to new experiences, new opportunities is a big part of the work that we do, so that you're not just in this constant environment that might be the triggering environment. And it's very easy right now with devices and social media and the messaging that we're seeing to feel trapped in this environment, in this emotional state, and to not have the ability to maybe step outside. So for me, on a weekly basis, I've shared this with our audience, I have a men's group, and a lot of what we do is body check-in, talk about the sensations in our body and the emotions that we're feeling, and we create space to hear from others. And then I also have a daily gratitude practice to try to ground myself in some things that I am grateful for in the face of whatever negative emotions I may be feeling. Do you have any daily practices that you recommend, or things that we can do and our audience can use to start to work on these tools?
Sure. Yeah. I mean, my favorite one is a really brief just inquiry, which is in any moment, just check in with yourself and ask yourself, is what I'm doing right now in this situation what matters most to me? It's just, I call it an intentionality check. And it's something that pretty much anyone can figure out without a lot of training. I love your gratitude practice because what that does is it helps offset our negativity bias, right? And it's really easy in this culture of increased emotion activation or reactivity that we're living in right now to be more attentive to all the threats in our environment. So it's really helpful. I do this too at the beginning of my day. I always write down at least 3 things that I'm either thankful for or that I appreciate in my life, because it helps me also maintain a balance between attending to things that feel scary, that I don't necessarily want to be overwhelmed by, and then also things that I really do want to open to and enjoy and appreciate that I might otherwise miss.
Love to hear the answer to our favorite question of every guest. What is your X factor? What makes you unique and extraordinary?
Ooh, wow. I was so not prepared for this, which I love, actually. I'm just noticing in my body a little bit of fluttering in my stomach, a little bit of tensing up, some thoughts like, what's the right response? And then like intentionally going a little deeper and asking myself, what is an authentic response to this? So I think that my X factor is how much I freaking love helping people stretch for what's possible. Like, I can hang out there all day. I never get bored. I find it energizing I truly love it. It's, it is a very generous contribution and it's incredibly selfish for me because of how much I enjoy it. So I think that's what I would say.
I love that. Thank you so much for joining us. Where can our audience find out more about your latest book and all the great work you do with your coaching?
Yeah, thank you for asking. So the most recent book, What You Feel Is Not All There Is a self-help book. It's available on Amazon and across the interwebs. And if you want to find me, I am on IG at Dr. Aprilia West. That's APRILIAWEST. And then I also have a website where I have a lot of professional offerings. I also have a quiz if you want to take a quiz and find out what your EEQ is, your emotion efficacy quotient. And that is at www.draprilliawest.com.
Awesome. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you for having me. You guys are
Good morning. Good morning. So the topic here this morning is outcome engineering. And it's interesting, when I talk to companies about this topic, the conversation usually starts out great. And people are shaking their head up and down, and I get a few amens and some hallelujahs. And then at some point in that conversation, the train goes off the track. The wheels come off the bus. Let me show you what I'm talking about. Outcome engineering. Why are we even in this conversation? Why are you, as technology providers, being asked to deliver business outcomes? And we've been writing about this for several years now, but we're not the only ones. There are other people saying, hey, technology has to connect to a business outcome. I didn't realize Cisco actually now has a certification program for selling business outcomes. So there's a drumbeat there. It's not just us. Why? Well, like most things in business, if you want to understand why, just follow the money or the lack thereof. This is a chart we've been using for years to describe what is happening to our industry. Two major trends: the commoditization of technology, feature functionality. People don't want to pay a premium price just for technical features. And these new consumption models. People not purchasing technology as an asset, right? They want to subscribe. They want you to run it as a managed service. And what's happening, a lot of companies in this room find yourselves in the lower left-hand corner of that diagram. What does that mean? You have product revenues, they're flat or declining, margins declining, and you have not yet stood up new compelling offers that bring in revenue and margin. Now, how do I know that? I just look at the data. Our Technology and Service 50 Index, largest providers. What is this graph telling you? This is looking at revenue growth year over year for these companies. And we draw this horizontal line, and we test, and we say how many companies have product revenues growing greater than 10%. As you can see, not too many companies above that line. And then we test for all your service and subscription revenues. Are those growing greater than 10% year over year? Not too many companies over that line. And if the dot is red, that means operating income is getting worse. So there's a lot of pain there. But for the pure technology as a service providers, there's no bed of roses here. So this is Rackspace data. And what you see on the top there are their revenues. And it's great. They're growing, growing, growing. People love the offer, fanatical customer support. It's great. But the bottom graph are their profit dollars. And they're flat. And what that tells you is over time, if revenues keep going up, but profits staying basically the same, the business model is becoming less profitable. So if you think about computing as a service, how profitable will that be in the long term? Amazon has started to break out AWS numbers, growing, growing, growing. Operating profits about 5% for them. They're ecstatic with that number. Why? Because retail is about a 1% business. So when the dust settles, how profitable will it be to do computing as a service? It's not going to be a 15, 20, 25-point business. And most of us in this room, and your boards and your investors, we hate that answer. We don't want that answer. What we want to do is be able to sell value. Talk to customer. We want to talk about value so we can bring revenue and margin back into the business models and change our pricing models. Most of us, we benchmark this, most of us in the industry, when you price your offers, it's cost plus. What do? You look at the cost of your technology offer. You put on top of that a nice, healthy margin, right? And that's the price you want to charge. But once again, with these new consumption models, commoditization, customers don't want to pay these premium prices. So you say, okay, fine, customer, what do you want to pay? You do market-based pricing. What's the market going to bear? And then you say, I still want some margin, but now I've got to get my costs into a certain footprint. And this is hard for many of you. We have one software member about a year ago started a new technology as a service offer. They looked at the market, said, hey, what are people charging for this offer right now? Went with that pricing. A year later, they can't make money. They can't get their costs into that footprint. So we want to move off of this. So what's left? Value-based pricing. We want to be able to draw an outcome line, a value line, figure out how much it's going to cost us to deliver that, and then now we have flexibility in what we price. So this is, in a sense, the Holy Grail. And it's funny, 5 years ago, I used this graph here in a keynote that I delivered. And this is a little framework that JB and I scribbled in a bar late at night at a conference. It's amazing how much of our best work gets done in that scenario. But even 5 years ago, we saw this. So most of our members selling technology as an asset, you're in an SLA relationship with your customers, keeping the technology up and running. And we could already see if people start renting technology, SLA doesn't matter, right? That's your problem to keep the technology up and running. So now it's going to be about utilization level agreements. But even 5 years ago, we said that cannot be the end game if we want to keep margin in the business model. We're going to need value level agreements with customers. And we carried that construct forward in our B for B model. So level 1, level 2 business models, very SLA oriented. These new level 3 business models, managed services, very ULA oriented. But if you're going to be a level 4 provider, if you're going to hang your hat on business outcomes, that would be a value level agreement. And you think about it, we talked a lot this week about the layer model. You want customers to adopt and expand. But what you're really doing is helping customers through this PMO journey, right? Because customers want to work with you, plan, implement your solution, monitor, are we really getting the results? If I'm not, help me here, help me optimize so I truly get my outcome. And these are mirror images, right? And this is the win-win. You get the expand and renew, they really get their outcome. This is beautiful. And this is the part where everybody's shaking their head up and down, right? I want to go do that. I want revenue and margin back into my business model. I'm there. And then I ask this question. Okay, great. We're at the 30,000-foot view here about outcome engineering. Tell me specifically, what are you doing to move outcome engineering forward in your companies? And that's when we have track, train. So this is what I want to take down today. I want to double click into this conversation of how you can move outcome engineering forward in your companies. And the first thing I want to do is put a crisp definition on the table. How do we define outcome engineering? This is the ability to consistently help customers achieve targeted business outcomes. And I would add at scale. Now to do that, it really requires that you understand everything involved for the customer to truly get their outcome. And we are seeing that this is paralyzing, right, our members. This is terrifying because it's no longer about just engineering your technology. Now you've got to worry about the processes, other technologies. Does the customer have the right skills? This is a lot to manage. So what I want to do is decompose this. Decompose it into 4 buckets. Number 1, the right framework you can use for outcome engineering. Number 2, are you working on the right outcomes with your customers? Number 3, are you working with the right customers? And finally, do you have the right tools? So let's start with framework. And the great news here is, if you're just starting this journey, you do not have to start with a blank piece of paper. There are companies in the industry, like you heard Infor yesterday, like SAP, like PTC, that have been chipping on this problem for a little while now. And let me just show you, some of their views on this topic. So these are a few slides that SAP uses to talk about value engineering. They have this 2x2, and it starts by saying, hey, we have to have alignment and agreement with our customer. What are the target outcomes? We also have to clearly define what are the financial outcomes specifically. How are we going to measure this that you're trying to achieve? We have to understand what are the technology and the practices, what's the innovation that we're going to implement here that allows you to get outcomes you previously were not getting. And last but not least, outcome engineering, value engineering is not an event. It's a process. There has to be ongoing risk and compliance and monitoring. This is another chart from SAP I love. Well, why don't customers get outcomes? It was funny yesterday, Riaz was saying we can all play with spreadsheets and create theoretical ROIs, but then customers don't get those ROIs out of the technology. Why? Well, first of all, you might be focused with the customer on the wrong outcomes. Secondly, you might not have implemented the right technology. And finally, the customer might not have wrapped the right practices and skills around the technology. So all of those things just bleed value. In one final slide from SAP about the life cycle and how they work with customers, and what is important here is the concept of benchmarking. If we're going to start on an outcome journey with a customer, you have to benchmark where they're starting from. So just 3 slides on how SAP talks about this. PTC has their own 2x2, and we can see the pattern recognition. Once again, what are the target outcomes? Okay, what technology are we going to use here? And oh, by the way, off the shelf is better. If it's proven, we've implemented it before, that's great, as opposed to everything being custom. Also, we have to understand the practices. It's not just about the technology. And we have to understand the players, the skills, the people involved. So it cannot be just about technology. It's got to be all of that. PTC has this that they call side A, side B map. The business objectives mapped to the technology. What do you see here? Once again, benchmark. What's the current state? We have to understand that. And yesterday you saw the Infor example. And once again, incredible pattern recognition here. What are the target outcomes? What are the performance metrics? What are the practices involved? Lots of pattern recognition. So we've been looking at this for a while, and we have a construct that we call an outcome chain, which brings all these thoughts together in a framework. And our outcome chain basically starts with 2 bookends. At the top, what is the target business outcome the customer's trying to achieve? And at the bottom of the chain is, okay, what organizational capabilities are going to be required for this customer to get that outcome? And for those of you who haven't seen this construct, when we talk about organizational capabilities, we're just saying, hey, it's a way to talk about all the processes and technology and the metrics and the people you're going to need to get that outcome or address that challenge. As JB mentioned yesterday, we have an inventory for service businesses of over 340 specific organizational capabilities. Most of those, 150 to 200 of them, are emerging. This speaks to, once again, the transition we're going through in our business models. But let me give you an example of organizational capabilities just to land the model here. So it's a way to ask yourself, can I do this or not? Can I run a half marathon, yes or no? And so here's examples of organizational capabilities you're probably going to need if you're going to get into outcome engineering. Have you ever done outcome-based pricing models? Yes or no? Eventually, you're going to have to figure that out. Do you have consumption dashboards in place so you can monitor what customers are actually doing and how they're using their technology? Yes or no? Do you have a closed loop between service activity and product development? Our customer is struggling using this feature or using this capability. I've got to get a prioritized change into R&D. Do you have that process, that capability? And finally, have you ever developed adoption playbooks to help customers better adopt your technology? These are just 4 examples of the types of capabilities you're going to need to drive outcome engineering. Does this make sense, the model? Good? So, those are the bookends, but let's fill in the stepping stones in between. Customer has a target business outcome. You need to clearly define, okay, what's the financial impact? How big? How are we going to measure that? We have to agree to that. Next, what are the KPIs that predict we're going to get that financial impact? And the example of that, this comes from the field service discipline. Val builds these driver trees, but we do this in all the disciplines. So a common question in field services is, how do I improve gross margin in field services? Well, Val looks at what are the operating KPIs that are going to predict that. He works backwards, so you can go all the way back to mean time repair. Is mean time repair going in the right direction? Is it on target for the industry? If it's not, it's going to drag down cost per incident. It's going to impact field margin. So this is how we connect KPIs to financial impact. It should be data-driven. The next question is, okay, so I need to move those KPIs and improve them. What are the business practices that actually improve those KPIs? And this also, ideally, should be a data-driven conversation. This is something we do with the benchmark data all the time. This comes again from field services. If the question is the KPI is attrition rate, one of the practices is span of control for field service managers. And you're looking for the break point there, right? At what point do you have too many people reporting to one manager and attrition starts to get high? An example of linking a KPI to a practice. Another example, this is from managed services. If what you're trying to do is drive bookings or revenue, the practice of having a dedicated salesperson who understands managed services in place, there's high correlation there, right? It drives, you get that KPI to move. But the point is, this should be a data-driven linkage wherever possible. So now you're understanding what practices really improve those KPIs. The next step, and this should really be in your sweet spot, what technology really improves those practices, right? Why did we create our technology in the first place, right? And finally, what roles are going to be required to run these practices and run this technology to improve the KPIs, to get the financial outcome? So that's the framework, right? It builds the stepping stones of how my customer wants to achieve this. Here's all the things I need to understand. Everybody good with that? Make sense? Now, the next question. Am I working on the right outcomes? I have this framework, but am I working on the right outcomes? And what we're seeing in the industry is that technology companies have a tendency to want to start at the top here. And I think we've all probably sat in the meeting with our salesperson, with the customer, and it goes something like this. Hey, customer, I want to be your trusted advisor. What keeps you up at night? Help me help you, right? We've all been there, right? That's the natural place that you want to start. But our observation is this is risky. This is risky. Why? Well, you may not have the deep vertical expertise to kind of go wherever that conversation goes. Your customer may start talking about outcomes that you're like, I have nothing to do with that, right? Or maybe you think, I kind of think I can help, but I'm not sure. So if you go in there, blank piece of paper, and you start talking about business outcomes, you don't know what your customer is going to ask you to build. You might walk out of that meeting going, oh man, what are we going to do with this? So what's the tactic? Our recommendation is start with your strength. Start asking yourself, what technology features are key? What capabilities do we have technically that we think really is a game changer for helping people save time, save money, etc.? Let's start there. And ideally, you're focusing on features where you do have differentiation. Then connect your technology to the operating KPIs. When people use our technology effectively, these KPIs get better. And then ask yourself, what practices do my customer have to have in place to really move those KPIs? And so start in the middle, if you will. Start with a truncated outcome chain. Starting with your strength, going from there to the KPIs, and going then to the practices. And start to test those. From there, you can build out. And by the way, this motion of attaching technology to practices is something that we've been doing for quite a while in ITIL. What is ITIL? It's an inventory of practices that we tell customers, you need to have this in place if you want this technology to stay up and running, right? So I think we understand how to link technology to specific practices. So once you've done that, you can start to build out. So you do these first 3 steps, then you might start asking, well, what roles should my customer have in place, right, to run these practices? Maybe I can start summarizing that in terms of capabilities for my customer. Hey, when I see customers improve these KPIs, I can start measuring the financial impact that they're getting. So you build the chain from the center out. Now, I think you're in a position to go into the customer and say, I want to talk about outcomes. And I want to talk about outcomes that I have some confidence that I can actually achieve with you. So that's the approach we would recommend to make sure you're working on the right outcomes with customers. But what about the right customers? And this also is something that is paralyzing many companies in this conversation. Why? Because you're afraid the customer doesn't do what they need to do. I've been in this conversation 100 times with members, and they say, yeah, you guys keep talking about outcomes, but you realize it's not just about my technology. There's all this other stuff people have to do, and if they don't do it, then we're never going to get the outcome, and that's not my fault. So how do we solve this? When I talk to people, our intuition is to solve this in a contract, right? I want to write a contract that makes sure that my customer does everything they need to do and I minimize my risk. That's how we're going to solve this problem. So I've been looking at this, and if you look in the industry, there are 2 types of contracts in our industry we're very familiar with when it comes to implementing running technology. The first type of contract, most OEMs, you have contracts with your customers around SLAs, right? Uptime, throughput, all that type of stuff about how the technology is performing. And the other type of contract we have out there is a type of contract that large system integrators do when they're doing these large, complex integration projects. And when you look at those contracts, there's lots of detail. Lots of things explaining what the customer has to do, the environment, the types of people that have to be available, on and on and on, right? You've seen those contracts. But when you look at the spirit of those contracts, right, the SLA contracts are really about saying, hey, if that technology falls down, it wasn't my fault, right? I did what I was supposed to do. And the SI contracts are really about, hey, man, if this project goes off the tracks here, not my fault. And they say what, 50% of all IT projects fail, right? Isn't that the stat? But it is not very often that you see the name of somebody like Accenture in the paper getting sued. Why? Because they are very good at basically having all this documentation to say, look, it's in the contract, you didn't do this, I did my part, this is your fault. But is that really, either one of those, is that really going to solve what we're trying to partner with a customer over time to make sure they get outcomes. So I don't think either one of these contracts solve that problem. And I've been talking to people like Riaz and others who have been doing value engineering for a while, and I have come to this conclusion. And that is that we are not going to solve this problem through contracts. So this is another law's law. If you think you're going to work with legal, we're going to come up with a 100-page contract that makes sure our customer behaves, I think that is a fool's errand. So, what do we do? How are we going to solve this problem? This is an article from Forbes. I debated leaving that image in. 6 reasons to fire a client from this Forbes article. Number 1, they make unreasonable demands. Number 2, they want everything for nothing. Number 3, they're slow to pay. Number 4, they don't listen to you. Number 5, they don't respond. You're asking them to do something, they don't respond. And number 6, in general, they show lack of respect for you. And so the Forbes article argues, if this is your customer, your client, you probably need to walk away from that relationship. It's not going to be profitable for you. And this brings to the table a tactic of really customer profile. Instead of trying to write a 100-page contract, to make sure you get outcomes with the customer, I think the right tactic is making sure you're working with the right customer. And so I'm going to give you 4 attributes that I would submit should be in place before you ever try to work on outcomes with a specific customer. First attribute, they need to view you as a strategic supplier. If you think you're going to be in an business outcome conversation and you're selling to mid-level IT and procurement, I don't think so. Wrong customer. Number 2, they need historically to have shown that they will listen to what you have to say. Hey, your technology keeps falling down because you're not doing this. Oh, okay, great. They've demonstrated that. 3, they have reasonable project management and governance in place. If that's not there, no way you're going to get business outcomes. And last but not least, you have to be able to work with them and have the ability to benchmark their current performance. If you're talking to a customer and you say, well, I need to understand certain KPIs and how you're doing, and they say, no, I can't show you that data. No way. You're not going to get an outcome conversation. Or if you ask to benchmark and they say, oh man, I wish I could give you that data, but I have no idea. You're not going to get outcomes with that customer. So this is a starting point, and you can add to this. But I would submit, if these 4 things are not true with a customer, wrong customer. So that's the tactic to make sure you're working with the right customer. Now, what about the right tools? JB already did a demo on this on Monday, but the concept here is really, how do you use software to scale your ability to do outcomes with customers? And just playing back our experience at TSIA, so we have this list, this inventory of all these service business challenges, hundreds of them. People, contact us, hey, I've got this problem. Here's a classic one from PS that we were talking about. And so historically, if we wanted to help a member with that, there's lots of different things we could do. We could send you the research, we can benchmark you, we can do an inquiry call, et cetera, et cetera. But using software, right, absolutely creates a new way to scale that ability, because we can put everything in one place. We can walk through and say, hey, you want to get that? Here's the critical operating KPIs. Here are the top practices we've identified to help address that challenge. Here's the roles you have to have in place. Here's the technology stack that needs to be there. If you don't have some of these technology tools, you're not going to get that outcome, right? And here's these organizational capabilities. And hang it all together and then put our content in context. Oh, you want to understand revenue per head? Here's that data. You want to understand project margins? This is what good looks like. We can go down to KPIs like discounts. We can jump down to the roles and say, well, this is what we mean when we talk about a delivery manager. You may call it something different. But it's all right there in one place. Now, why is this so important, from day one when you're thinking about outcome engineering, to think about the tools you're going to use? Because, and these are, just a comment, we have some experience with this, and I'll tell you some lessons learned here in a minute, of building these different chains and starting to use them in inquiry and use them in outcome sprints. But why? Why is software so important? Because the concept here is software eats services. As much as I love hiring smart, really personable, well-dressed researchers, that's great. But if we're really going to scale this capability across all these members, we can't do it with labor. If we want to help you get your outcomes, we've got to start applying software. So that's the concept of right tools. So let me comment on some of the industry lessons learned. There's two companies you're hearing from this week, Infor yesterday, SAP today, and I just want to play to you some of the lessons that I've seen them learn as they've been on this journey with sort of the TSIA lens on it. And we're going to start with SAP. So SAP has been doing value engineering for many years in a consultative motion. And more recently, they've started to do outcome activities, outcome engineering, if you will, targeted outcomes through Premier Support, right? So two different motions. So one of the things that SAP has done is they've brought the professional service and the support service organizations closer together. And the concept here, this is not SAP's organizational chart. This is an organizational chart that I had in a paper a couple years ago about outcome-based service organizations. The tactic here is really around portfolio rationalization. What we're seeing in the industry is this blurring of professional service offers to premium support offers to managed service offers, and they're starting to look the same, and you have different groups doing the same thing. Our strong recommendation here is to bring the ownership of how you're defining the portfolio together in one group so that you're rationalizing that and you're not confusing your customers. And I think SAP has seen the wisdom that it helps you when you start this journey. Second lesson, am I working with the right customer? So they have this concept of customer readiness. This is their version of having the customer profile. They're testing for lots of things. Does the customer have the right updated technology in place, right? Have they proven they've got the governance, et cetera, et cetera? I'm not going to try to start talking about outcomes with customers unless I'm sure they're ready. Great lesson. Third lesson, they quickly learned, once again, if you're going to talk about outcomes, you got to zero in on operating KPIs. And so they've built this database, right, of KPIs that has real performance data. And they're able to benchmark the customer against that. Hey, we're going to work on this outcome. That's great. We got to look at these KPIs because you're never going to get there unless these KPIs improve. This lesson I love. So Jens is telling me that historically, if you were an SAP customer and you had a lot of their software installed, you used to get notification of updates for your software. And I don't know if it was monthly, quarterly, whatever. But it was like receiving a telephone book, right? Here's all the updates available to you as a customer. And what are you going to do with that? It's overwhelming. You don't know where to start. But now, if they're in an outcome discussion with the customer, targeted outcomes, right? They can prioritize with the customer and say, look, so you're working on this outcome, we're working together on this outcome, here are the top updates you need to put in. It's the opposite of the complexity avalanche. Another lesson, aligning capabilities with outcomes. So I think a lot of you are in conversations, you're doing a renewal, let's say on your support or premium support contracts, and what's the customer saying? Do I really need that? Do I really need that? Why am I paying for that? So what SAP has learned is, hey, if we are in an outcome conversation with the customer and we're putting support features on the table, we can connect that. We say, customer, you don't want to take that feature away in this support contract. Why? Because it enables this outcome. So connecting outcomes to your capabilities, incredibly powerful. And the final lesson here from SAP, which I love, is enabling the CIO. So as we've talked about at the conference here, a lot of IT decisions and spending is starting to move away from IT and into these business units. But for a lot of us, let's face it, the CIO is still our most strategic buyer for us. That's where our key relationship is. And so if you can start an outcome relationship or discussion with the CIO can take that to the C-suite and be a more strategic player in that discussion. Say, hey, I'm working with SAP over here. We've identified some business outcomes we think we can go after. Let's invest here. But it's a different conversation instead of the CIO, focused on cost. So I think 6 great lessons from SAP as they've been on this journey. Now let's look at Infor, who you heard from yesterday. And some of this, I just want to highlight some of the things that were put on the table. So they started value engineering, incubated that as a separate capability, separate from services, separate from the product group. And they started it as an investment, right, for their largest customers where they felt that they could get a big bang for the buck. And then as they got a little bit better at it, they started to charge. They had a consulting capability. But as Riaz said yesterday, both of those capabilities very hard to scale. But the 6 lessons along their journey. Number one, and you talked about this yesterday, you have to be vertical. You cannot be a blunt instrument when you're talking about outcomes. So if you're talking about sales per hour, that's different for an auto dealer or a retail shop. You have to understand that, or you can't be in the conversation. Number 2, working with the right customer. So what's their tactic there? Riaz is telling me, he says, look, if we want to get into, especially if we're investing resources to get outcomes, if we're only talking to IT before we really invest in a big way, we need to see the business owner. Who's going to get fired if the revenues don't increase, if the costs don't? I mean, who owns that from a GM perspective? They've got to be at the table, or we don't invest. That's their tactic. Connecting the KPIs. So they did a lot of work connecting KPIs to financial impact. And the most interesting part of that story that Riaz told me is he said, look, we go into these customers and they say, well, we want to get these financial improvements. Okay, great. So we're working on these KPIs. And Infor would say, oh, that's interesting because you should be working on these KPIs. This is where the correlation is. How powerful is that conversation? So they had to actually break the myths that existed within some companies. Be focused. Once again, this is the opposite of the, help me help you, I'm your trusted partner, what do you want to achieve, blank piece of paper. Infor is not going in with a blank piece of paper. They're going in, they're listening to the customer, what they're trying to achieve, but they already know where they can connect their technology and where they can move the needle. If they can't, that's not the right opportunity. Software eats services. Riaz talked about this yesterday, building value engineering apps so people can self-serve, so partners can self-serve. That's got to be a key component of the strategy if you're going to scale outcome engineering. And finally, let's talk about pricing. I said I'd say something about outcome-based pricing, and I love this lesson. So what happens, Riaz was telling me that we go in, this outcome relationship, and we tell the customer, here's the project cost, but the technology and the services, but we believe here is the outcome. We're pretty confident that we can achieve this financial outcome. And what's the customer say? Hey, that's great. I don't know if you really get me there, but I don't want to pay that price. That price is too high for your services and your technology. So Infor says, okay, hey, that's fine. I'm okay with that. We're going to have a startup fee here, much lower, just to get us going. I want to make sure you're committed, some skin in the game. And then when we get the outcome, I'll take a percentage of that. 30, 40, maybe you split it 50-50, whatever. And that's fine with me. Now the customer looks at that and they go, well, wait a minute, right? That first box and that last box. If they really help me get this outcome, I'm going to be paying a lot more for this project. So what does the customer do? They go back to the original pricing and they don't push on discounting. I've heard that story again and again and again. So I know a lot of us are twisted around outcome-based pricing and how we're actually going to do this and how do you measure it and do we really get paid. But I'm telling you, just having the ability to put the conversation on the table, draw the value line, fundamentally changes the pricing conversation. And we have been learning lessons as we have been working, to build outcome chains. And I just wanted, this is more rubber meets the road as you start to work, on the actual outcomes and the actual outcome chains. There's no doubt when you go down this path, your subject matter experts become the bottleneck. In our case, it's our researchers. In your case, it's the people in your company that know, oh yeah, I know how our technology connects to certain KPIs. I know what practices are required. You look at any company and you really try to get those experts, it's usually a small group. So it's all about how you make it easy for them to get what's in their head and get it into documented outcome chains. So how do you do that? we developed a 3-step process. And the first step is to simply ask the subject matter expert to just write the boxes on the chain the first time. Just let's work on it, just put the boxes there. What's the key technology? What are the key practices? What KPIs do you think we're moving? And sometimes you can do this really almost in an interview process. Just have somebody talk to them and help tease it out. That's step one. Then once you have the scaffolding of the chain, then you ask the subject matter expert, hey, where's the best content that helps describe these KPIs or that technology, and you have them attach the relevant content. And then you take that chain and you give it to somebody else. You give it to a group of people that are focused on productizing the chain, right? All the grunt work that's going to be required to make sure you got the right connections and you could really use it with a customer. And what we also find very quickly is anybody who works in knowledge management would tells us the no-brainer, but content creation becomes key. Because when you start building these chains, man, assets start getting attached, there's all kind of information stuff. But the key lesson here is, how do I scale the time of the subject matter experts? Because if you think you're just going to have people build outcome chains in their spare time, all on their own, with no support, we found that that is a pretty difficult path. You got to think about how you're going to maximize, leverage your SMEs. Another observation here, we get this question a lot. Where should outcome engineering live? Who's supposed to be working on this? Is this a PS thing? Is this, is SAP, they've got premium support people doing it? I mean, is it just a sales thing? JB talked about this a little bit yesterday, but we have this concept, or yesterday, the day before, time flies in Vegas, on the outcome engineering COE. And what we would recommend, if you're just starting this journey, instead of having some salespeople start to do it for free on their own and just kind of, I would think in terms of the long term. What are we really trying to accomplish here? Establish an outcome engineering COE. I don't care if it lives in sales or services, I really don't. But here's the charter. They are responsible for, if we're going to talk to customers and sell outcomes, we do it with resources from the COE. When we get ready to deliver outcomes, right, whether we're investing for free or we're billing for this, comes from this COE. But last and most importantly, this COE is chartered on how you're going to scale outcome engineering. From day one, they are thinking about software and how they're going to really be able to do outcomes, smaller customers, through partners, etc. That's their charter. And so if you think about this journey, right, what are we talking about? We're talking about, how do I really become a level 4 supplier? I can hang my hat on outcome discussions with my customers, right? That's the end game that we talked about in B4B. And really now we can double click into that, and I think that it's a journey. There's a maturity model here. And so let's walk through that. So if you're just starting this journey, you're probably going to be doing outcome engineering activities for free with customers, strategic customers. And what's important there? Do you have a framework for talking about outcomes? And most importantly, are you working with the right customers, right? Your best customers, the ones that really want to partner with you. And so this is what 4.1 looks like as a level 4 supplier. 4.2, you're probably now starting to charge with customers, monetizing the activity, and you're getting an inventory of outcomes. In our world, an inventory of outcome chains that you have a lot of confidence in. I would argue that Infor demonstrated yesterday they hit 4.2, right? They had clear outcomes and inventory that they knew they could go after. The next step in the journey, a 4.3 supplier, you're building the right tools. And I would submit that this is where Infor demonstrated that they're, now, 4.3. They're starting to build tools, getting them out there, people can self-serve, partners can be enabled. And 4.4, sort of the end of the game, is you're doing this at scale. Now we're starting to put some meat on the bone here in terms of how you can test where you are in that journey. Right? So I know some of you are negative 4.1 right now. That's okay. But when you start the journey, hey, can I get from 4.1 to 4.2? What practices have to be in place? What are key KPIs I could be measuring? What technology has to be there? And I know this is an eye chart, but don't worry, because I put this content in a paper. But this is what I want you to do. I want you to read the paper yourself. But I would encourage you, if you're serious about outcome engineering in this journey, take this paper, and I want you to go over and I want you to walk it over to your engineering team and say, look, how can we work better to deliver outcomes? So take this paper to engineering. Then take the paper and go over to sales and say, how are we as a company going to collaborate between sales and services to sell outcomes? And then take it into your executive staff and say, how are we going to get on this journey? Because I've had this conversation this week. There is going to be a bifurcation here in terms of the business models in this room. If you think about the slides that I was showing you earlier, if you can't get to that level 3, level 4 kind of conversation, you are going to have a highly commoditized offer, period. So the choice, the discussion should be, do we want to get on this journey and keep revenue and, more importantly, margin in our business models or not? That is the fork in the road that every company in this room faces. So I think that there should be a feeling of a sense of urgency. And so I encourage you to march that paper throughout the organization. So what did I put on the table here today? Right? The right framework. Framework, you can take ours, you can build off it, you can create your own, but I think there's a good construct there you can use to start discussing outcomes within your companies. And then this tactic of making sure you're working on the right outcomes. Please don't go into the customer with a blank piece of paper. Too risky. Working with the right customers. How do you assess customer readiness and the customer profile? This is not about contracts. It's about making sure it's the right customer. And then from day one, when you start this journey, be thinking about scale. Be thinking about software. And then last but not least, a maturity model to understand where you are in the journey, and you can test on that. So I think we've double-clicked into what it means to be a level 4 provider and what it means to do outcome engineering. And my objective today in this keynote, instead of everybody sort of flying at that 30,000-foot view and saying, oh, great ideas, I'd love to do that, I need you to jump out of the plane. I need you to jump out of the plane, but I think today I have provided a parachute that will allow you to land on your feet, okay, and hit the ground running. So thank you for your time today. Enjoy.